bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit all thought a girl could make me feel this way. We got down and she was leaving. I was paralyzed without a single word to say. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone, left this only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I've lost all sense of reason. Is she ever gonna call? I haven't slept in days. I keep rewinding, I'm still believing that it was more than just a high and that she feels the same. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone, left this only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. Pretty, pretty, pretty. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm counting, I'm barely breathing. Let's get on the floor and dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna fly to heaven? Fly to heaven. It's way past 11. Do you wanna dance? No one around us. No one around us. The music has found us. Do you wanna dance? I've been tripping, girl, losing my gripping. A little something just might do the trick. It's almost morning, came without a warning. If we're gonna do this, we better make it quick. I'm getting closer, gun out of my holster. So intoxicated in my trance. Drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you fly to heaven? Fly to heaven. It's way past 11. Do you wanna dance? No one around us. No one around us. The music has found us. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance?
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, kind of feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet are right on the
your best shoes on to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
other's arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us so clear it out.
这4周打的状态不是特别好，然后打法体系上面也有点问题。
目前我们还能拿到 B 组第1名的话，原因的话，也有可能有一些 B 组队伍的话，他们也在磨合嘛，也有新队员来。
B 组队伍都挺强的，因为也有看他们的比赛，就感觉他们每个队都可以赢另一个队。
그냥 초반에 많이 힘들었고 이제 점점 나아지고 있는 것 같아요.
对 EDG 一直都是朝着联赛冠军第1的方向去走嘛，所以我们肯定会比其他俱乐部要更严格一些。
Welcome, everyone, to week number 4, day number 2 of the LPL Spring Split. Once again, it is our first week of cross-group play, and we have got some heck of I was going to say a totally different word there, some really big games coming at you. As you can see, EDG are walking into the room as they get ready for their first match against longtime rivals LGD. Once again, my name is Dom Romer, and joining me on the analyst today for this exceptional set of games, we've got Indiana Frost Gear in black, and of course, Barento Raz Mohammed.
Yeah, this is gonna be great. EDG, LGD, this is a historic match going into it, so I'm gonna be incredibly excited for this one.
It's kind of like the new age IGWE matchup, essentially. You've got 2 pillars of the LPL, 2 titans clashing in. If you go all the way back to 2015, hopefully they can return to kind of that peak performance, because that was the last time that we saw some real fire happen from the LPL.
Yeah, that's actually the last time that I was able to cast them as well, which was just the Imp versus Deft show, and that's been amazing. But before we actually get into those matchups, let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL. First up, we got to see WE smash Snake.
Yeah, and that was awesome to see. Even though Snake came in with a completely random composition in their team, their roster, SOFM went into the supporting role, and then we saw Mint in the jungle. Regardless of that, WE came in with a very comfortable 7.3 composition that actually harkens back to their old play last year. So that was really fun to see with Condi getting his hands on Graves. So, I mean, that was really a picture-perfect WE, especially in Game 2.
Yeah, some exceptional play out of them. Of course, Invictus Gaming also saw some very big success, handing Newbie their 2nd defeat with Coco now.
I'll take this one over. Effectively, IG fans rejoice. Let me sing you the song of my people. We have it. We have a bottom lane. They looked clean. They looked decisive across the map. And more importantly, it was how Duke was interacting not just with Rookie, but with the rest of his map. You know, making those plays bottom on the gangplank.
Yeah.
And IG, I mean, if WE looked clean, IG looked like perfection yesterday. They stomped their opponents.
Yeah, and I guess that's the real big question. Now that we've seen these very dominant 2-0 wins, what do these mean for the LPL right now?
It's kind of a question to me of homogenizing this idea of like the macro 5v5 that we know of the Group B teams, the teams like WE, like EDG, like QG, and then homogenizing that with the all-star skill talent from Group A, the likes of the Imps, the Dukes, the Rookies.
Yeah.
And that's what's cool about the IG is I feel like we got that perfect harmony there, the marriage of the brain and the brawn.
Yeah, and we're starting to see some real top-tier competition right here in the LPL between WE, IG, LGD, and EDG. I mean, not LGD. Take them out. I mean RNG. maybe, possibly.
We'll see.
Yeah, well, but no, it's RNG. So the top 4 here, I mean, people are going to have some questions about that. But overall, like, we saw how WE and IG performed yesterday, and so now I guess we're going to see how EDG and RNG perform today.
Yeah, those wins also are going to shake up the standings a little bit. WE, despite a bit of a shaky start to the split, going to be climbing a little bit higher up, and of course, Newbie going to be looking for some very important wins as well. But the thing that we're looking for today are the 2 names at the top of your list, RNG and EDG. The opponents for EDG, sort of in the middle of Group A. RNG on the other side, their opponents are all the way at the bottom of Group B.
I mean, we use the phrase blue shell a lot when we refer to game talents. We were joking talking about it pre-show that they're more like the lightning strike because they can just screw over everyone. Again, they're not a team that you can overlook. They do have talent on the roster, and they can trip you up if you're not being prepared just because of that individual peaking performance. They are going through their own evolution. But like you said, it's all about the clash of the top of the table, RNG and EDG. Today, they need to be decisive and prove that they remain to be first seed.
Yeah, and I mean, EDG will have a tougher opponent, as you mentioned. LGD seem to be, not so much the kryptonite, because they tend to still lose to EDG, but they give them a tougher time. Even last year when LGD had a tougher time in the summer season, they were starting to ramp up, and that startup became, I guess it started with EDG versus LGD.
I mean, that said, LGD, out of every team in the LPL, still historically have the best record against EDG as an organization, but these teams are now very vastly different from where that started.
Yeah, a lot of things have changed since the last time we saw these two teams play. Of course, this will be the one and only opportunity we get to see them play against each other in the spring regular season because they are in opposite groups. As a result, we're really going to be taking stock of how these teams have changed. EDG obviously bringing in a lot of new players, and of course LGD trying to move forward into 2017 and show, hey, you know, we were great in 2015, stumbled a bit in 2016, now we need to keep moving up.
And the thing is LGD haven't changed where EDG have. The fact that you have Zet and Mako over there, you know, you lose Deft. Zet has been performing well, but this is kind of his gut check moment. Is he just serviceable, or is he actually a good AD carry? Because if you look across, Imp and PYL are the most consistent, and I mean that in terms of like longevity, bot lane that the LPL has left. They have been together the longest. No one else should theoretically have more synergy than those two.
But the thing is with EDG, they still fulfill the same role that Deft filled when in the bottom lane and Clearlove filled in the jungle. So they're still a very heavily bot lane focused team, which is fantastic to see. LGD, they still need to find what makes them amazing as a team, as a unit. I mean, this for me, Funny is a big focus here because at the start of the split, he came out with a few carry champions, which it just did not work. But now, of course, with DGC as their coach coming in, we see a change in the draft where he's playing more Shen and Maokai, which is fantastic to see because anything close to him allowing his team to move and improve, like Acorn did in 2015, is a success.
While I agree with you, Raz, they're just using key words that I disagree with, which is like improvement and funny, or like star power and funny. Like when you look across that roster, and again, like Funny is performing fine, and I do agree with you that the coach should be able to kind of shore up a lot of those weaknesses, those discrepancies that other teams have exploited. But I still feel like if LGD are going to win, it's not necessarily on Funny's back.
So you can see the players on your screen right now. We're getting ready to prepare for this matchup. Historically, this has been a huge brawl between these teams. And the question, as we run through the rosters, we're not going to see too many changes that we're expecting here. Of course, Funny, Intruder, Godvi, Imp, and PYL. On the opposite side, their opponents, EDG. They have confirmed that they are, in fact, starting with Fire Lolly in the jungle and Mouse in the top lane. So still no sign of Clearlove. And we're not going to be seeing Koro yet either.
Yeah, so Mouse, that's a big one because he's come in actually pretty hot. There's always been a lot of questions about Mouse's mechanical skills in the top lane, but this season has been fantastic in terms of a start. Whenever we have a discussion about the top lane for EDG, there's always been a question about, you know, bring in Koro. Koro has been the most, I guess, the better player of the two, but Mouse seems to be doing a lot better in terms of how the season started off.
And that is language that I will agree with in Raz. I definitely think that Mouse has stepped up mechanically and macro-wise and seems to be the more consistent or stronger member for the organization.
So again, these two teams have got a very long history, very competitive backing. With this sort of new lineup out of EDG and seeing these, I guess, consistent inconsistencies from LGD, what is the decider for this match? What is going to make one team win over the other against like this age-old rivalry?
That's a big one. LGD, they're still running their old Gambit style gameplay where they will have lanes shoved into them because they're going for the stronger team fight as the game goes on, which is just a real risky way to play the game. If they can trip up EDG, then I think of course they can win the game. But if they're going to continue to draft in a very random style, it's going to be a problem.
And I think that means that you have to look towards the junglers, both Intruder as well as Fire Lolly. If LGD are going to be constantly pressured forward in their lanes like we know that they like to play, that opens up space for Fire Lolly to look for the counter ganks, but that also opens up space for Intruder to challenge and contest Fire Lolly. Now, should be noted that they are starting Intruder over Amy. They have much more field time with Amy. They have much more history with Amy, so Intruder is a bit of that wild card X factor going into this game. We don't really know what we're going to get from him. We've seen really high highs and just kind of, meh whatevers.
So you were pretty well spoken about Amy, Raz. What are your thoughts on Intruder?
Intruder is a strong carry jungler. That's just a big point from him. He was the Kha'Zix. He was, even with Hecarim, he got the Thunderlords. He was always wanting to get the early game going for them in terms of either counter jungling, which is hilarious because of his name, but also just like in terms of he kind of forces the team to play around him a lot. And Amy is a facilitator in a lot of ways. So that's a big difference between the two. So it's going to be fun to see what he ends up picking up. It's probably going to be the Graves. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun to see.
Again, this is patch 7.3. Lethality is huge right now. Something that we talked a little bit about earlier was pick priority. The fact that this is 7.3. Things have changed. However, EDG seems like they've already been practicing on 7.3, playing the Jace well ahead of time.
Yeah, we've seen the compositions, the gens, the Jace priority, things like that. On the other side, though, LGD, they've been going towards the Sivers, the Caitlyn's, and not that those champions aren't viable on 7.3, but they've pinched that much further. And so now it's a question at Imp. Will he conform to the meta, especially when his team needs him to step up and be that carry, or is he going to continue to try to kind of exploit maybe not a small champion pool, but more of kind of that impish fringe champion pool? Literally the last time we saw this guy, he played shotgun Caitlyn. He played Dead Man's Plate, and he ran into the backline with it.
Yeah, I mean, he's also the very infamous Twitch player. He'll break it out whenever. Even did last week against RNG.
Yeah.
And that was tough. I mean, theoretically, it improves your base damage.
I misspoke. It wasn't Dead Man's Plate. It was Steric's Gauge, and he literally went into melee range of Snake's backline.
If anybody were to do it, it's either OQ or Imp. Based on Oki's performance. But let's get back into it.
But big point for me looking at EDG, it is the bottom lane, right? Because whenever you have Zet will take priority onto Varus. 7.3 means that teams will actually have the opportunity to ban it because you can leave up Rengar in certain instances. So teams will just, being able to ban it away from Zet and Mako, since they have such a massive priority on it, is going to be a big plus for LGD because, of course, as you mentioned, their champion pool, it's they don't go towards what's meta, and that's going to bite them.
So it looks like we are just about ready to get into Champion Select. Raz, who do you think is going to take this?
Oh, I mean, EDG is the favorite here, so they have to, unless if LGD does something crazy, but I'm not going to bank on that.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for your analysis and insight. He'll be joining us after the match for some further breakdown of this setup. As you can see, we've entered into picks and bans for game number 1 between LGD and EDG, and it is shaping up to be quite the clash. You can see LeBlanc and Jace banned away by LGD. Looks like they've been doing their research while still respecting that Camille away as well.
But these are typically, red side bans coming out of LGD. So the question is, what do they want to prioritize with this first pick? We do have kind of all of the OPs rounded out and taken off the board, the LeBlanc, the Camille, and the Rengar. Raz said it earlier on the desk, Graves is going to have a high priority. Intruder is a carry-oriented jungler, and it looks like they're going to throw away, red side bans on blue side to get their hands on this power pick.
Yeah, and already locked in, that's going to be doing a lot for Intruder in the jungle. We'll have to see if he is going to mesh with those lanes that like to be pushed in, or perhaps getting collapsed upon, as Raz mentioned. But in the follow-up, you can see both the tree and the insect that inhabits it have been picked up by EDG. Mouse taking that Maokai, and Fire Lolly scooping up Kha'Zix.
I actually really don't like this as a second rotation from EDG. I don't think you needed to pick your jungler here. I mean, naturally this tells me that they kind of want to hide their hand a little bit. I do like high priority on Maokai still on 7.3. Tanks pretty much rule the day. They're just so efficient. But no one is looking towards the bottom lane. And normally, at least at IEM, kind of the big tournament for 7.3, it was like second rotation Karma Ashe, because you make sure that you get that priority pushing lane.
Interestingly enough, LGD locking in Rumble, likely going to Funny in the top lane. As you can see, Godby swapping over a few things, decides he's going to scoop up that lethality Jhin.
So at least someone's looking towards the bottom lane right now with their priority. No surprise really to see Funny go towards the Rumble. Yes, he has been playing more of the Fioras, more of the Camille's. Rumble's kind of a good medium or training rails champion as he moves closer to those tanks. Likewise, the nice thing about Rumble is he does magic damage, so it allows you to have a very physical, hard carry jungler like Graves there and not be punished by having the enemy team just itemize into armor.
See if LGD will be able to keep up with this, as EDG now looking at their next pick. The Ezreal locked in for Zet. Very mobile, very capable of defending itself. Could be a way for EDG to press into the bottom lane of that Jhin, as the next ban is going to be that Zyra.
I'm not going to say that Ezreal's in a bad place when you consider the AD champion pool. but it's definitely, you know, it's not the Ashe. You don't get that immediate lane dominance that you do with the Ezreal. In fact, you sacrifice a lot of it. So this is kind of EDG putting themselves on the back foot, at least in the bottom side of the map, which could punish them against the likes of PYL and Imp.
That has been a big highlight for Zet. His team fight positioning has been exceptional when we get towards those mid and late game fights. So Ezreal's going to be really good for him. Cassiopeia is going to be the next ban targeted towards Scout in the mid lane. His Rise is still open. He has been playing a lot of that champion and seeing enormous success.
And when you talk about kind of X factor for LGD and the likes of Imp and PYL, if you look across at EDG, it has to be Scout. You know, he had that phenomenal standout series against WE, which he pretty much 1v4 pulled victory back from the jaws of defeat and led them to take the series 2-0. Hasn't had as high of a performance since then, but it's definitely still a guy to watch on this roster.
Yeah, and absolutely LGD well aware of this. Ban away that Rise. Orianna is actually going to be the targeted ban towards Godby. He was giving it a brief hover earlier before picking up that Jhin. But Karma is going to be the pickup for EDG. They've got a bit of an opportunity to flex it here.
Yeah, and suddenly, if it goes down towards that bottom lane, that support position, Ezreal isn't in such a precarious situation and competing for lane control down there. So I feel like this might be an oversight from LGD. They fumbled drafts in the past. Maybe they gave away a little bit too much power to Mako or the ability to not put down this bottom lane.
Definitely going to be keeping an eye on the interactions down there as Thresh Jhin is going to be the bottom lane for Imp and PYL as he is getting ready to pick up the final choice for Godby to round out the roster. It's going to have to be very comfortable for him going up against Scout, who has been either going off or really having some difficulty getting off the ground. And it looks like he will return to that Corki that he was hovering earlier in the draft.
Kind of the big meta champion left here. Corki has a lot of favorable matchups, a lot of defensive itemization. He's pretty hard to kill, very safe in the lane, and he has really nice roam potential with his package. I'd love to see Lissandra, but we're not going to get it.
Yeah, I know. He gave it the hover. I was waiting to see. But swapped over to Syndra. Scout still very comfortable and confident on that champion as it is going to be locked in. That's Karma going to the bottom lane. And with that, we have our drafts locked in for game number 1 of the grudge match between LGD and EDG.
And a very stock standard composition from both teams. Really the only kind of standout champions that you don't normally see in the LPL is the likes of the Thresh, but obviously if that champion pool gets pinched like it was, they will reach down for it just because it has that nice, you know, range into range matchup. Tom Kinch available, no one deciding that it was really worth it. Not a ton of pick priority on these compositions, but a ton of burst damage.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very explosive. Some assassinations from Kha'Zix and Syndra. Plus on the opposite side, you've got some Jhin and Corki burst to help nuke somebody down. Certainly going to be very exciting, but with this, LGD are getting ready, hoping to maintain that win record against EDG. Still not above 50%, but it is the highest.
It is the highest of any LPL team.
Yeah.
Still not great.
Yeah. But that's like saying you once won a single arm wrestling match against Superman.
I feel like it's
out of like 60.
That motivational poster of the tennis player, you know, who loses like 16 times in a row, but then he finally wins the last game, and his quote is, "Let this be known that I will never lose 17 times."
Beats
yeah.
This player 17 times in a row.
But players to watch for me right now are still going to be the junglers. It's such a high priority position in this meta right now. We have the Graves, we have the Kha'Zix. I agree with Raz. I think Graves is just slightly overtuned right now, especially in the 1v1 against Kha'Zix. Yes, Kha'Zix can have kill pressure on the Graves if he outplays him. I feel like he needs to really rely on Fog of War to immediately kind of get that damage off. I feel like anytime Kha'Zix is in a situation where he needs to use his E to match Graves' range, he's pretty much already lost the trade.
And we've often seen how quickly Scout and Mako can roam to catch up with Fire Lolly if they find someone out of position. Very fast at reacting and adapting. And that always has been one of the strengths of EDG, which they are still carrying to their new roster.
And the question is, will they continue to play around the bottom lane like they used to of the old school EDG? It's certainly been the case when Zet is playing the likes of Jhin, and he has shown a couple of strong Ezreal games, but that bottom lane really doesn't have a lot of setup for the likes of Fire Lily. If Fire Lily wants to start snowballing on this Kha'Zix, he's going to look towards his hard CC, look towards Scout, look towards Mouse.
Playing towards that top side of the map could be a window of opportunity for him. It certainly will be challenging to catch that Corki out of position, or even the Jin who's got a Thresh to save him, so vision going to be huge in this. But as you can see, we have loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 between LGD and EDG. And already you can see how much the teams are respecting each other. PYL sitting in the bush, doesn't want to take any chances. Not even going to be waiting and try for this as Imp is hugging his turret.
There was actually also a boot start from Jin, I believe, as we take a look at the masteries. Nothing standing out too much there. Fervor for Ezreal so we can get superior trades. Courage of the Colossus for the Thresh. He can proc it on both Death Sentence as well as the Flay. The typical maneuver is you walk up, Flay them, get Courage procced, and you can pretty much out-trade anyone with the empowered auto on Flay. This is a cute adaptation, though.
LGD invading to detonate the saplings, but EDG, oh, he took all 3 of those. That is a really late recall. Intruder has to take the camp now. He can't go back. Meanwhile, in the bottom, it seems like PYL took a bad trade as well.
But not a terrible loss there, especially because he's going to get the leash from Funny. Obviously not super ideal, but it draws a lot of time from Firelily, who looks like he's actually going to start enemy red buff. So now the question is, how heads up will Intruder be? Will he immediately walk to red, or is he going to walk back to his camp? You would assume he would trade red for red.
Yeah, he's heading around the far side right now. As Imp also takes a huge hit as he's clearing out these camps. The boot's now going to be helping out by giving him that many more potions.
And down bottom really demonstrates the difference between push priority and trade priority. So a lot of people talk about Ezreal's, weak laning phase because he doesn't itemize into battle stats off initial back since he goes the tier route. But Ezreal Karma have immense trade priority, especially when they get positioning like this, where they can stand on the back of the caster creeps and just outrange you with their Qs. And you can see that PYL and Imp are getting heavily punished for it.
Yeah, this was a bit of a concern for EDG and how they saw themselves. I'm trying to think of an elegant way to say smashed into the ground by RNG.
Blasted?
Yeah, that was not pretty. And it employed a similar strategy of letting the lanes sort of get shoved in to catch them.
The nice thing, though, is that since Imp did go for that boot start, he does have multiple pots, so he will be able to kind of sit and sustain in the lane, not in a super dire situation. But we said, maybe EDG sacrificed pressure control on bottom side by picking the Ezreal, but since level 1 have put themselves in a great position to deny that.
Already Zet and Mako shoving Imp under his turret, nearly double the CS so far as he's just struggling to catch whatever he can. Mako is using the Mantrid Soul Flare every opportunity he gets. Gosh, even the longsword start for even more damage on those Mystic shots.
Matrix down here.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like this is one of the things that you try to practice with your friends. Like, hey, I want you to be as mean as possible in the laning phase. And we know Imp has got the mechanical skill to pull this off, and PYL is certainly capable of helping him out. But it is going to be a very difficult first few levels. Now in the top lane, you can see Mouse and Funny just farming to their heart's content.
Should be noted that there was an early back from Firelily, so he's already got his Tracker's Knife, whereas Intruder has yet to back. You would assume that he would clean up his full clear and then back. So there's technically a window, should Firelily and Mouse get cute, where they could look top lane and maybe Graves won't be around.
Intruder's actually clearing out his blue right now. Pops the Scryer's Bloom to look for vision in the mid lane. Completely ignoring top as Godv eats another stun. He's got Exhaust. That's Ghost from Scout. Chucks some more damage out. Godv is solo, flashes, but Intruder's there to save him, and that's first blood LGD.
So Intruder isn't there to mingle with the top lane, but he does look for Scuttle and then rotates mid. You saw Scout, he flashes forward. He has to commit once he's seen the Graves, and he just tries to trade 1-for-1, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, does not get the auto attack off. Firelily clearing out his jungle in the meanwhile now will smite away the Raptor camp. And with that first blood onto Intruder, that very strong Graves in this patch could mean some trouble.
Hold on though, Scuffle in bottom as PYL misses every single ability.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be seeing this a lot. Imp continues to take these hits. Lantern to pull him back. No recall just yet, but Imp is running low on mana and low on health.
And this is the thing, if you just cover up those nameplates, that looks like Deft and Mako. Zet has actually been very impressive in the few games that he has played Ezreal, and again, it's kind of this question, the caliber of opponent. Is Zet actually a good AD carry? This is supposed to be the tester for it, and so far, dominating Imp and PYL.
You can see Firelily on your map, looking for a gank in the mid lane. He's waiting just outside of vision, knows Godvi has no summoner. Scout just needs to land the Scout of the Week stun. He tosses, but does not quite land it. And Godvi continuing to strafe side to side. Finally, Fire Lolly heads back into the jungle.
That moment when they just get bored and the stun finally connects.
Yeah.
Isn't that just the way?
And then Scout is busy saying, I got him now. He's even overextended by Valkyrieing forward. Harasses Scout with a very quick level 6. Chunks him down to 120 health.
Abusing the fact that he did get that EXP advantage since Scout went down early in the mid lane. Unfortunately, doesn't connect with the rocket. And this is,
Scout's trying to bait him behind the turret.
I'm going to say questionable. Is he looking for the Valk?
Here comes Fire Lolly. He's eking around the edge right now. Chucks out the Phosphorus Bomb, but decides to dive on the Scout. Gets the kill, and is going to try to walk away from this Kha'Zix. Not going to be too successful. It's traded back 1-for-1.
But ultimately, he also did force the flash there. And while the wave is pushed forward, Scout is still continuing to hemorrhage and continuing to lose out on this. That said, now that Syndra is level 6, it's not as big as a loss as the fact that Corki got that early ultimate on her, so won't be too terrible on this initial back rotation, but we'll see if he can continue to exploit this.
And meanwhile, Funny is going just as aggressive against Mouse. He's got level 6 as well, and looks like he's going straight for that Haunting Guise. Intruder's making his way up there. Decides to take a quick pit stop at Krugs just for some bonus experience. The minion wave gets shoved in. Equalizer is ready, along with that collateral damage.
Trying to build up possibly a big wave. No, he doesn't have it. Diving this Maokai without such a large wave would be suicide, so I like the fact that they pumped the brakes on it. Think twice, especially as now Fire Lolly is starting to mosey top lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, recall completed in the bottom for PYL. He picks up Moby Boots, and amazingly, Imp still has one, but Intruder face-checking into the red bush. He knows Godfrey's got pressure, and Funny is there as well.
He's level 6. That's suicide for Fire Lolly. I can't believe he would even want to attempt that right now. Graves' burst damage and assassination potential is huge.
As it is, EDG have got to respect it. Level 6, almost level 7 for Intruder, while Fire Lolly is still trying to scrounge around level 5. And even still, Intruder continues to invade as PYL immediately scoops up mid, picks up a few souls, and heads back bottom.
I mean, he's got nowhere to be right now. Might as well kind of mosey mid, see if you can throw out the fish hook and find anything.
Yeah, here you can see some stats between Godvi and Scout as they trade back and forth once again.
PYL, go home. You have somewhere to be now.
He can't right now. Imp is only just getting back to that lane with Zed.
He's also will get caught.
Oh, there's an equalizer. Meanwhile, Intruder flash engages onto Scout and demolishes him. That's 2 quick ultimates and a flash to net a kill.
Nice flash so he can get the immediate kick back there from his ability and then finishes it off with the big ult damage. Intruder, we keep asking, why didn't they play this guy to begin with? Yes, Amy has more history with the team because he played with them on the likes of Gamti, but Intruder has just been so phenomenal from day one when he took down Swift and is now kind of making a mockery of Fire Lolly.
Yeah, this is huge right now. 2-0-0. Nearly 23 CS ahead of Fire Lolly on the opposite side. And we always say, LGD play up for EDG. Well, it seems like they're doing it once again.
I will caveat the fact that he has the CS advantage just because he's been taking a lot of Krug camps, and obviously the CS difference between junglers doesn't mean as much as it once did because there's so many extra creeps now on the map between like Raptor camps and Krugs. But you are correct. It's still a big sizable difference, and more importantly, it's the fact that Intruder is picking the right lanes at the right times.
LGD are certainly taking this game very seriously as Intruder's going for a huge buy right now. Fire Lolly finally level 6 and still a level down. Mouse, roaming towards the mid, immediately spotted out by a control ward, tosses his sapling onto another, the vision control for LGD. Looks like they know what they're getting themselves into. They've got wards in mid, wards in river, wards in tri. They've got control of this.
And Fire Lolly, the only lane and option that he has left to him on the map are actually this bottom lane. And again, they don't have the hard CC because the Maokai and the Syndra have been put behind, and because he's getting 1v1'd in his jungle, he's pretty much left to try to gank the dark passage lane. And immediately you see Imp and PYL just back up and absorb all of Fire Lolly's time. He's falling farther and farther behind.
And despite all of that lane pressure, PYL, as he clears out a ward, sees another one go down. Doesn't have a sweeper, tragically. But to continue on that, Imp is keeping up in CS. Despite that pressure lane, Intruder is even following up with PYL, knowing that Fire Lolly is nearby.
And this is when LGD are at their best. They're shot caller, their captain is PYL. if he can get unlocked from this lane, if he can start moving around with the jungle, visiting the mid lane like he's repeatedly doing, it just makes it that much easier to make these decisive calls. And the cool thing is that LGD aren't immediately trying to force a dragon with the equalizer, they force the mid lane. They know that they're naturally winning or surviving the lanes.
They're trying to force a fight right now with these lanes as Intruder makes his way down. Dark Passage is going to help get him close. Exhaust on the Mako. He already used his flash. They're going to try to burst it down, and he goes down to the red buff from Intruder.
And you also saw the fact that Godvi was also making the rotation to get involved, but they don't even need the Corki. And again, it's this idea. They're not forcing the dragon. They know that they're naturally just winning all of the lanes. And so Intruder is continuing to exploit just the individual matchups for EDG. They want to keep EDG here because they're just going to scale and ramp harder and harder.
Yeah, already you can see a 2,000 gold lead as Imp and PYL are going to try to get some damage. Teleport from behind. Mouse looking to turn this into a fight. Intruder's on the way. Funny has got his own teleport, but is not using it. Imp has got his flash and a heal. Looks like he's going to sacrifice PYL, who stalls it with some crowd control. Play to pull it back, but Funny completes the TP. Gets onto the minions, trying to burn through the Maokai's health, but already he is so tanky. And LGD walk away without losing anyone.
They need to disengage right now, though, because Firelord is on his way down river, as well as a refreshed Mako back into the lane. So they may lose a lot of tempo and pressure here if EDG decide to turn on an objective. But with Firelord backing, that tells me that all they did was survive LGD's play.
Finally, EDG try to make a play back onto LGD, but as you said, LGD are able to survive, and they walk away without giving a single kill. That's going to shove this minion wave in, but Imp with his Swifties is going to make it right back up there. And even the Mobies plus Dark Passage for PYL means he's not going to miss too many minions as Intruder clears out the rest of this vision. 2,000 gold lead as we get towards that 12.5-minute mark for LGD. They continue to maintain momentum and stymie EDG's attempts to get back in as Intruder. He's actually going to sneak this.
But this is also the tempo advantage. So again, we had this idea that, you know, EDG, they try to pull the teleport, they try to get Mako back in the lane, and LGD just disengage from them. EDG then don't stagger their backs, they can't place the vision, and immediately tempo is given back to LGD, who are now survived the initial onslaught, came back and make the counterplay. Again, still ahead in this game and still in the driver's seat.
EDG looking for ways to break LGD out. They're hiding just outside of vision. The ward immediately gets dropped and Mako sees it. Just a little inopportune timing despite the play as Intruder's spotted at the tri-bush.
Zet is still in trouble. This creep wave is about to crash into the tower. He's doing everything he can just to keep it at bay.
Yeah, keep this Graves away from me. Completed Warriors Enchant is going to do a lot. Meanwhile, Funny trading with Mouse. They've both got their ultimates, but Mouse has got significantly lower cooldown on his. And the Spectre Scowl is going to give him a lot as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all of that MR there. See if he can stall out long enough.
Yeah, meanwhile, they rotate towards the mid lane. Godvi was able to take down that mid tier 1 with Intruder, that excess AD and Graves damage, pushing Scout back and taking first brick.
And you can surely assume that this means that it's going to start bleeding over towards that bot lane. It's a very low tower to begin with. They have the power of the Gen ultimate. So you see, Godvi Intruder, they've reset themselves on the map. They've made their purchases. They're probably going to push a wave and start disappearing bottom and threatening.
Yeah, first recall in Intruder you can see is already on his way bottom as Godvi. It appears that he picked up the package, so he's got that ready as well.
This is going to delay things, however. Imp and PYL, being a bit greedy, want to take their backs probably close to big items. So Intruder will probably go red, Krugs, finish topside jungle, and maybe then they look for a roam or a contest into a jungle. But this kind of stalls up some of their flow.
Yeah, a little bit of greediness there out of the bottom lane from LGD. With everything prepped and no teleport for another minute and a half for both Mouse and Funny, they could have looked to expand it, but instead, just play it safe.
They're trying anyway, because again, you can see that they're moving around looking for that triangle vision. It's a question of if they're going to be able to use the package on its timer.
Yeah, it's only got a few seconds left and it's about to wear off. Godvi leaps right on out as Imp will clear out that final cannon minion. Completed Youmuu's for Imp was the buy, whereas Sightstone was the pickup for PYL.
Not as efficient as it could be for pushing this tower. Again, losing the power of the package to push bottom. They'll get it anyway, but...
Yeah, they're certainly trying. As you said, they've got the triangle vision, wards on wards. And they've got both Godfrey and Intruder hanging out in between the center, looking for the one vulnerable side. They're both spotted out by wards.
There's also the fact that both teleports are now up from the top laners, so this fight gets that much more contrived and messy when you start calculating in the fact that Maokai and Rumble can also join it, should things break out bottom. And immediately, LGD, they pull off bottom. Again, they lose all of that tempo because of PYL and Imp's back not being able to dive bottom, that they then also lose control of their blue lane, or excuse me, their blue buff.
They do lose the blue buff. However, it is the pressure from Imp and PYL that's finally enough to secure the turret in the bottom lane. Traded for the top blue buff, the excuse me, LGD's blue buff.
Yeah, it was traded for blue, but it didn't need to be.
Yeah. Instead, minor lapses in vision. I mean, even funny using the equalizer on the minion wave. He saw Fire Lolly disappear into the jungle and just assumed he would be dying.
He's gonna get dove anyway unless someone moseys up to help him.
Intruder doesn't see this. He's got the ward and try. Oh, but takes the long way around. This mouse is gonna walk through and spot out the try ward. Intruder just hops over the wall. Missed opportunity from EDG as Intruder just ducks out of vision.
But now you have the lane reassignment from LGD coming through. Now Imp, PYL moving up top side, which means that Funny will be moved towards the bottom side. And Zet not pushing back as hard as he could, just kind of took his time with the creep wave. This is now a question of, is Mouse enough to hold off the potential siege from LGD's bot side?
Well, he's trying to complete his recall right now. And with Intruder up there, could very well mean a forced teleport. Yeah, he actually does complete the recall. The minion wave is on its way up there as Intruder helps clear out these Krugs with PYL.
And just a messy rotation is going to cost EDG again.
Looks like EDG are trying to trade on the bottom side. Zet even using the Essence Flux for more attack speed, helping Mako out as they're going to try to take down this turret. Mouse is on his way up there. True Shot Barrage takes the long way across, heading straight for top. Fire Lolly is spotted. But the turret will go down, and LGD are just a step ahead. That tempo advantage coming to fruition.
Question is, what do they do with the tempo advantage? Those few extra key seconds. Because the ultimate from Ezreal came through and killed the creep wave, there's not enough to possibly push through there or even look for a second tower. But they will also take red.
Yeah, that is now all 3 red buffs that EDG have had. Ooh! Nobody saw that PYL. Hey! Okay, deliberate. He was doing it for the style points. But that's all 3 red buffs taken by LGD on EDG's side of the map. 3 turrets to 1 right now as Godv continues to maintain presence in the mid lane. The wards from EDG are slowly but surely fading off of the map. And with Cloud Drake up in 40 seconds and Baron in another 2 minutes, EDG have got to be sweating.
And really nice pacing for the glimpse of the Void buff right there. You know, the later that you can take the Rift Herald, the longer that you have that buff. The fact that it went on Intruder, so looking for that 1v1 potential on an already very potent and powerful Graze. Edge of Night, Red Smite.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage.
He's a big boy.
Yeah. All eyes on Intruder this game, filling in for Amy and doing some work so far. Now Dragon is up in 4 seconds. EDG are grouped up as 4 and they've got teleport. Looks like they're trying to set up a pick in the jungle and perhaps river as LGD slowly inch their vision forward, but they don't take any chances.
Yeah, if you're LGD, just call this bluff. Let them have the Cloud Dragon and continue to push up. Force them to try to flank you. You're stronger, you're ahead in gold, you're ahead in itemization. I mean, we're still looking for Ezreal's big breakpoints. He's just sitting on the Sheen as well as the Muramana right now.
Recall completing from Mako as LGD continue to shove up in mid lane. They're actually pinging towards the Baron right now. They've got a lot of damage and 1 Mountain Drake, but instead they try to sneak in right on top of a ward. That doesn't even see the entire path. Like if you hug the wall, that doesn't see the wall.
Wards save lives. That ward is saving so many lives.
Yeah. Because Baron's right about to spawn in 10 seconds. EDG have to know, well, you would assume that that would be EDG's next potential thought.
Of course, LGD go missing on the map. They've got control of the top side of the map. It's the LPL. Everyone rushes Baron at 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, tragic. Instead, they're just going to take the Raptor camp as they get tired of EDG playing patient and safe, now falling back further and further to those tier 2 turrets. LGD continue to try to set up vision and look for opportunities. PYL lands the hook on the Scout. Snare follows up. They're going to try to force this as he eats some huge damage from the collateral shot. And Scout walks away.
But the nice thing is it's not just the fact that they're getting damage laid down in the mid lane, but it's happening at the same time of all of their side waves.
Funny is collapsed upon by EDG. They don't try to fight it mid, they try to fight the solo, the weak appendage, and Funny dies for almost nothing.
But EDG can't gain anything off of that. They have to return to their side waves, reset their map, and so the pressure and tempo still in LGD's favor. They're going to get chip damage on this mid tower, possibly Zet's life if that death sentence connects.
Yeah, instead just chucking out some rockets, trying to clear out this minion wave. You can see Scout, as you said, in the bottom. Instead, they just get a little bit of chip damage as they continue to utilize Intruder, run him around the map, look for opportunities, but EDG are playing so safe.
But this is kind of the pitfall that this new iteration of EDG have started digging for themselves. It's this idea that when they come into kind of mid-late game, suddenly their decision-making looks quite questionable. You know, they're falling behind, they're being contested on a macro level. We know that Clearlove was a big voice in their shot calling, so who picks up that mantle when Clearlove's not on the roster? Can it be fixed when he returns? Will he return? We know that he's sitting as a sub position, but he's been sitting there for 2 weeks now.
The return of Clearlove, long expected and anticipated, but much like the next Star Wars film, it's not out yet. We don't know. As you can see in the portrait on the bottom right hand of your screen, Mako seems to be the one doing the general shot calling for EDG. He and Zet have been having a very active conversation over the course of this game, looking to keep things mobile. Fire Lolly a little bit more quiet, along with Scout, as they look for opportunities and try to keep themselves safe.
And there is a window for EDG to look for a play on the map. They've got their waves pushing. You can see that Funny's kind of tied up right now with setting up bottom. We saw that Mouse was cheating a bit towards that mid lane, possibly looking for a flank. But both teams are just playing so respectful and with such a cohesive vision, you know, of EDG's Raptor ward kind of catching LGD's Baron trap. You've got LGD, so much neutral and defensive vision placed throughout the river. They can see every move that everyone's making, and it's drawn out this hiatus and this pause in the middle of the game.
Mouse actually roaming up towards the mid lane with that Cloud Drake as he tries to make use of this. Funny, as you said, with no flash, continuing to try to catch this minion wave that Mouse continues to set up over and over and over. Finally sensing that Maokai could be here, they snuff him out and continue to press their vision.
And now LGD move from defense to offense. They've now got the pushing lanes in both side lanes. Suddenly you see Funny unlock, and he's going to start looking for plays or moments to use that equalizer, looking for those teleports.
LGD well aware of their plan, trying to slowly but surely whittle their way through EDG's defenses, find an opening. PYL scoops up Intruder and helps clear out a whole heap and helping of vision. But Scout is right there as Fire Lolly sneaks forward. Intruder is caught and has been assassinated. They're trying to open up and answer back with a few kills, but it's going to take a lot more damage. I was wrong. Godby does so much. Mako is running for his life as Fire Lolly is dead, and Scout somehow is surviving. Heal to try to get Imp up there, but Zet on the far wall zones Imp back. It ends up being a jungler for jungle trade.
So LGD look for the offensive trade. Unfortunately, it's not as pitch perfect as you would have wanted it. Intruder getting caught out there, but can you imagine if the jungler had survived? It surely would have meant the Baron, ultimately just the tower.
Yeah, the top tier 2 finally going to be knocked down as LGD are even willing to take damage from the turret to secure it. Here's that play again.
And again, it's just this great setup. You can see what LG are intending to do. Unfortunately, again, good vision from both teams mean that EDG get the jump on them, are able to trade 1-for-1 in the end. But again, it's LGD. They're in the offensive position. They've got the pushing waves. They have more unlocked members, and ultimately just gang up with that pushed wave topside and get something despite the pick.
It will be a 1-for-1 trade, but the advantage is still in the favor of LGD. 5,500 gold ahead right now. And with the next Cloud Drake up in 20 seconds, they continue to maintain neutral control on that top side of the map, knowing that Baron a much more wealthy prize than that measly Cloud Drake. But that's still not stopping them from trying to utilize this package.
And it's also about utilizing their poke composition. You know, they're really good at sieging towers. They're really punishing if you're standing underneath them. They just need to make sure that they don't kind of funnel in on this big arena like Baron because of the Maokai, because of the Syndra. So I like the fact that they're not being too overzealous with trying to force the purple worm.
Instead, it turns out it was only a feint, sending Godby to the top with that package. He pulls enough attention with Mouse, Scout, and Fire Lolly to keep Intruder and PYL scot-free of the vision that EDG had placed. That's a snuck Cloud Drake, 2 for 1 in terms of dragons between the two. Godby continues trying to clear out this vision here. And we once again resume top laners on the bottom side of the map with both summoners and their ultimates. And LGD pressing in forward, ebbing and flowing into the base of EDG.
But another really good ward, and finally it's spotted out. So LGD actually really strong vision control over Baron. They've cleared out everything.
Yeah, they certainly have. Trying to keep EDG in the area, but they are playing so patient. Mouse is even up there as well, and you can see Funny is grouped up with his team, having walked there previously. There is no vision inside of the pit for EDG. They are just having to trust that this is them. True Shot Barrage actually goes by the front of it.
They do have one more blue trinket on Zet. It's now up and available, so they have kind of one last option or one last play or card to play on the field.
Yeah, seems like they might try to force down this mid-tier 1. They've got a lot of damage at 27 minutes into the game, but Equalizer right on top of them. Scout is separated, and the hook pulls him in. Scout is dead as Funny flashes the wall. His early Zhonya's buys enough time, and LGD turn EDG's play on its head. They continue to chase now, turning onto Mouse. He will sacrifice himself so that he can bring down PYL, but that is not worth support for 2. They continue to harass. Whoa, Fire Lolly narrowly makes it over the wall as Zet tries to zone Godby away, and they continue to harass.
And you know, I threw shade on Funny on the desk, but that was a phenomenal play from Funny, not only in his equalizer, but also in his positioning and flanking. Coming around the corner, immediately using the Hourglass Ball in the Flame Splitter animation there.
Yeah, here's that fight again. Funny up top. Wow.
Hits Equalizer on multiple members, splits up the fight. Scout gets locked up by a Death Sentence, immediately is deleted, and then it's just the Godby show. Corki doing so much damage at this point in the game. Luckily for EDG, they were able to disengage with the movement speed and self-sufficiency of Kha'Zix, Karma, and Ezreal.
Yeah, and those were the big names who survived that fight. Zet and Mako, still very high health. With that long range, they were able to poke and harass LGD and prevent them from taking anything further. Even if it is 4 members alive against 2 or even 3, at less than half health with an Ezreal, you don't want to risk it for that biscuit.
And you can see in Zet's itemization that he's trying to find some sort of answer to breaking the tankiness, looking for that Bork. See if it matters much for him. It also gives him some nice sustain and pull back as they continue to sit in elongated poking trades.
Yeah, EDG actually shoving up a minion wave up top. Godby's going to spot it out with PYL and Intruder and get dangerously close to face-checking a face full of Syndra. But instead, gets a sweeper over the wall, does not dash. You can take a look at the gold, a full 2,300 gold ahead of his opponent. Intruder is over Fire Lolly. And even in the mid lane, we're seeing a 2,000 gold lead. Really, the only place where it's even is in Zet, keeping pace with him.
But still sitting in between his big itemizations. Does have the Trinity Force power spike, but Ezreal's still not where he wants to be in terms of this game. Nice thing about Easy, though, in this composition is that they don't have a true tank. You know, you've got kind of superficial tankiness in Graves and Rumble, but he'll still do plenty of damage to pretty much everyone on that team.
Yeah, you just saw the quick vision toggle for EDG. They are almost nothing. A couple of wards on the opposite side of the Baron, which are now being cleared out by Godby. A few wards on the bottom side of the map towards the Dragon, the third of which and final Elemental Drake is yet another Cloud. So this game is all about macro. It's all about finding those picks, and the hook finds Fire Lolly. Flash over the wall. Intruder doesn't even wait for the Dark Passage.
And it's just a vision game, like you said. The fact that LGD rinse, wash, and repeat every single time. Deny the vision, wait for a pick to walk in, and they finally get one that they feel confident enough to take the Baron on.
Shot Barrage is not enough. Hook is going to find Scout. PYL follows up. He is pinned against the wall next to that Equalizer, the 4th bullet. Oh, what a shot is going to hit. Zet will face the chase from the graveyard as Mako tries to retreat, but Godby fires yet another bullet. He's got a rocket ready, and Mako makes it away in time.
You know, I made the joke that if you covered Zet's nameplate in lane, that you would think that it was Deck. If you cover Funny's nameplate right now, you would think that is Acorn. This looks exactly like 2015 LGD when they were on the rise. Great side wave management, incredible vision control, and expert team fighting.
That's 2 inhibitors down as Fire Lolly tries to force the fight with Mouse, but Exhaust is going to knock down that tree as Mako sidesteps for his life and survives. 2 inhibitors are dead. And despite this, LGD with the Baron buff, they're still staying for a little bit longer. Finally, they decide to back away.
They've learned their lesson. I think I've seen that play a few too many times. LGD walking in front of a Jin ultimate comes to mind. But look at this. PYL gets the hook, and then he tries to flash to save himself. Yes, he ultimately dies, but like, where has this PYL been all my life? Where has that imp been all my life? Where has LGD been for the last 2 years?
That's always the question. LGD, roll a dice. Sometimes it's a 20, sometimes it's a 1.
But the thing is it's a 20 in week 4. And we had, probably I'm going to give them a 15 last week. Normally it takes LGD like 8 weeks to kind of remember that they care enough to make playoffs or they don't want to be automatically relegated. Like, this is such a breath of fresh air if you're an LGD fan. They went over Chinese New Year. They found a coach. It seems to be working. The drafts are no longer just random, and they're executing on the drafts.
Yeah, they're taking now the final elemental Drake of the game, a second Cloud for themselves. And as 5, not even waiting for the opportunity, they push the minion wave and immediately start working on this final tier 2 turret. It is demolished so very quickly. And with the next minion wave hot on their heels, LGD are poised to siege this final inhibitor.
They just need to be patient, and again, it's kind of onus on EDG. They have to do something. They know that the super creep waves are going to crash in mid and top, so can LGD just continue the dance? Can they just be patient, or will EDG try to force something?
They're using the cannons now as LGD are slowly but surely whittling down that turret. Rapid fire cannon for Imp plus all that raw AD and lethality is going to help him. Look over the wall, misses set. As the super minions continue to flood into their base. Here comes the next minion wave in about 5 seconds.
I mean, the saving grace for EDG, if they pulled off a miracle save here, would be for Scout to lock down multiple members. But if they keep sending the Syndra to clear out the waves, they don't have that potential.
Yeah, this is it. Flash engage from Mouse. He's going to try to force this. Stun finds him, but he is almost certainly dead. Yes, he does, in fact, go down to Mouse as Scout survives the burst from Intruder and flashes away with his life. True Shot Barrage to try to get some commensurate damage off the back of Mouse's death, but it is 4 versus 4, and Baron's still up for another 20 seconds.
I mean, Scout found one target, Imp, but it wasn't enough because Godby is still massive on Corki.
Oh, they're forcing the engage onto Zed. Early Zanya's from Funny, but Fire Lolly's right there. He flashes back, and Intruder still does work to these turrets. So too does Godby. The triple marksmen are working down these turrets. Nexus number 1 falls. Fire Lolly and Mako trying to keep the minions away from the turret to buy them time, but they just don't have enough. Hook onto Zed, pulls him in, and he is dead. That's Godby chasing back, getting something, whatever he can, as Fire Lolly actually trades it back over. But Intruder is on the Nexus. Scout is going to try to burst him down, but Intruder kites it out, and LGD, in commanding fashion, take game number 1 against EDG.
And that is Team 1 from Group B, dropping to Team 4 in Group A. I mean, we make the joke all the time. LGD, they could theoretically be the best team in the LPL on the day that they decide to be. And I guess today's that day.
Yeah, joining us on the desk once again is Mr. Raz. So, what do we see?
Yeah, I mean, it always seems like LGD versus EDG always turns into that game. Yeah. Always turns into that series. And this time around, LGD played that so phenomenally. We didn't see Intruder up until now. It seemed like they settled onto Amy, but the moment Intruder comes back in, handles that Graves, and he's able to take control. He was so fed that game. The damage chart didn't show, but the control against Fire Lolly was there.
And it's not even just Intruder. 100% agree, but you can go on a tirade about Godby in that mid lane on the Corki doing sick damage, Amps pulling off sick plays, Funny on Rumble. I know, again, I threw shade at Funny on the desk. That dude showed up that game.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest focus for me, you mentioned it at the very beginning, Godby. Godby really took control of that matchup alone. And so, I mean, it came into a point where he had that 1v1 duel. He exhausted him at the last moment. It flashed away. And then we saw Graves pick up that kill, and that's really what started that ball rolling. And really that pressure pulled into the bottom lane where Zed and Mako were doing really well. They were able to take control of that, but suddenly they couldn't pressure anymore, and Fire Lolly really couldn't take any control in the bottom lane. And so they lost, EDG lost control of both jungle and mid, and they couldn't really do anything in the bottom lane. So that was worrying for them, but that was great coming out of God being Intruder.
Yeah, and I remember asking you guys before the game started, what's going to be the decider? What's going to determine how this match goes? And a lot of our focus was on that bottom lane. EDG seemed like they had it prepared with Zet and Mako really just shoving Imp in forever, but then Intruder just took off.
And that's the thing, we said LGD have this tendency that they play forward in their lane. EDG have this tendency that their bot lane at least plays very forward in the lane. And so it would come down to the junglers, who was actually going to execute on the gank. And none of them went bottom, but Intruder just decided to just punch Fire Lily repeatedly in the face. And then that meant that Fire Lily, even if he went bottom, if Intruder was there, they would automatically lose. So like Raz is saying, just losing in the jungle lost the entire map for EDG.
Yeah, even though there was a point where LGD started to trade in terms of they sent Thresh to the top side of the map because they had priority. I didn't like it too much because then suddenly EDG can start trading objectives, trading towers, starting to get gold for themselves. It opened a lot for LGD once they got all the outer turrets down, and so they can set up for the pick that Thresh was looking for. So that was great in the sense that it was a bit of a risk, starting to give EDG some gold so they can actually utilize their composition, but it worked out for them.
I definitely agree with you. I think that there was kind of efficiency questions there. You talk about kind of the delayed back for the play bottom from LGD, that rotation top where they traded top tower for bottom tower. But again, it's it was still good. There are windows where they can tighten it up a little bit, but I like the fact that by trading top tower for bottom tower, it then led into top vision, which they immediately tried to pressure Baron over.
Yeah, and that was a big point. I guess I was just looking at it. I would be so surprised if PWL doesn't become the MVP here. I'd be super surprised because I felt like, okay, Godby, you know what? Never mind. Just kidding.
Are you still surprised?
I'm not surprised.
He had a pretty stellar performance as well. 4, 2, and 7 was able to more than keep pace of Scout in the mid lane. 35% of his team's damage.
I guess it was a team thing. I was kind of focusing on PYL because he got a lot of key hooks in there. But you know what? Everyone did. I felt like Funny was able to get a lot of key ultimates, and then you saw Godby not only playing incredibly well as the game went on, but in the early part of the game, he was able to take it off. So I think we're going to show the replay. A big point for LGD was, it came off that Baron fight, and it came off the pick that started it off. They had so much control. Fire Lolly had to go out to get some vision, and he got blown up because, you know what? Graves is a beast at this point in the game. And so this is a free Baron, and guess who rears their head? They have no vision to come in there. PYL is able to get the hook, and that's it from that point forward.
But an LPL team that is able to play Baron correctly.
Yeah.
We've seen so many fumbles in this region where they just don't set up vision correctly, they don't set up sideways correctly, and that's the biggest thing for me. LGD, every single time they were contesting vision, all of their sideways were pushed. It forced EDG to pull some of their members out, so they knew that when they were contesting the vision or laying it down, it would come to a number disadvantage fight for EDG.
Yeah, and that even comes back to the earlier point about LGD trading those objectives earlier on, so they were able to get all those outer turrets down. Exactly. So then they invested in that control. They got that control in the top side jungle, and they were able to hit on it. And so that was the reward that they were able to get from it.
Yeah, and again, the fact that they were trading a tier 1 for a tier 1, their third turret that they had already taken for the first one that EDG could take. Even when EDG tried to rotate towards the mid lane and take down the tier 1, the fact that LGD were able to collapse and then take another fight and just reset their vision around the Baron, this is LGD playing up.
And this is multiple teams doing it as well. We saw this from WE and Invictus Gaming yesterday. Now we see it from LGD. It's very clear that the LPL teams were practicing while we had the downtime for IEM. And I have to say, as someone who just came back from IEM, it is a breath of fresh air to see a team play a side wave. Not even joking. The LCK teams were laughing backstage because they're like, no one's playing sideways. We'll just play sideways and win the game. Ultimately, G2 got the last laugh, but this has been a huge problem on an international stage, and I'm shocked to see my region get it right.
Yeah, I think Funny, even though it was great to see him doing that, sometimes he would kind of fall in terms of trying to take shortcuts to the jungle and just getting caught out. But the fact that they're making those moves, fantastic.
It certainly is. We'll hope that the second game is fantastic as well. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back as we get ready for game number 2.
I can hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between LGD and EDG. Once again, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk is Indiana Frost Kieran Black and Barento Raz Mohammed. Now, before the break, we were just talking about LGD getting that jungle priority and using it very effectively to play an intelligent macro and vision-based game. I can't believe I just said that about LGD in week 4.
Their draft was really smart. It really heads off. No,
Yeah.
no, I'll keep my head. Thank you very
I mean,
much. Hats off to
Most
the
people's
coach.
heads are off after that, yeah.
Yeah, but hats off to the coach on that one because I love the Rumble pick there. We only really see that from Let Me on RNG here. So we saw the Rumble taking priority top side. We saw Corky, which versus, he just played it fantastically. Whenever you see Corky on, or at least Wayless on Corky, that's always a blessing to see. And then we saw the Graves priority, which is great. And they took control of the top side and it immediately pulled into the bottom lane. Even though their bottom lane 2v2 was not working out for them, suddenly it was great because they were able to threaten that lane.
And again, you have to kind of go back to and question EDG's draft. In second rotation bans, they banned the Zyra and the Orianna. Like, there was so much pinch on the mid lane pool. Syndra and Corky were kind of your big champions left. And yeah, there's kind of kill pressure either way, but Corky has such clean itemization to deny a lot of burst and provide safety against Syndra that you have to kind of question, if you knew you were going to go Syndra, why would you leave the Corky up?
Yeah, if for me, just looking at EDG's first phase was, it's a big gambit because they went towards the Maokai, Kha'Zix, and Ezreal. And if you look, they had support priority, so that's fine. Their bottom lane's going to be solidified regardless. But if you look at the top side of the map, they were going to have a pushing lane there. The Graves versus Kha'Zix, Graves is fantastic into Kha'Zix. That's something that they'll have to address going forward, that they don't want to find themselves into that matchup if their mid lane's not secured. So overall, that's something they'll have to look at, and it'll be interesting to see if Fire Lolly is willing to play the Graves.
Yeah, so getting a bit more into these matches. LGD this weekend, they're playing EDG right now. Next weekend, on Sunday, they're playing against Game Talents, who are not doing great in their groups. EDG, on the other hand, they're playing against LGD, who are like, okay, this team is 4th. Yeah, it's LGD, but they're in 4th. And then they're also playing against RNG on Sunday, our match of the week. Do you think this could be a chance of EDG perhaps looking a little bit too far ahead?
We've already seen EDG start to fall down. We saw them crumble and crack against QG. We know that, they've lost some key members in their talent. Their shot calling in particular, their macro mid-game is just not what it used to be. They are no longer head and shoulders a cut above everyone else in the LPL.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Going up against QG, even though they took the set, it was very rocky. They lost outright to Newbie in a 2-0 finish. Newbie's not looking too hot now, which just makes it look even worse on EDG. And then coming into this now, they lost to LGD. Real question is how good EDG is even looking.
Yeah, the pressure is on, and I'm sure EDG fans are certainly feeling it. As we have now entered into picks and bans for game number 2 between EDG and LGD, we will once again say goodbye to Raz. Thank you so much. We'll be speaking with him after the game to get his expert analysis of what we saw. Now, EDG immediately showing a change-up. That is a Rumble and Graves ban.
They think that they have identified the problems, and they will no longer let them through. I like to see that Intruder is still on the map, so not changing anything up. In fact, Coach Nofe looks very pleased with himself right now.
He looks really happy. Perhaps he knows something we don't.
We just got smashed game 1. Smiles, guys. It's all good.
And again, Fire Lolly still sticking in. Still no sign of Clear Love or Clear Love 7. He or his twin brother. His 7th twin brother? I don't know. But Jace is going to be the final ban. LGD continuing to respect both Scout and Mouse with those picks.
But that does mean that Camille is left open against 7.3, so she has been tapped just a little bit. Mouse, known for playing more of the carry-oriented champions as opposed to the potato champions like the Maokai, should be comfortable. Technically still could be a flex pick, though. We have seen Camille's support come out not only in the NALCS, but also in the LPL. Yet to see the Camille jungle, although checking Swift's solo queue, he's been playing quite a bit of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in answer, if that is going to be Camille's support, it might have to be against PYL's Malzahar, as that's immediately picked up for LGD, as LGD LGD now look for their next pick. Last time it was a lot about that jungle priority and top lane. However, LGD, this time they swapped it up, looking for bottom lane priority instead.
A lot of bot lane lockdown, a lot of kill pressure down here if they decide to lock in the Jhin. So the nice thing about 7.3 Malzahar is, yes, he has the animation on the Voidlings. Yes, he can no longer just immediately nuke someone from a brush, but Malzahar still retains this identity of kind of winning lanes through trade patterns. You know, he threatens your AD carry whenever he steps forward. They can start chunking away their health or post level 6, lock them down with that ultimate, which is how he asserts his lane dominance.
When you pair that with the Jhin, who can help lock down from long range, and the curtain call for even more burst damage, it certainly puts a lot of threat onto that bottom lane, but EDG well prepared. Kha'Zix in the jungle for a bit of assassination and mobility, and Lulu locked in for Mako. Say it.
That tasted purple?
Oh, I thought you were going to do the zippy. You always do the zippy.
Zippy!
There it is.
Lulu, the counter to Malzahar. She can kill his little Voidling spawns if she has the picks on her. Likewise, she works really well at pretty much just denying any sort of lockdown potential.
In answer, though, that is Gragas now locked in for LGD as they continue to target Scout with bans, banning away that rise.
So Gragas is technically a soft answer to Camille. He does really well against her 1v1 in the top lane, and it's particularly how their ultimates interact. If Camille jumps on Gragas, tries to lock him down with the ultimate, he just drops the cast, pops her out, which releases him from the cage.
We'll see if that is going towards the top lane, or if Intruder is going to be taking a page out of Clearlove's book and taking it in the jungle. Likely going to be seeing it taken for Funny in the top, as Elise is the ban towards Intruder, and Cassiopeia again banned away from Scout. So LGD, despite the mechanical skill of their mid laner, definitely prioritizing some strength for him.
And we'll kind of see where Scout reaches this time around. If maybe he'll look towards the Corki. JK, get that guy out of here.
Yeah. Corki very mobile. Once he had a few kills, he was just able to clear the lane and roam so effectively. In answer, LGD might be looking for something a little bit more standard in the jungle, as Lee Sin is hovered and in fact now locked in for Intruder.
So still fits well into Intruder's wheelhouse. I want to quickly note something though. Godby actually just changed his summoner to a teleport from an exhaust.
Ooh. Are you thinking Assassin?
I'm thinking Diana.
Ooh, that would be good. As it is, Ashe locked in, paired up with that Lulu in the bottom lane. That means that Scout has got to blind pick that mid lane.
It's also got the potential of Syndra left, not if Scout takes it away from him.
Giving it the look right now. Very confident performance in game number 1. Not quite able to get off of the ground. Despite the nurse to Cinder, she's still very strong, but just not able to get kills for free as much as she used to. But that is going to be locked in for Scout, blind in the mid lane. Godby still hanging on to that teleport.
Again, it just gives so much potential and so much power to the jungle mid 2v2. It's Echo. I wanted Diana, but it makes more sense. I just miss the old Godby Diana days. So the nice thing about Echo is he's a great answer into high burst damage champions like Syndra. Excuse me. He can absorb a lot of their cooldowns, a lot of that burst with his own ultimate. Likewise, now paired with the double TP, we saw such a clean, macro-oriented game from LGD. It's only going to get that much worse if they have the potential of double TP and any sort of kill or push priority on lane assignments. So if LGD ever get ahead with this composition, they showed in game 1 they know how to run away with the map. It's only going to get worse.
Question is, can they do it 2 times in a row? Is LGD going to show us that they have found the secret to consistent growth, to consistent success? Or are EDG going to bring us to game number 3 and show that even a team as successful as LGD, well, they can be prone to roll a few ones every now and again?
We always give EDG the benefit of the doubt. Their organization have reigned supreme in the LPL for so long. In fact, the last time they fell down, it really was when LGD and even that RNG at MSI kind of took the trophy away from them. But always that dominating force, always that team in the finals alongside whoever is crowned the title champion.
And that is the question. Will the new roster demonstrate the strength of the organization? Can they show success despite changing more than half of their players?
Or Well, the old guard reigns supreme in LGD. You've got PYL, you have Imp, the longest standing duo left in the LPL. You have Godby kind of returning to his namesake as well as returning to form. Yes, the newcomers in Intruder and Funny, but they have so many veterans flanked around them to quickly shape them up into form.
Yeah, and we already saw how successful Intruder can be with just a little bit of encouragement from his team. Of course, encouragement in the form of First Blood. Certainly very helpful on a Graves-type champion.
And the thing is LGD are sitting on 3 junglers. They have Amy, Intruder, and we haven't even seen head or tail of Croc yet, still kind of sitting in the gaming house. So there are so many outside voices really help kind of fine-tuning this jungle matchup or this jungle pool for LGD.
Well, it's time to find out as we have loaded onto the Rift now for game number 2. The age-old rivalry between these teams stems all the way back to, what was it, 2014 the first time they played? 2013 even?
It had to be the creation of EDG, which I believe is summer 2013 or spring 2014.
Yeah, way back in the day. Oh, and already you can see some action. Scouts down there too, and immediately Imp flashes as he sees the Dark Sphere. Whoa, has to respect that. Cheeky play from EDG.
Yeah, super cute play, sneaking Scout in the back brush there, and how he kind of held his position in Fog of War, waiting for the last second. But Imp, always the mechanical mastermind, is able to use that tiny window of vision to pull the trigger on Flash, avoid certain death, but can be punished now in the 2v2.
Immediate reaction. We've always said LGD play up against EDG, so they've been doing so very well, and EDG might be trying to sort of knock them out of their comfort zone with that early action. Funny going to help Intruder clear out the Raptor camp first.
And so note that Gragas started E, so top lane Gragases more often than not are actually maxing their E versus their Q. The E max actually does more damage than the initial Q barrel proc. And you can also have push priority even without putting mini points into the queue. We'll keep our eyes on Funny to see where he kind of shifts up those skills, but you should imagine that anytime Camille looks to trade on Gragas, he's just going to E. As long as he can get that belly bop, gives him 3 seconds back on the cooldown, so it gives him safety as well as more trade potential in the lane.
And you can see Fervor against Grasp of the Undying in that top lane as Intruder invades immediately into Fire Lolly's jungle. He's been taking a standard clear so far, but he's heading down towards the red buff right now. He's about to be spotted by Intruder. He sees his red buff is gone. He just saw the Sonic Wave animation, and Intruder decides to hop the wall, and red buff does not even reset. Fire Lolly says, "Thank you very much," and gets out.
Loses Intruder some key valuable seconds, and now we see that EDG trying to punish that tempo, immediately pulling Mako and Zet. They have push priority. Imp lost his flash. He can't be extended in the lane. But it's not going to be punished, not in jungle, but perhaps mid.
Yeah, Godby trying to juke around as best he can, eats a lot of burst, doesn't have the ultimate just yet, flashes around, gets the shield, lands the slow, before ducking away, misses his follow-up slow. There's no way he gets out of this. Auto attack is enough. Scout with flash gets the kill.
But almost super flashy right there. Like you said, flashing back into the shield, hitting the slow and multiple members, and forcing at least one of the summoners out of Scout for return.
Yeah, Fire Lolly did use the window to get a ward on red buff, and Intruder, a full level down, is not going to be safe taking this as Fire Lolly will hop over the wall. Here you can see a breakdown of Camille's changes as Mouse continues trying to trade with Funny here.
Funny is definitely in dive potential right now. The wave is about to crash, but it is jungle top laner versus jungle top.
Yeah, it's level 4. Intruder's just a few seconds late. He gets some quick damage. They start to try to burst him down, and despite getting the knock-up flash, Mouse is able to walk away, and once again, Intruder is too late.
Just a few seconds on the red buff, on the mid lane, and now on the top lane. So where he had immediate control in game number 1, dominating the jungle, bleeding that across the rest of the map, is now permanently on the back foot.
Yeah, already a completely different game. An overzealous start from Intruder is what ends up setting LGD behind as Fire Lolly is quickly able to collapse and take advantage of it. They're even going to take away this red buff.
This is just rude at this point. It was spotted out by a ward, so they are pulling Funny.
And Funny is up there. Intruder is going to look for the long-range Sonic Wave, but instead is going to eat a hook shot for his efforts. Still within range, so does not take the full slow from that sweep of Mouse.
But that's his TP, and he doesn't have any pots, so just sitting on the double Doran's ring. Meanwhile, bot.
Whoa! The Glitter Lance is not enough to kill PYL. Despite Pix still hovering around him, he's just fine, and Fire Lolly is continuing to camp top. Somebody get this guy a tent, because Funny is in trouble. He is going to go down. Another kill for Fire Lolly.
And this Kha'Zix's in a much better position than he was game 1. 2-0-1 right now. They're going to shove this wave in. Again, it's that much more punishing. Funny didn't have the pots. He doesn't have the teleport. He's going to lose so much off of dying right there.
Yeah, you can see his face right now on your screen. That is the face of a man who is building a Zen garden in his mind. Don't tilt. Just focus on the game. We had an excellent game number 1. We can do the same here in game number 2.
LGD proved that they were able to play from ahead quite well. Can they play from behind as well? Scout edging closer and closer to level 6. If he beats Godby there, he can try to pop him before Godby has the ultimate to absorb it.
Yeah, you can see that's probably why Godby is completing his recall right now, despite the fact that he has no teleport. Does not get a Null Magic Mantle, instead opts for Boots and an Amp Tome. And with level 6 picked up for Scout, that's a bit risky.
But the thing is by not being in the lane when the 6 ticks over and just trying to grab the wave, there could be a window where he kind of shortens that duration where it's kind of level 5 to level 6, because now Scout's also not in the lane. So Godby's kind of rushing there like, can I pick up enough creeps?
Yeah, he did just get level 6. Intruder holding the wave for him. Tries to make up for the differential that Fire Lolly opened up. Gets level 5 himself, so he's even in levels, but a full 2 long swords behind to the 2-0-1. Gonna try to clear this out. Might have to flash the wall as he gets it and just gets destroyed. Full length ward hop. Fire Lolly has flash, but Intruder has to respect it. PYL is there and Godby collapses. That's flash out of Fire Lolly as he respects the echo, but here comes Scout.
The only person who hasn't moved yet is Zet. He's finally making his way up there. Only level 5 on the Ashe, but it is enough as they match 4 for 4 and EDG walk away with the blue.
Scout feeling very good about getting that blue buff, and Intruder, he just wants his jungle, man. Take a look at the vision that EDG dropped down in that invade as they brought 4 members to contest Intruder. He got away with so much in the last game, enabled by PYL. This time, no such luck.
Ooh.
Opts the ultimate. Godby actually turns back around a bit.
Maybe a bit unsure on what that burst damage was going to look like.
Yeah, there was still one more Dark Sphere flying in. Fire Lolly's right there. He's got flash.
And Hawkshot just flew across, so they know that Intruder is not near the mid lane. Instead, now they're looking bottom.
Yeah, Imp is super low, 250 health, and already showing himself is going to be Intruder. PYL leads the way, walking in front to corral Imp back to his turret. He flashes. That's exhaust. Scout is there, but still doesn't have it. Still is able to land the Scat of the Week as they turn on to PYL. He tries to answer back with a kill of his own, but Fire Lolly walks away alive. 7.5 minutes in, 5 kills to 0. EDG.
And at some point, there's only so much you can do. Imp just throws up his hands. He's like, I just got ganked by 20 people down here. I can only dodge so many skills. A cute little maneuver from PYL that I want to point out, the fact that he spawned his Voidling, even with the animation to, I think, initially catch the slow from Kha'Zix, and like you said, kind of try to lead Imp to safety, to paradise. But Scout pretty much just shit all over that dream.
Yeah, a little unlucky there, as the blue buff is now being stolen by Intruder. He might have a level 7 Camille coming for him, as Mouse hops over the wall to escort Intruder kindly back to his own side of the map. And, you know, it really is the dice roll team for LGD. They rolled a 20 in game number 1. Not having such a great time here in game number 2.
See, this time around, I still think that LGD, you can see that they're trying to make plays happen, that they're trying to mechanically, you know, survive the onslaught. But this time around, I just want to give credit to EDG. I think they just rolled the 20. They hit the insta-crit. And it's all been really through the power and pressure of Fire Lolly having a completely different game. You know, Intruder, he went for a very risky, high-risk, high-reward level 1 invade on that red buff. And it got turned around on him. He lost just that couple of seconds, but EDG have punished it relentlessly.
As you said, Nofe smiling a whole lot during Champion Select. He very clearly knew something that we didn't. Well, I guess now we see what it is. EDG, despite suffering that terrible loss in game number 1, remain calm, remain cool, and remain unbroken by LGD.
And this is something that you can certainly say about veteran organizations like EDG, is that they remain cool and collected in these series. They're not just going to tilt off the face of the earth. Now, LGD, also a veteran org, but have showed a very different mentality when it comes to losing games and how they survive them into series.
Yeah, Funny now trading with Mouse, the man who might have been a little bit tilted himself. Oh, a good dodge on the initial damage, but Funny, whoa, bursts into him. Here comes Intruder. They're going to try to get this kill onto Mouse, and he gets back onto Intruder as Funny sidesteps, and they secure it.
And that's exactly how that Gragas, I'm not going to call it a counter, but answer works into Camille. She ults onto you, you hold your cask, you pop her out, you reset it, and then you look for the kill.
It's pretty hard to dodge a Gragas when you are confined to a 5x5 square.
Fight me in the cubicle. Okay,
Exactly.
if you say so.
Yeah, Gragas is like, excellent. Like here or in the river? Or like, you want to go under a turret? He's happy for that trade. Taking stock of the rest of the map, Godvi, despite being down 2 kills and an assist, is still keeping up in CS with Scout. And Intruder, he has now picked up his own first kill, so still a huge gold lead in favor of EDG, but you're starting to see LGD really keep pace with this.
Yeah, it's a question of can EDG ramp from here? They certainly have the tools on their composition. You would expect things like the Ash Arrow connecting in the mid lane. Maybe at least just zoning Godby up and getting that chip damage is enough for them, but that's kind of a big cooldown wasted, where they now have to wait before they continue to crack this in Snowball.
This is the change to Gragas's W, I believe. The percent health damage.
It just gave him a lot more sustain and kind of a lot more survivability in the lane on his passive as well.
Oh, as Godby actually gets a lot of damage onto Scout before eating a stun himself. Scout holds on to the unleashed power. Godby just going to farm this lane out. He's even got Intruder waiting in the wings in the event that Fire Lolly tries to force something.
And so far, LGD have pumped the brakes on the game. You know, they've managed to slow down EDG's onslaught. Will it continue, though?
Yeah, despite the fact that they lost that first Tier 1 turret, they're still rolling with the punches here, sending Imp and PYL just a few minutes, few seconds after Zet and Mako. However, Fire Lolly's up on that side of the map, and PYL should spot him now as he drops a ward.
Imp could be in a pretty dangerous situation. The Ash Arrow isn't up just yet, but there are several key members that are trying to move behind him.
Yeah, LGD decide they want to prioritize on getting that blue buff, which leads mid lane undefended. Godby's got teleport. Will he use it? As there are 3 members there, even Mouse with his wave priority. They're trying to set this up as a bait. Fire Lolly and Mako are waiting in the wings, but there is the teleport to the Tier 2 instead. The mid-Tier 1 goes down.
Calls the bluff. That's actually quite cute, but the damage has been done. Another crisp, clean play from EDG. They managed to continue the snowball. The arrow is back up, and Imp has to immediately respect and back up because all of EDG's members have disappeared from that middle lane.
Yeah. Because they could be coming top, you have to assume they're coming top. The risk-reward trade-off. And now they actually are coming top. Imp is playing very far back, and he's got PYL there along with double summoners, but his gank senses are tingling. He sees Mako up there.
Godby's doing actually a wonderful job of constantly disappearing into Fog of War. They're having a hard time keeping track of the Echo, and he's also trying to make sure that there's constant pressure on mid lane, making sure that Scout can't just continue to roam and affect these side lanes.
Scout will continue to get harassed here as Godby trades it right back and immediately just resets with his ultimate. But the 3-hit passive has a much lower cooldown than the Force Unleashed, Power Unleashed.
Yeah, and now where Godby was just kind of pulling Scout back to the mid lane, he's now actually locked him there without that ultimate, so it's very dangerous for Syndra to face check Darkly. And now LGD have control over the bottom river. Imp gets the confidence, he's moving forward. Intruder is taking away the blue buff. They could theoretically set up a dive or at least a contest here.
Ooh, Intruder is going to get the blue buff, and despite the contest from EDG, they will not be able to take it. And Scout with low mana, probably not feeling too great about this. Godby eats another hit and a turret shot. He does not have the chrono break for quite some time, and Scout's going to chase him back. Tries to call the bluff as the Dark Sphere goes down. Intruder's there, but so too is Fire Lolly. Intruder has so much regret right now. Tries to flash, but does not even waste it as he just goes down to Scout.
And the newer jungle, kind of the rookie of the team, just oversteps slightly and learns why you cannot do that against such an experienced roster like EDG.
I think Fire Lolly leapt just before seeing Intruder. As Zet now shoves up into the top tier 1, Imp and PYL are going to try to protect this turret. They've got the Nether Grasp and they're trying to get some vision around as a trap is chucked. The pressure from Zet and now the Hawk shot is going to let them know that EDG are going to look for this turret.
And ultimately, EDG just overwhelming them. Imp getting some confidence back. He sees that his team's behind him. Should note that Funny is walking up, but he also does have the teleport, so could immediately respond. Godvy's TP still down.
Still hanging on to that mid lane as Funny actually heads up towards the top side of the map. Takes a bit of tax from Intruder while he does it. This is for taking the kill. But
is there such thing as jungle tax?
Well,
Does any laner actually believe
if
that?
If a jungler ganks mid lane and gets the kill, even though like you clearly had it, nobody saw that fire level. Even though you clearly had it, like definitely you can tax. Then again, I am a laner, so that's my perspective. I'm sure the junglers are like, no, we tax your lane, you don't tax ours.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. If I'm the jungler, I'm just angry. Raptors, I worked hard for that. They gave me experience and gold back in that camp. It used to be worthless.
Yeah, but you took gold in my lane. Anyways, Ocean Drake is going to be the target, giving a lot of gold, not so much experience, to EDG. In addition, they will get that regeneration.
RNG has just not been so much fun this time around. I feel like anytime you get Ocean at 16 minutes, it's pretty much like, next. Luckily, it's Mountain next, so
yeah.
Good next.
Next Dragon is going to be pretty important. That's going to happen at about the 22-minute mark as Imp heads back towards the top lane. Mouse up there as well. Looks like he's going for the Triforce as he's finished off his Tiamat.
But this gold difference hasn't moved at all between the two teams. In fact, it's actually shrunk by about 1K. It used to be a 5K difference between EDG and LGD. It's now sitting, still close to 5K, but shrinking closer to 4K, which just speaks to the fact that LGD, while it seems like EDG are still kind of maneuvering them around on the map, they're doing a good job just consolidating the farm, putting it on the correct resources, and slowing down the pace of the game.
Yeah, you can even see in Zet's build, going for the pickaxe longsword before finishing off Runans and Boots, not even getting the BF sword. He wants to clear minions.
Wants to farm, wants to push structures.
Imp is doing a good job of holding onto his turret, however, as Mako will sneak up and get a few hits.
Deep teleport coming in from Funny.
Oh yeah, they're trying to collapse into the back of it. That's the curtain call, but Arrow denies it. Flash to try to kite it out. Funny gets into the back, knocks Fire Lolly back. They're going to try to burn through Zet, but Funny goes down well beforehand, and they turn now onto PYL. He dies. Godby flanking from behind. It's 5 versus 3, and they're trying to get this trade back. Imp is in the front, taking so much damage from Zet here as he chucks out the Chrono Break, gets back on the Fire Lolly, sidesteps to kite it out, but Zet chases under the turret for the kill and gets it.
2 key ultimates just completely misused from LGD as Godby looking for round 2.
He's 1 versus 5. Godby, that's a little overzealous. Excuse me, that's really overzealous.
Yeah, looking for the Hail Mary right there. He's a game up. That said, damage is done. Tower will fall. Luckily, the Baron's not up because it's only 18 minutes. But it certainly will also mean Rift Herald in the back pocket for EDG.
Yeah, that Rift Herald getting burned down very quickly as Zet finishes off the top tier 2 turret. 3-0 right now. Mouse even going to be gifted over that Glimpse of the Void.
And the thing is check out PYL here. He's the guy that needs to catch the arrow. He flashes too late. So there's 1 key ultimate down. The Jhin ult's not there for the follow-up, and the other key ultimate is about to be ruined. Godby goes in, he does some decent damage. It might look good, but the problem is he's not waiting long enough for the Echo ultimate to be used offensively. It's also used defensively. So Echo ult wasted, Jhin ult wasted, EDG just overwhelmed the fight.
Yeah, Zet very aggressively kiting forward. The more that you say it, the more it looks like, really, if you cover the nameplate, it looks like Deft.
He's a very aggressive player. He's got someone like Mako standing next to him. Not going to say that Mako takes boys and makes them into men. But he gets these really scared laners, and then suddenly they just become these aggressive monsters next to him.
Certainly something going on there. As EDG are 10-1, 3 turrets to 0, and having taken the first 2 Drakes of the game with a Mountain, 3 minutes from spawning. EDG have got complete pace over this game, and LGD, they were able to consolidate resources for about 7 or 8 minutes and slow down the lead from EDG, but not so much anymore.
That tasted purple as we look at Lulu's changes from the 7.1 to 7.3. I actually really like support Lulu in a world of lethality, just because, not that she has to max W, but the fact that it does give attack speed if you choose to use Whimsy that way compensates for the lack of attack speed in a lot of lethality itemization. Likewise, with all of these assassins running around, they jump in, you turn them into, I don't know, a squirrel or something.
Yeah.
You deny a lot of that burst damage.
Or a cupcake or a seal or what have you. EDG, in the meanwhile, were not lax. They did not give an opportunity for LGD to sit back and defend, shoving down mid lane, catching LGD out of rotation, and taking down the mid-tier 2 Scout 5-0-2 with Fire Lolly. Oh, Godby eats the arrow and does not get to break himself out of the damage combo.
Just really nice play there from Zed, hitting an arrow from Fog of War. Godby obviously thinking that he could get the 1v2 outplay as long as he could proc his ultimate. Unfortunately, is just denied.
Yeah, even now the red buff going to be taken as Funny hops over the wall and immediately doesn't want anything to do with this. And oh, there's the cast. He's able to save him. However, that's PYL who dies. Intruder falls in addition. And this is a slaughter.
Hold on though, fish in a barrel. Can Imp do enough damage to dissuade them? The answer is no.
Yeah, apparently not. Mouse makes his way over the wall without even that Mountain Drake at 21 minutes into the game. Intruder is dead. Funny has got his ultimate.
There's a deep teleport coming from Godby. They're looking to try to fight this.
Yeah, they certainly are. Imp at half health over the wall.
Oh
Funny
my
gets
God.
great damage. Scout tries to back it up as Godby gets in. The Baron is picked up by EDG, but this is now Mouse trying to chase back onto Godby. He gets the shield, but it is not enough. That was 1 kill for 1, and EDG got the Baron.
Something I love about LGD is that they never lose slowly. They're like, we're behind, high risk, high reward, let's make the crazy play. They try to contest the Baron. They know that the only option that they have is to look for the fight because they don't have smite congestion. EDG clean it up. This is just another day in the office. This is what we expect from the top team in Group B. Wish I could have seen it in Game 1.
Yeah.
But right now we've had very volatile, very swingy games for this series.
You can see in the gold difference, 1,000 between Mouse and Funny, 1,500 between Fire Lolly and Intruder, a good 2,500 between Scout and Godby. EDG have got complete control of this game, and again, it's the strength of the organization that we always have to keep coming back to.
And it's kind of like the shoe is on the other foot in terms of this series, and it started with both junglers. You know, Intruder opens up Game 1, he just pops Fire Lolly in the mouth, takes control of the map. This time around, Game 2, Fire Lolly punches back, finds the quick little sucker punch after Intruder oversteps level 3 on the red buff, and it's just been snowballed from there.
So then what do you think No Face said to Fire Lolly? This is the secret command phrase to kill all enemy junglers in League of Legends.
I don't want to dive too far into the point because I feel like we might actually see a big fight.
I think they're going to siege the tier 2 here.
I would assume, but you never know because the arrow could just fly and they choose to dive the tower. The camera's zooming out. I'm like getting like...
They're ready. Zet is ready. He's even standing in the front here as he's already finished off his Infinity Edge.
I want to go into it. It's fine.
Okay, they're going to take the tier 2, then they're going to back up, and EDG are going to reset and swing towards the top tier 2.
Are you taking gamble on if an LPL team is going to back up?
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to... Are they going to dive the inhibitor? Do you really think they're going to keep moving forward?
That definitely looks forward to me.
Well...
The pings are going. They've still got the cannon
Yeah,
creep.
Mouse is up there as well, and he's bringing his teleport.
Got a wave coming back into them. They can continue to be patient here. They want to break this Baron inhib if this game comes to second Baron, so they have that ace in the hole.
They certainly will have the momentum in this series as well, which is going to be so important as they look for this next match. Immediately, the inhib goes down. Sonic Wave finds Fire Lolly, but what of it? EDG continue to press forward. The double cannons whittling down that inhib.
All eyes need to be on Funny here if they're going to let this one go without a fight, or if they choose to pull the trigger, it will be on that cast. But because of Funny's placement, they just give it up.
Yeah, the middle inhibitor goes down to Mouse as well. EDG quickly swing themselves over to clean that up. As yet another inhib goes down, and EDG dominant control of this game.
And here's the thing. if you're in a series like this where both games are very heavily snowballed off of like pretty clear, this is where you lost the game at like 3 minutes in, like this choice and this play, it's very easy for a team actually to kind of reset from that. It's really those grueling back and forth long games where power swings back and forth that are hard to keep morale up and come back from. But like a snowball game, you can just throw it away like, oh, they just snowballed on us. We can beat them. We just don't do this one thing.
The question is, was it just the one thing, or is there some sort of secret sauce that EDG have got that are allowing them to just continue to hunt down these kills? Poor Funny. He's going to try. Goodness help him. But it's not going to get him very far. Another kill to Scout. 7-0 and full.
And frankly, you just can't be that far overextended when you have no vision, no control, and no lead to speak of on this map. It's pretty apparent that this is the only place that EDG would go left. They've got the super creeps pushing in mid and bottom. There's no reason for them to be in those lanes. And Funny was just trying to find that tiny window to push out the lane and buy his team enough time before EDG came crashing onto the tower. Unfortunately, miscalculated.
He did die, but Baron buff has worn off, so this is just a regular push into Ashe, Syndra, plus Kha'Zix's Lulu.
With close to a closing on 20k gold difference.
Yeah. You know, it's not that bad. Okay, it's actually that bad when you think about it. It's really bad. EDG are continuing to press forward, even taking out half health, all health on the next inhibitor turret, the final one of the game, and LGD are left scrambling.
And then it goes back to this idea, you know, coming into game 3 of this series, LGD can very easily go backstage and be like, okay, what went wrong? Well, Intruder tried to contest red buff, and we've lost all control from there. Question for me, do they keep Intruder? Do they go back to Amy? Or do they just play a super conservative game? Can they actually reel in this guy's aggression?
We'll certainly find out on next week's episode of the LPL. No.
We're literally going to find out in 15 seconds.
Exactly. EDG continue to press forward. Scout gets knocked back and actually goes down as LGD try to force the fight. Intruder is dead as the curtain call fires a few shots against Zed, but Imp has got a lot of regret for doing that as he gets destroyed by Mouse and Fire Lolly. They turn onto the Nexus, and that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. EDG demolish game number 2, and LGD have got to be left reeling.
Again, 2 very snowballed games, 2 very clean macro closeouts. Both these teams showing that if you give them an inch, they will take the mile.
Yeah, they certainly will. Now joining us once again on the analyst desk to help break down that game is going to be Raz.
That was really clean. And EDG is different than LGD when they get a lead, where LGD were looking to trade in their last set, but this time EDG just challenged them at every point. 2v2s that they would say we would win that fight 100%. They were winning in top lane. Camille got that massive lead for herself, and then in the bottom and into the mid lane, it was just looking like Scout, you know, got a little bit of vengeance from the last game.
No, you bring up a really cool point, Raz, this idea that LGD, when they get a lead, they exploit it through kind of like vision control and sidewave control through lane assignment and mismanagement there, whereas EDG, when they get the lead, they just want to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like...
I mean, I feel like that is also comparable to the age of the team, effectively. LGD is a super old team. They know that the most effective way to use your lead is to play vision, look for picks, look for opportunities. Whereas EDG, this slightly newer team, albeit with veterans, are just, we've got a lead, kill them.
Murder them. No, that actually is, I mean, you think about the most veteran member on the team right now for EDG is actually Mako or Fire Lolly. And Mako, what?
Koro kind of, but he's not even playing.
He's not, but that's the thing, like starting on that roster, and what, Mako's played for a year and a half now?
Yeah, not very long.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how these two teams play with leads. I mean, it's fun to see. I think even being able to see how similar the teams are, at least like to their previous sets, because when we saw them in 2015, we saw how they were able to skirmish once they had those leads, that they go all in. And it's fun to see Godby still able to do that, to challenge it, even though sometimes you're like, that's 3 people you're going into. It's like, what are you doing, buddy?
He legitimately 1v5'd.
Yeah.
Or at least attempted to.
Yeah. This is the thing, like, LGD will never passively lose the game. They're never going to be that team that just try to, like, sit back and turtle. Like, if they see the opportunity to turn the tables, if it requires the big, massive outplay, they have the confidence that they'll make it happen. Like, can you imagine if that Baron play had gone the right way? If the Gragas cask had come down into Godby getting a better flank and just deleting 2 members? That would have been a crazy miracle comeback. back.
Yeah, and we don't get to see the Gragas top a lot. We saw one of those graphics coming in showing the changes between in 7.3 for Gragas, where he's able to now get a lot more, I guess, damage reduction, 4% to 6% off his happy time. So that's or happy hour. Happy time.
Yeah.
No, happy hour.
Time. Let's him sit
That's
up in
great.
that lane.
I'm just gonna keep using that.
Okay.
But no, overall,
Please
like
Continue.
going up against Camille, they opened it up. Even though Camille is like you lose that lane, or at least if Camille can snowball, she snowballs hard. But Gragas into that matchup is fantastic because if she ever ultis on top of you, then you just use your ulti to just kind of blow her away. So that's fun to see.
And that sort of brings us a little bit back towards the draft. The fact that EDG prioritized that Camille with that first pick, whereas LGD, they focused on bottom lane. They went straight in on Malzahar Jhin.
And, feeling that they had the confidence, it was pretty obvious that Camille would be the priority pick there. So LGD being confident enough that they did have kind of the counter pick, if you will, into the Gragas, unfortunately didn't work out how they would have liked.
Yeah.
But again, I want more Ashe priority, and I feel like we're still getting Jhin priority.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Imp pick up the Ashe and just dominate on it. We saw Zet with a great performance on it. I just feel like so many teams are overlooking her because it's like 7.3, have to build lethality. Just pick Ashe.
Ashe does so much as a team as well if you're looking to play towards those skirmishes. And Fire Lolly takes it.
Yeah, no surprise there. 6-0 and 11. Full 94% kill participation. Almost every single kill happened around him.
And it started off in the jungle. Again, Intruder overstepped, overstayed, tried to contest red buff, couldn't burn it down fast enough, and really things snowballed out of control from that point because once Firelolly had control, he never gave it back.
Yeah, and it's a hard matchup to go up against. Seeing Lee Sin at the Kazakhs, if it's tough already if you're at even playing, but that just didn't work out. And I want to actually bring this back to the 17-minute mark, where LGD did have an opportunity to bring this game back in. They were getting shoved into their tower, and I'm just pausing right here, where Imp and PYL, they're going to set up this fight. Just look at the Gragas TP coming into the top side right behind Mako and Zet, and we're going to just roll this through because here's a fight that LGD start up, but look where Lee Sin is, look where Echo is. This is a great Gragas ulti into body slam. This looks fantastic for them, but they are at a numbers disadvantage where Scout is already there. Camille is there first as well. So EDG are able to set this up where they are in a numbers advantage from the very beginning of it to the very end of it. So this is just unfortunate where LGD could have played this a little bit more patiently with the TP. That's probably just a criticism towards Funny where, you know what, or whoever called that. I mean, we've been hyping up Mako versus PYL, and that theoretically, that looks like a great play for LGD where they can get back into the game, but they could have played that a little bit more patiently. They were in a good position. They just needed to wait for their mid lane and jungle to be there.
I think that's a little bit about what you talked about, the fact that they have the audacity to try these crazy plays, the 1v5 dive in, the fight at Baron despite being 15,000 gold ahead, but maybe they didn't fully think through the steps to get to that.
Yeah, but even with the criticism that I laid for LGD, being able to see that, we've seen this time and time again. LGD versus EDG, those 5v5s randomly in the top lane, in the mid lane, in the bottom lane, they commit to it and they commit to it hard. It could have worked very well for LGD and they could have taken that game. But overall, I mean, I love to see that happening. Maybe into the next game we'll see that, hopefully.
Yeah.
It just comes down to execution.
The question of the strength of the organization. EDG came back strong. The question is, can LGD do the same? We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our ace match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into our final game between LGD and EDG, the one and only time that these two teams will get to play against each other in the 2017 Spring Split during the regular season, of course, because they are in opposite groups. This is our first week of cross-group play. We've seen some pretty exciting upsets. We've seen some very strong stomps. Now it feels like we're actually getting a good back and forth, and against two teams like EDG and LGD.
But we're not getting a back and forth within the game. We're getting a back and forth within the series.
Yeah.
Sure.
Effectively, this series is going to be decided by like a best of one, just because it was two snowballs like that just volatilely spiraled this game out, or spiraled this series out of control.
Yeah, and honestly, there were openings in both games where EDG could have taken it because they were suddenly starting to trade in game 1. Game 2, there was that one team fight that we looked to that we replayed where sure it was a snowball, but they did make that attempt. So I want to see game 3 kind of become that tit for tat back and forth, hopefully.
So then the question is, and I ask you now this for the third time, what decides the series? Obviously, bot lane has been huge, but junglers have also been very important.
I don't want to say champion select because I feel like we've seen a couple of different iterations of the composition. I think it really goes back to just kind of playing conservative early games. I doubt that we'll see either team kind of look for something like cheesy.
Okay.
I don't want to, and
I mean,
cheesy is such a negative connotation
is.
word.
Scout did it last time by sitting in the bottom brush.
Exactly, that's the thing. Like we saw it both times. Scout looked for, like you said, the bottom brush thing. Intruder looked for the cute little level 1 invade on the red buff, or excuse me, delayed invade on the red buff to try to steal it away. And I just feel like this time around it's going to be, I'm going to farm my jungle, you farm your jungle, I'll meet you in the 5v5.
For me, when I look at this, I'm going to look straight in towards the mid lane because Godby was able to take control of it and really take control of the map in game 1. Game 2, it felt like Scout was able to push that right back. Of course, the jungle advantage did help him out quite a bit, but that is something where Godby, when he was trying to aggress on the Echo, it wasn't going to work out for him because he was just outmatched, but he was making an attempt. Game 3, I feel like Scout answered well in game 2. I want to see if there's adaptation for Godby. Does he go aggressive once again? And if he takes control of that, suddenly Zet and Mako can't really push forward anymore.
But even when Scout did get these advantages in game number 2, Godby was still kind of controlling the lane in a sense. Even when Syndra had kind of like the kill pressure or the advantage, you know, Godby playing that Echo was dodging out the ultimate with his ult, keeping her locked down in that lane, you know, making that risky call to push the lane forward to try to keep Scout locked down. So while I agree with you, I feel like Godby has actually had the edge in both games despite the loss.
Yeah, and it's fun to see him just pick into the Syndra so consistently, where he's going to pick in the Corki or Echo, and his I guess his idea on the matchup is try and pick as mobile as you can and look to outplay the situation. It sounds like God.
Yeah, it really seems like LGD have prepared for this matchup a lot, waiting for the second round of picks before looking at their own mid laner, spending at least 2 bans towards Scout, typically that Ryze and Cassiopeia, as they don't want to take any chances, knowing how mobile Scout can be once he starts popping off. Well, he did it once. Do they try to risk it or focus on a priority pick?
I mean, it's game 3 of a series. You would say no, but because it is LGD, you never really know. I would hate to see kind of Godby take a step back when he's taken so many great steps forward and returning to form. I would love to see kind of like a Talon come out, in all honesty. We've seen it kind of peeking its head in the LPL. I want to see Cat, I want to see Talon, I want something explosive. I don't want to see a 45-minute, 55-minute snooze fest because both teams are just like, let's just take it on 1 5v5.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize, Frost, because I feel like that's exactly what's going to happen.
I don't want it.
Usually that's going to be a game 1, a game 2 feel when you're like, you know, we have a buffer game, we can make that
we can play the Talon.
Exactly. Like the LGD at this time was like, we can play against Camille. You know, we've got the Gragas into this one. And then when she snowballs, especially going into those team fights, she's going to go crazy. I don't expect Camille to come out open again. It feels like at this point, LGD and EDG, this game means so much. They want to be able to control the map, or at least control it straight through pick and ban.
Very valuable match for these organizations, as we have entered into picks and bans for the final time. We'll say goodbye to Raz. He'll join us afterwards for some more analysis. But once again, LGD returning to the blue side, banning out both Jace and LeBlanc for, what is that, the third time? 1, 2, yeah, this is now the third time in a row that they've targeted those two.
And for the last time, this split, possibly before playoffs, EDG and LGD will face each other. And pretty standard bans across the board. Also the consistency of the Graves and the Varus being respected.
Well, definitely before playoffs. Only way that they're going to play again is if they both get into playoffs. We've got no more cross-group matches.
I definitely have my doubts sometimes about LGD's capability to do that.
Okay. Well, with the Rengar, Varus, and Graves ban, that means Rumble gets through for LGD, and Funny is going to prioritize that for himself in the top lane. Mouse does have that Maokai open once again.
And it makes perfect sense to pick into the Rumble. Will say, though, they decided to keep Intruder. Intruder can play Rumble jungle, so it's technically still a flex pick. MLXG has been quoted in an interview saying that on 7.3 specifically that he feels that Rumble jungle is quite strong simply because there's so many strong AD champions that you can take into mid and top like the Jace. That said, with most of them banned, you would assume it would be a top lane Rumble.
I mean, there certainly is an opportunity for them to use it as a flex as well. We've seen the Jhin Malzahar focus from LGD in game number 2. Is that something that they replicate here in game number 3 as Maokai and Kha'Zix are the follow-up? And currently, Karma is the hover.
Do it.
Imp, do you really think Imp is an Ashe guy? He's a Twitch guy, Caitlyn dude.
Is an everything guy.
If it has a ranged attack, and sometimes even if it doesn't, he'll probably play it in AD carry.
And you would say that this would put pressure on EDG to prioritize the Jhin or the Ashe so they have some sort of competing pushing priority. That said, they also have options like the Malzahar, like the Zyra. Maybe they feel confident enough sacking their bottom lane that if LGD are going to be pushed forward, they have a high ganking jungler and a high snowball jungler like the Kha'Zix. So maybe you go back towards that Ezreal.
It is going to be into Imp's Caitlyn in the bottom lane, a champion we've seen him absolutely pop off on. And it is Zet who has taken your words to heart, Frosco. Giving Ashe a hover right now. With 5 seconds left on the clock, it is swapped over. Support instead.
Yeah. So Nami coming out. Quite interesting. I would have preferred the Ashe. I do like the fact that they do have the ability to look for sustain there. And then maybe, again, it's Zet might be more comfortable on the likes of the Jhin or the Ezreal. You would expect that those would be banned away or at least pinched. Not necessarily Ezreal, probably the Jhin, but we'll see where LGD decide to direct their bans.
Yeah, they're actually taking their time with this one. Looks like it was previously Zyra and Orianna before Elise and Corki from EDG. There's the Elise ban once again to Intruder. Definitely prioritizing that jungle.
Maybe you just feel super confident giving away Jhin, Nami, or Ashe Nami into the bottom lane because you feel like you've got push priority and bully priority anyway with Karma Caitlyn, that you'd rather just squeeze Scout, continue to put him on the back foot. We've consistently seen Cassiopeia and Ryze taken away from him this series.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is the follow-up as it looks like EDG are pressuring onto Intruder's pool. And LGD look to do the same.
Is it gonna be Cassie?
If it is, that's going to be 3 times in a row that he has had LeBlanc, Jace, Ryze, and Cassiopeia banned away. But instead, no, Syndra for the change-up.
And quite interesting, because we were talking about this on the desk. You know, Godby, one of the few guys that was confident to kind of experiment, pick the assassins into the Syndra, look for more counterplay there. And there's the Ashe. So with Ashe Nami, you should be able to contest or at least neutralize a lot of the pushing power of Caitlyn Karma, as well as have that added sustain to look for those elongated trades.
This means LGD now get to show where that Karma and Rumble are going. With the Orianna locked in for Imp, Intruder, might give us a return to Evelynn in the jungle, or perhaps go for something just as safe and standard. Lee Sin, hand off of the keyboard, and locked in.
That makes more sense than going towards the Eve. You don't want to load your composition with that much magic damage when you already have the Rumble and the Orianna there. Very excited to see Godby's Orianna. I call him the Battle Ball Orianna. Very similar to kind of how Rookie plays Ori. Godby stands very close to the ball and he kind of swings it around. I always make the joke about Miley Cyrus, like just wrecking ball all over the place. But where there's one exciting matchup in Godby's Orianna, Scout has answered.
Yeah, going for the lethality Zed. So very strong right now. This is going to be an explosive mid lane if ever there was one.
And the nice thing about Zed into this matchup is that there's only kind of superficial tankiness for him to deal with. He has kill priority and kill threat on a lot of those members. The nice thing for LGD is that they've got the Karma shield, that have the Orianna shield, and then Rumble also has his shield and kind of innate tankiness. So if they get ahead, it's going to be more difficult, but with the lethality build on Zed, he's got a lot of options.
Oh yeah. Definitely going to have to keep an eye. And again, Zed's so very good at clearing and roaming towards those side lanes as well, something that Scout has seen a lot of success on. But This is game number 3 that we're getting into. LGD versus EDG. As the red eyes of the assassin look on from above, the audience is prepared and just as hype as we are. It's LGD, they play up, they almost always play up against EDG. They certainly have so far in this series, game 2 excluded. And EDG doing a bit of the same, game 1 excluded.
And you have to kind of look at Scout here. You know, we talked, would both teams just look towards those 45, 55-minute compositions, just conservatively scale into late game, or would someone throw down the gauntlet, look for the assassin pick, and it's Scout? You know, this guy was standing behind Faker. He stood behind Pawn. He has constantly been in the shadow of these great mid laners before him. He came out swinging in the first week of LPL 2017, fell off a little bit, but kind of looking to make his mark now, return to glory, and bring EDG with him.
Yeah, definitely a statement game against the man on your screen right now, Godv, who had to lane, as you said, against Pawn, and where we got to see such amazing assassin offs as Echo versus Yasuo, but it's Scout challenging him here on the Rift as Imp is doing the same against newcomer Zed.
And these are the champions that they're known for. Godv on his Orianna, Scout on his Zed. He made a name for himself when he was back on SKT with this champion. Can he do it again against LGD?
We're certainly going to find out as we have loaded onto the Rift for game number 3, the decider for this 2017 spring split. Will the rivalry continue in EDG's favor, or will LGD finally take a point back? As this is LGD versus EDG.
Even Dragon's in on it. We've seen Cloud, we've seen Ocean. Game 3, it's like, screw that, Infernal. Let's go. Now, we need to understand that both teams are playing around the Raptor camp right now. Because you have the Maokai, you would assume that it would be the sapling Raptor start. We've seen both members kind of trying to pull these camps out, which is why EDG are doing such a staunch defense there. Want to make sure that they can get just that peaking tempo advantage for Fire Loli here if he gets the Raptor start. And what he does with those few extra seconds and that few extra experience head start.
Clearing out, I believe it is 5 of the small Raptors is enough to give level 2. Godv tries to peek over the wall. We'll see Scout heading towards the mid lane, as it looks like Imp is actually starting off with a jungle camp along with PYL. Very interesting.
It means that your level 2 bottom is going to be that much easier. That said, Ashe and Nami do get to the wave first, so we'll see what Zet and Mako do to answer this, if they choose to push it in, or maybe they just kind of set up the creep wave and let it, or give themselves the option to push back or pull forward. They didn't attack the back caster creep, so that tells me automatically that they're looking to push in.
Meanwhile, Intruder going for a standard start this time around, as he clears out his blue buff before heading on over to the Dire Wolves. Which means that we're not going to see too much interaction from the junglers unless they take a deeply erratic path to make their way down bottom very quickly. As PYL leads the charge onto Zet, says, remember what happened in game number 1? Imp walks aggressively forward, still nails the headshot. Was that a flash?
Well, that was a flash from PYL.
Flash off of screen. So maybe the junglers might want to head down here with 1, 2, 3, 4 summoner spells burned. Intruder hops over the wall. He actually clears out his camp first. Fire Loli looking to finish off that red buff, but here comes Intruder.
Zet and Mako both have their flashes still available. Likewise, Fire Loli is walking down. He could face check into double buff Lee Sin.
Certainly could be painful.
That's gonna hurt.
Sonic Wave is gonna find Fire Loli. That's the slow and auto attack to follow it up. He chases, and that's Intruder over the wall. Flash auto, first blood, solo kill for Intruder. Meanwhile, in bottom, Mako overextends. He flashes, eats a big shot. The headshot from Imp follows up with another kill, and EDG are swinging hard in game 3.
From bad to worse for EDG. Fire Loli face checks into Intruder, gives him the first blood, and then Imp just capitalizes further on it. Now Zet can't approach a massive wave at all. He is hemorrhaging experience and gold right now.
Yeah, even trying to stall this wave out even more. Ignite being used. Scout looking for it. That's Exhaust as another auto attack gets chucked out. Flash! And Godv Solo kill Scout!
And now the mid lane is in disaster for EDG. Now, Scout would be able to itemize defensively if this lane continues to spiral out of control. He can look towards that Hex Drinker, but that is not what you want. Taking a look at this replay, it's just so well mechanically executed. Holding on to the Q for so long, making sure that he lands the E as well as an auto, follows the initial leap with the Q, and then flash ward hop to clean up the first blood.
Yeah, amazing that Imp didn't take turret aggro there, but somehow was able to get the kill onto Mako. As it is 3-0 for LGD Intruder, forgetting that his camp was taxed by his laners.
That moment when he double checks the icon on his map, he's like, I swear it's there.
It's here. I know it's here. But again, 3-0 for LGD. Could this game already be decided at the 3-minute mark, just like the other two?
Not if Imp continues to play so aggressively into a cannon wave. That was a bit overzealous there. He's like, I'll take on Ashe and the cannon.
Yeah, taking a bit of harass.
He's got a Vamp Scepter to compete with the Nami sustain in the lane. Look for the lifesteal rush. That's something cute. Also had the boot start. The good old Ashe respect boot start build.
The classic. For when you know you're going to eat a volley and try to escape some slow. Godv, meanwhile, picking up a second Doran's ring and some boots for himself, along with a refillable, expecting to recall him many times.
Makes it that much harder for Scout to pop Orianna when he does have the ultimate, because he now has kind of the added, I'm going to use defensive stats quite loosely here with the double Dorans, at least the added
Effective
health there.
Yeah. Slightly more efficient than a Ruby Crystal. As Scout playing very far back, this minion wave might be enough for Godfrey to get level 6. And Scout.
Look at Maokai though. Mouse got push on wave. He's actually slipping in underneath Godfrey.
Godfrey has no flash. He should have seen this coming, but actually walks forward, gets level 6 now. The ball returns to him as Scout chases. That's flash snare. Godfrey holds on to the shockwave and dies. It's Mouse who actually gets the kill.
Yeah, had nowhere to go. Does force the top laner to burn his flash. We'll see if that can be punished. But just brilliant play from Mouse. He gets push priority in the lane. He's able to slide into Fog of War in between the creep waves and surprise Godfrey mid lane.
Yeah, Funny probably feeling a little bashful right there that he lost track of his laner. As there's actually a teleport. Funny looking to answer with some action of his own. He is level 6. But Zet and Mako, well aware, somehow see the teleport through the Fog of War, and instead are going to try to focus down this first turret, trying to get that first brick gold.
And that's the thing, is that Imp and PYL have built up such a sizable creep wave that even if the TP hadn't come through, you would expect that LGD would be playing that pressure point anyway, with Zet and Mako still feeling a lot of pain from the initial gank problems. Level 4 to level 5, it's only about to get worse as this tower falls down. That's just rude.
Imp's just doing a little dance. And that is 650 bonus gold for Imp as Fire Lolly tries to invade on the other side. Godvi is there and now immediately spotted out. He's going to see Fire Lolly getting out of the jungle. As Funny with a very quick recall, again going for that Haunting Guys first, rushing back to the top to help out his mid laner pick up that blue buff.
The confidence, the gall of Imp right now. That is 2v1. This Caitlyn is so far forward.
Making a bit of a statement here as actually that's the slow ace in the hole onto Mako. He's going to bring him down to about half as PYL is nearly back to that bottom lane. Once again unlocked with that turret killed so early. No jungler on that side of the map, no Zed to roam down either.
It gets scary though. Now, obviously Imp is able to be so aggressive and cause Zet and Mako problems here simply because Zet's level 4, doesn't have that arrow. But this also kind of changes up the formula for LGD because they have the Caitlyn. They don't have the Jhin ultimate. They don't have the Ashe ultimate. They can't just throw it mid and try to crack that turret. So the question is, do they continue to pressure for inner bottom, or will they now move Imp up into the top side or mid and continue to try to siege outer towers?
Well, with recall completed from Imp, he picks up a BF sword and finishes off his Berserker Greaves before heading back bottom. Of course, that Infernal Drake on the map. Probably not going to see LGD just give that up for free to EDG. As blue buff going to be gifted over to Scout here. That additional cooldown reduction, very helpful for getting those more shurikens and shadows. And with that, we get to the 9-minute mark in the game. It's a 2,000 lead for LGD. And Edward Gaming are going to try to stall the bleeding in this.
LGD don't want to try to play around the dragon because Funny doesn't have his teleport readily available, or his ultimate now that he's used it on Mouse.
That's a bit aggressive. He's actually going to walk through the Maokai to make his way back. Mouse gets a lot of damage, chucks the sapling, and Funny at 40 health. Doesn't break a sweat, just walks away.
Yeah, held onto his flash, so was confident that he wouldn't go down there. That said, even without the TP, they feel that they have control enough over the mid lane as well as the bottom lane that they do end up taking the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, Intruder's going to do that with PYL. Very quick, secure.
And
not even needing that.
Zet here has nowhere to be on the map. The Ashe is only level 5. It's not like she can wander mid and assist with any sort of utility. She simply just has to wait for these waves to be pushed back to her, and you can already see the gold opening up between them two. That's like
That's
close.
1,700 gold.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
That hurts my soul as an AD carry player. What do you do?
I don't know. I play mid.
Well, what he has to do is wait for this big wave to crash, get level 6, clean up that gold, buy, and then try to like prey on an arrow that snowballs the game kind of back in their favor.
And what kind of arrow would that possibly be? Catching Godby? Catching Imp?
If Imp's going to continue to be this far forward, then I would say Scout shove mid, disappear bottom. I'll try to hit the Caitlyn.
Kill Imp somehow. If they can succeed.
And this is, again, we asked the question, where would Imp go? Obviously, with Ashe to level 5, he feels confident to contest Inner Tower, but as soon as she gets level 6 and they don't see exactly where everyone is on the map, he can't make this play safely anymore.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the last hurrah.
Finally, Zet getting close to level 6 as Imp and PYL back away and start swinging towards the mid lane. A ward from Scout will spot them. He's already heading towards that top side. Godfrey's up there as well, meaning the only defense on that mid-tier 1 is Fire Lolly, as Scout is going to try to force a play onto Funny here.
And this is the thing about the assassin mid laners. They don't have great wave clear, so he can't sit there and stand across. He has to make the play, the kill.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's the death mark. Funny will die. Scout gets the kill, but he eats a turret shot. But not a second. Walks away with his life.
And LGD don't look for the tower. They also look to match the kills. They race top.
They've almost got the shadow ready.
Oh, no.
Intruder tries to read the flash, but reads nothing but thin air as Scout slowly but surely walks to safety.
But they do manage to pick up at least one kill. They've also got the creep wave behind them. So yes, they don't contest the mid lane tower, but they do contest top.
Top tier 1 now is eating some pressure from Godby and Intruder, chunked down to about half as Fire Lolly does not have the evolved spikes. Instead, going to have to clear those out the old-fashioned way as they get within range. Meanwhile, Imp and PYL once again shoving into Mako and Zet. The arrow is ready as PYL looks for this turret as he just continues to harass Zet.
Meanwhile, now teleport top lane, round 2.
Yeah, Mouse is headed back top, but Intruder engages on the Fire Lolly. That's the teleport. Shockwave misses and the arrow goes wide. Intruder tries to sidestep around this, flashes to get away from Mouse, but pulls him further back into his team. And with the detonation, that's Mouse picking up that kill, but Funny tries to get a bit of revenge with a flamethrower of his own. Meanwhile, they turn it back into another fight. That's a tidal wave to knock it up. Mouse healing up quite a bit, and Funny, separated from his team, is eating a lot of damage, pathing around the minions. Zet is joining the fight too now. Flashes after PYL, and EDG are picking up a lot of kills here. The tether is enough to stop Zet, but here comes Imp. And there goes Imp.
He did manage to get the mid tower. I like the fact that Zet just kind of blindly, he had a control ward in that brush, throws out the volley to make sure that Caitlyn can't get the side flank there. Scout also getting some sizable time with this tower. They may actually trade 1-for-1 in terms of structures.
Yeah, there's no teleport for Amy, though he is, Funny, though he is racing down there. And it is going to be, in fact, a 1-for-1 delayed trade, and EDG pick up a lot of kills on top of it.
But that's the caveat, though, that it's the mid tower. And it's such a more critical pivot point around the map and allowing control into deep vision, as well as the fact that Imp still has this push behind him.
Yeah, once again, the tempo advantage for LGD. They're just a few steps past her. Ping's now going onto the turret. The hesitation from Imp as he's looking for a greedy recall means Mouse is going to get there in time. Imp will try to stay here and finish it off, however. That's the tether. Intruder shows himself as well, and as 3, they're able to break down that tier 1. So a replication of the same turret trade we saw in game number 1 of this set.
And Imp finally being a bit more cautious than kind of the overzealous play that we saw on the bottom side of the map just 5 minutes earlier. You know, a lot of EDG members missing from the map, backing up into Fog of War, making sure that he has reinforcements like the Lee Sin, like the Karma, before he finds that confidence, step forwards, and continues, finishes the play, takes the tower.
With that, it now comes to about a 3,000 gold lead for LGD. Scout looking for an assassination mid as the arrow goes wide.
That would be the arrow. We talked about what arrows that needed to hit. It was that one.
And Scout, sidesteps out of the tether, does not use his death mark on PYL. Not going to get too much bonus AD from that. But, yeah.
And at this point, big cooldowns taken away from EDG. Scout, yes, he still has the death mark, but we talked about how he doesn't actually have a lot of kill pressure because he fell behind on some of these lane assignments. He could still probably pop Imp as long as Karma's not near him. That said, Imp also has his heal as well as level 10. He is so far ahead of his lane opponent. Rumble, pretty tanky. Orianna, also decently tanky at this point in the game.
As soon as Funny finishes off that zone use, he's going to be a lot tougher to kill as Zet takes some more harass in the mid lane. Scout around the side with Fire Lolly.
There's
Whoa,
one.
That's an assassination if I've ever seen one. Intruder tries to get back. Tidal Wave is going to catch him on the way out, though. No, he's able to get away. That is going to be enough.
He's going to pop him.
The death mark, and the auto attack is enough. Scout gets away. That's 3 quick kills for EDG.
And again, it's if Karma is next to Caitlyn to help her absorb that, but pops Karma initially, kind of the one big person that he can automatically delete from the map, and then finds the Caitlyn on top of it. That may be the window back into this game for EDG.
Yeah. Tragically, the Drake that they're able to take off of that play is going to be only a Cloud Drake, not quite as valuable as you would want, but the next will be another Infernal.
Which means it's now a race for EDG. Can they acquire the arsenal available to contest the next Infernal? We take a look back at it, it's just control of vision. Scout, they know that they have defensive control of their jungle, they stand, they wait, they find the correct pick, and LGD just kind of overextend, overreach, and trying to get something back from that.
Now it's only an 800 gold difference between the two. LGD 3 kills down, but still 800 gold up over EDG. Now they're trying to return to the same plays that gave them success in game number 1, bringing 5 members top to the tier 2 turret of EDG.
But they're now also racing Scout in that bottom lane, so if EDG can stall this out and trade tower for tower, still a win for them because they're technically kind of behind in gold and tempo.
Minion wave is cleared as Imp sidesteps the bubble. As Funny and Godby complete their recalls, Scout's continuing to work on that tier 2. Funny has got his teleport. And that tier 2 is going to go down. The advantage is EDG.
Yeah, and suddenly gold now swung back into their favor. Scout disappearing to Fog of War. LGD have to back up. They have to respect that Scout could be recalling right now and just rushing top lane.
The strategy that worked so effectively for LGD in game number 1 is now finding itself completely stymied by EDG here in game number 3. Coach Nofe definitely did have something to laugh about in the Champion Selective game 2. Probably going to be sitting backstage doing the same. Can't use that strategy on me twice, LGD.
Now, we reset, we look at the map, and we look at lane assignments. All eyes are on Scout. The Observer knows it, LGD know it, EDG know it. He is their strong point. Does he have kill pressure now in these side lanes across from the likes of Rumble, across from the likes of Orianna? He thinks he does.
Yeah, well, with the Edge of Night, he's certainly going to do a lot. Yeah, he's got that easy peasy. A free solo kill here. I hesitate to use the word free, but definitely a solo kill at the least.
I think that's 100% free. Traded nothing back for it, lost about half his health, now has the wave behind him, is continuing to draw more resources from LGD to deal with this problem bot lane.
Continuing to soak pressure here. Scout is going big at 4-1 and 2. Even opting for the Swifties. Oh, I thought for a moment he had the sweeper as well, which is just the super aggressive sweep your way into the enemy jungle and just wait for somebody to walk onto you.
I feel like he's pulling the Tom Clancy. Just Splinter Cell in here.
Yeah, the very deceptive, very sneaky assassinations here. As a result, we're never going to see Imp bottom again. Unless, of course, PYL goes down with him.
We really can't see anyone bottom. Not even Funny can stand across from him until he has his hourglass. You can see he's trying to itemize towards it, but until Oriana and Rumble have that...
Certainly is going to be challenging. Godby having to take a detour from that Morella Nomicon, opting now for the Seeker's Arm Guard, followed shortly thereafter by the Fiendish Codex.
EDG want to fight them so bad. I'm just waiting for Scout to pop Edge of Night and just try to fly into the back line.
He's almost got his Death Mark back up, and he's sitting at very high energy. So currently flanking around the mid lane right now. That's 3 squishy members. Just going to use the Edge of Night instead for what is the damage, Zed?
That's what happens when you pick up, you know, like 3 random kills in that mid game.
And the worst part is that's only 2 lethality items, plus like 2 long swords.
That's the nice thing about lethality is every single item is a massive spike in power and why it is so potent on 7.3.
Yeah, you can see Scout feeling very happy about this pick. His signature champion trying to take it against Battle Ball Godby. Not having a great time in lane, but certainly post lane having an excellent time.
Got those 2 kills, Pickup and River, snowballed him back into position of power, now has kill pressure on pretty much assignment. Again, it's this race to key items. We have a minute and 30 before Infernal. EDG feel like they're kind of back in control. Zet feeling much better than he was before, has shored up that CS discrepancy by a ton. And it's kind of eked its way into LGD's jungle. Here we go.
Scout's going in. Misses the Razor Shuriken onto PYL as Zet continues to press forward with the minion wave. And it is EDG who are now utilizing that triangle of vision around the mid lane, around the tier 1, and whenever they get the opportunity, Scout in that bottom lane. Just swapping back and forth, looking for picks, looking for assassinations. Scout just waiting. He's actually now been spotted as Godby is going to start making his way down there.
And just constantly making sure that this bottom lane has a big push. So forcing LGD to send someone to respond to it. It's not punishing right now just because it's so early in the game, but it's going to be that much more punishing when Baron is more so in play, when Infernal Dragon finally does pop in 30 seconds.
Once again, the Edge of Night for Scout, but if you take a look at the vision for LGD and where Imp is sitting back, they are well aware that this Zed is huge.
I wanted it so bad with him just to sprint at him underneath tower.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the classic LGD. Oh, there's a huge Zed here. We've got vision. We can actually see it coming. Or even better, that we don't see it coming. We just die. But this is LGD playing up. This is LGD playing against EDG. Their greatest rivals, if any, is Funny. Might actually get solo killed here by Mouse. Almost certainly will, in fact. Oh, kicked him away. And Flash. Oh, Mouse still gets the quick detonation, however. And continues to trade it back. Infernal Drake is going to be the answer. LGD try to force this kill. Tether, ooh, is going to catch Mouse as he's caught in the minions, but PYL eats a huge amount of damage from the shield. This tank is huge. Mouse is 1v2ing. Is nothing safe?
That wasn't 1v2, that was 1v3. He just killed one of them before it started. He's got his 2 completed resistance items as well as the Mercury Treads. That Maokai is unkillable right now.
Meanwhile, Scout used both his Flash, his Youmu's, his Edge of Night, and his Ignite and Death Mark. So everything is on cooldown, so something happened elsewhere. But very clearly, it was Mouse who had the biggest impact, keeping 3 members of LGD occupied.
It was the race to itemization, and EDG won out for the first time. That said, we've got big power spikes coming back in for LGD, so they can kind of try to get a foot back into this game if they set up the correct 5v5. Infinity Edge now online for him. Likewise, the Hourglass now completed for Funny. So the options are opening back up for LGD, but have they lost too much ground in that window when they were down?
That is the question. It's 2,500 gold that EDG have got their lead and continue to chase it forward. As Scout now going for the Black Cleaver as well. Again, 7.3, not made out of the Kindle Gem just yet, so slightly more AD.
That more punishing when you have an Infernal Drake as well.
Oh no, okay. What?
He thought someone was behind him.
That's like the awkward moment when you open the door to your closet and there's just like the devil and you just close the door and walk away.
I forget who said it, but have you noticed that Zed just runs around permanent dabbing?
So I thought it was the 2 hands back, the Naruto.
No, that's when he's powered up. I mean, his actual just walk animation. He's actually just in a permanent dab.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah, now you can't unsee it.
Thank you.
He just dabbed around that corner.
I have Mastery 6 on Zed, and I will never unsee that.
Fire lolly?
Yeah, blue buff picked up. Oh, there he goes.
There's
Races
Naruto.
in. That's the Edge of Night. Godby. Oh, that's so much damage! Oh, boy, the Morella's completion not going to be great for Godby as they continue to chase this forward, and LGD pinned against the wall by EDG. I've got nowhere to go but to the sepia toned beyond as PYL gets chased down by Mouse, who takes the scenic route, flash from Intruder to escape from Fire Lolly, as Mouse is still tanking this turret. Doesn't seem to mind too much. As another bubble catches Amy. Oh, Mako actually takes a hit on top of the equalizer. He doesn't juggle the aggro correctly, and that's a double kill to Amy. Triple kill to Funny, excuse me. I keep saying Amy, but that's not him. Finally, the ace.
That could have been so much cleaner by EDG. Luckily, Scout and Mouse kind of saved the day, but like you said, the tower aggro wasn't handled correctly. Luckily, Scout pops his Ghost Blade. He's got the creep wave behind him, so he's going to do some serious damage to this tower, if not just outright push it over. So they maintain their lead.
Yeah.
But not as nice as I would have liked it.
And here's that play once again. Scout finds Godby, and it is...
pretty much destroys the Orianna before the fight even commences. The fact that she's either permanently running away or locked up by an arrow means that you don't get to use the big shockwave, and that's kind of the end of days for LGD. At that point, they're at a terrible position. It looks like the fight is just going to be overwhelmingly in EDG's favor, but then Fire Lolly kind of makes this decision where he jumps forward, he immediately tanks aggro, he can't exit from the turret enough. Mouse is like, it's my turn. Mako's like, but I have tower aggro and an equalizer, and all of us are going to run over the top of it.
Yeah, so Mouse actually had aggro, and then he reset it just barely.
I just imagine Scout coming from the side like, guys, come on. Get it together.
We're making a statement here.
It's fine. Still in control. Still got the tower.
Yeah,
Still
the question
works.
is, does that statement end in an exclamation point or a question mark?
We're definitely a ... right now.
Okay, all right.
If I'm Scout, that's all I'm going to hit you with is the ...
Yeah, he's definitely taking this game very seriously. Godby still not finishing off the Zanyas. He had the Seeker's arm guard, but decided to finish Morello's, and now looks to be finishing off Leandri's. And it already cost him once. Can he play far enough or stall long enough?
Possibly feel like he's not doing enough damage, so looking for earlier penetration. Kind of more of a mid-game power spike. The thing about Orianna is that she's that 3-game, or that 3-item mage spike. So Imp, you've got a giant tree behind you.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Mouse is just waiting.
Dun-dun.
PYL is going to sneak forward. As Mouse takes the blast cone away. EDG now playing back and forth around this mid-tier 2. The final one standing for LGD. Despite having an early advantage, EDG have very handily been able to turn it around. And now that we've gotten to the later stages of the game, EDG are looking huge. 5-1-4 on Scout, 6-1-3 on Mouse.
But it now may come to the point where they need to turn towards the Baron to crack the rest of this base. You're still attempting to siege into the Hurricane Caitlyn.
Oh boy. That's
As
the
I
death
say
mark
that.
as well, and Scout demolishes PYL. Mouse continues to chase forward onto Imp, who gets deleted as well.
Okay. In a perfect world, you don't face check. You sit at your towers. You make sure you have your blue trinkets, and you safely approach things. And then you force EDG to try to pick a 50-50 Baron because you know they needed to break the siege. But if you're LGD, you walk into instant
You
death.
blindly face check. I actually made that joke earlier.
Hold on. Intruder, though. He's still alive.
He actually lands the Sonic Wave, and EDG pull off as 5. Very unified. They chase forward. Godby is going to eat the brunt of the damage as Funny finally gets his Zanyas. Godby goes down. Funny trades back with a kill of his own, but as Intruder hops the wall to try to stall this out. And Zet hops right over with him and chases up an amazing Lee Sin imitation.
But it does mean that they've stalled the Baron. They actually... they're giving a lot of respect to PYL and Imp here because Mouse is actually full health. So they did have someone to tank for them.
And just got to respect that AoE Baron damage. Takes one Mantra Q from PYL or one big headshot from Imp, and that's a kill.
I feel like it's kind of the fingerprints of coaching staff left on EDG. The fact that they're going for the much safer conservative play, even though the option might have existed to kind of push the envelope there to possibly look for the Baron. But again, it's kind of, you know, Karma, Caitlyn's up. Like you said, they have the AoE spread of the Hurricane as well as the Karma Mantra Q there.
Instead, EDG, you know, if you really did cover the names, this does almost seem to bring us back to like the 2015 LGD versus EDG. Very classic style between the two. Is EDG now going to clean up the final Elemental Drake? Those didn't exist back then.
Single tier shed, as it is not Pawn Zed running around the map.
Yeah.
Scout saw Faker do it, and he's like,
I can do that.
I know I can do that.
Pawn saw success on it, and so too did Faker. So why not Scout too? Once again in their shadow. Jeez. He's always a step behind. He's a day behind. Poor guy.
I'm just watching him dab everywhere. They're setting up the Baron though. Again, because EDG were so conservative and resetting. Yeah, you can't unsee it now.
No.
Because they were so conservative and not trying to force the Baron despite Maokai having all that health, it did give PYL that window, place down the vision, so it kind of stalls out EDG for at least kind of the next 2.5 minutes.
Ooh, the arrow narrowly misses Godvi, launched from well down mid lane. Oh, that wasn't even the finished Leandries. That was the Void Staff pickup from Godvi. Still no Zanyas, which means he is easy pickings for Scout, who's continuing to roam around the sides. This time, though.
And he just needs the early Void Staff to actually do damage at this point because he is behind the clock.
Whoa. So. Intruder actually calls Scout's bluff, eats the damage, and then chases him forward with the Sonic Wave.
Level 13 Lee Sin to level 17 Zed.
Yeah.
He doesn't want that.
Well,
that is a 3 completed item Zed. That's like 4 levels over him.
Nearly a finished Dustplate of Drakthar as well.
He doesn't want that.
That's why it's a bluff.
Is it?
Going in. That's the challenge with these teams. You never really know, as EDG now are starting out the Baron. Scout looking to zone along with Mouse. He's going to face check right into Godvi to keep him occupied as Tidal Wave looks to stagger it out and EDG collapse. Shockwave finds only Mako. Godvi cannot do what Faker did as Godvi now continues to flash it back. Zet walks it forward, eats a bit of damage from the Equalizer as EDG chase from target to target. The assassination combo of Scout and Mouse. Intruder follows over the wall before going down as well. And that is now 4 members of LGD dead. Funny is going to die in addition. All gets the auto attack Zanyas before dying to Mako.
And this is the difference between LGD and other teams. They try to go for the 5v5. They try to stop the Baron. Other teams would take the step back. They'd say, we have the Caitlyn, we have the Orianna. Give the Baron away.
So let's bring it back and find out what exactly happened. Of course, in the series, we saw some great play out of LGD in game 1, some less great play in game number 2, and then in game number 3, EDG they demonstrated to us why they are the best team in their group.
Consistency. And it also kind of goes back to that X factor in Scout. Now, EDG fell behind early game here. It looked like this was LGD going to run away with it, particularly on Imp's shoulders because he got ahead on the Caitlyn. But it was Scout. He found 2 crucial pickups, including killing Imp in that mid-game off of great teamwork and vision control from Mako, and just snowballed from there. Exploited the fact that he had kill pressure in the side lanes and bought EDG time to farm up, to get back to their item breakpoints and match even, because LGD couldn't do anything against the pushing pressure of Scout. And now he's just a huge backline threat. So bridged, saved the early game, bridged the mid game, and is now terrorizing the late game.
Yeah, and when you've got a Maokai such as the kind that Mouse is playing at 8, 1, and 9, and Zet starting to get some really big damage at 4, 1, and 8, you've got to be afraid of this late game. You can see the Baron power play on the upper right-hand side of your screen so far, 2,000 gold effectiveness.
And the other guy that we really have to credit here is Mouse. We saw him go 1v3 in the top side. We saw that the power of Maokai on just a 2-item power spike, Spirit Visage and Sunfire, he was unkillable.
1v3, yep.
Yeah, he's now got a GA as well as a Warden's Mail in his back pocket. That tree, he can tank for days.
Yeah.
Like EDG, they just have to run a 5v5. They're choosing to kind of smother LGD. Again, those fingerprints of kind of the coaching staff of this long-standing organization, that training, that mantra, do it clean, do it right,
Yeah.
don't make mistakes. But if they wanted to, they could just run head first.
Well, they could certainly try. It's up to LGD to attempt to hold them back. Imp, you can see, playing up right now at 1-4-1, despite the assassination, still moving quick as he's heading from lane to lane. The triple lane pressure from EDG, slowly but surely starting to get some chip damage onto these inhibitor turrets. All it takes is one.
And the nice thing is as you pull down and you smother them around, it means that you're pulling the wave clear around instead of just consolidating Baron into one lane and just having it insta-cleared by Orianna and Caitlyn. You just slowly and patiently, you know, maybe you catch Orianna out of rotation, maybe Caitlyn's out of space, maybe you find this bottom tower before either of them are in position, and suddenly that's chunked down to 25% HP.
Scout now swinging towards the mid lane is going to try to make a play onto this mid inhibitor, but Imp, well prepared, is going to catch it. Just continuing to move back and forth, trying to find an opening. Elder Dragon is up in 40 seconds if this Baron buff is not going to be enough to break the base, but as 5, EDG seem to be set to try to break it down. The arrow catches Godby as Mouse engages onto Imp. He is assassinated and actually hops back onto Mouse before going down. The bubble goes wide as Intruder lands a Sonic Wave, and Funny in the front is not going to do anything to stop Scout, who's actually pulled into the back. The Shockwave from Godby, somehow he's still alive. He and Intruder do enough to drop Scout, but it is 4 versus 3 right now. Zet is doing a lot of damage, and with Mouse tanking in the front, that means that there's not that much left up on that Nexus turret.
And Godby finally finds the shockwave that his team needed, but maybe too little, too late. They do claim the Baron inhib. They can just move back to the Elder Dragon. But what can LGD do to survive this and hang on? You'd think that they'd rush, try to at least get vision over this buff and not let it go for free.
Yeah, they're taking Scuttle Crab right now and starting out those recalls. Here's that fight again.
And you know that EDG are going to pull the trigger as soon as the tower is that low health. You're just kind of baiting LGD to step forward. Good synergy and communication between the arrow as well as the twisted advance. But again, it was kind of that big shockwave and Scout just pulling a little bit too deep. There goes the big pressure and damage of the Zed. And because they're close enough to their base, Orion is able to stay alive, heal back up, come back in as the reinforcement, and edge EDG out of the base.
With that, the Baron push is complete. It's 12,000 gold now for EDG in this matchup. And despite having broken that bottom inhibitor, the game is still up. LGD more than willing to take a risky fight if they find an opportunity. And we certainly know they've got the star power, the mechanical execution to give EDG a run for their money. Question is, do they have the macro? Do they have the vision to prevent a pick that will let EDG take the game?
I feel like we've seen a lot of LGD kind of walking into Ash Arrows or walking into Zed, so it certainly hasn't been that clean come the mid-game. Much easier to do late game when you're kind of resigned to your base. Although as they start to venture out, it can become that much more dangerous again. But I've seen this game before from EDG. They don't have the Baron buff this time around to help them out. Eventually they're gonna fall back to Elder. There goes the pings.
Yeah, they've already got some vision set up. Scout actually staying on the top side of the map, and Mouse groups up with the rest of his team. As Mako clears out that ward, another control ward just in case. Zet's going to start it off along with Fire Lolly, and Mouse zoning in the jungle is going to prevent anyone from walking there, but it seems like LGD are respecting the vision of EDG, and instead they're going to sit back and let this Elder go.
But this is what LGD should have done kind of the first Baron around and not face check into it. EDG are infinitely farther ahead and play it better on the Elder for LGD to just kind of really wave the white flag that one. But can they survive much longer? Can they survive this one last push?
It certainly is going to be a challenge, as now a good 2 minutes are still ticking off on that Elder Dragon buff. Let's see, that is about 180 bonus true damage on every attack. Funny's going to bring in these super minions, the inhib, just a few minutes closer to spawning.
Fortunately for LGD, that super creep wave didn't time with the mid wave crashing, but they're not going to be so lucky this time around.
Yeah,
Wow,
clearing out as
all of
quickly as
EDG
possible.
back off.
Yeah, even
Baron.
with that Elder Dragon buff. They're prepping for that Baron. 30 seconds to go. Ooh, narrowly missing Scout.
So respectful to LGD. I kind of talk about, you know, high risk, high reward. I feel like a fight in that situation, and there is certainly debate to this, is almost low, I would say probably medium risk, high reward, because if you win the 5v5 there, you automatically win the game. But if you lose the 5v5, LGD have so far to run and have to deal with the super creep wave that you don't, you know, you don't really lose that much. You'd maybe lose position over the Baron. Maybe they felt they were too close to the Baron timer, that if they lost, that LGD would immediately get that, the game would then stall out longer. But again, there's these windows where EDG could have pushed the envelope, could have looked to kind of take that last 5v5 and not really lose anything on the map.
Instead, they're just playing it patient and safe. Perhaps a question of too much respect as they now turn towards that Baron. Doing quite a bit of damage despite LGD having come out specifically for the purpose of preventing it. They don't actually get close enough or far enough forward to get a chance to contest EDG. As such, they immediately fall back once it is taken and return to their native environments, defending this broken base.
Now, good news for LGD is that their inhib is about to come online, so this should be kind of the last big wave of super creeps that they have to deal with. Bad news is that Baron is knocking on the front door, and it's about to kick in mid.
EDG knocked down the middle inhibitor turret before taking the inhib right behind it. The arrow goes wide, doesn't quite hit anyone, as Imp is now going to try to play tower defense, sitting in between those Nexus turrets as he clears out minions. Intruder getting a bit too far forward. They turn on the Imp as Scout gets in. That's an exhaust as well, and Imp will survive miraculously. But the inhib goes down. Ace in the hole is fired. That's a quick redemption heal as Godby's getting it out as best he can, looking for that shockwave. Actually already used it. No one dies, but the inhib has been taken.
And back to basics again. You can see that Mouse going back for his mana. Oh wow, they're all staggering their backs and doing it again.
Is there such a thing as too much respect?
In the LPL, I think so. I don't know. You can understand. Again, I completely understand what teams are thinking. You're in a best-of-3 series. You don't want to gamble at 41 minutes on a single 5v5 that you're not 100% confident in taking. But my problem is that we shouldn't have gotten this late. Like, these games can be closed out faster by taking these, you know, high-reward, medium to low risk fights that they either are too late to set up on or just are indecisive to pull the trigger on. And against, you know, more elite competition, this is where EDG kind of fumble or they get stalled out.
Amazing that they've brought in an almost entirely different roster aside from a few members and that they still demonstrate the same thought processes. Despite the huge damage that LGD are putting out against these minions, Mouse Baron buffing them and just continuing to harass from the side. LGD are going to try to set up a bastion around it, but the fight has been forced once again. Imp does not stand a chance. The second round, he gets assassinated. Godby flashes out the back, but Scout pursues and gets another. Continues to chase forward now as that's going to finally be enough, turning into the ace. And EDG this time take the fight, and with that ace, they will almost certainly take the game.
And the arrow didn't even connect on a target. Scout is just that big and that too high priority a champion. We said, you know, would they take a step back? Would they play conservatively? Scout throws down the gauntlet, looks to the pocket pick in Zed, and says, Faker Pawn, I raise you this.
Yeah, answers right back with a huge pick of his own. Imp, you can see, probably not feeling too great about that matchup, though he did have a pretty stellar performance. And now joining us once again on the desk is Raz.
Hey, how's it going? I guess you asked me, but regardless of that, how'd that feel to cast that game?
Well, I mean, the first two games were awesome, and then game 2 was EDG going back to what EDG is good at, just playing patient, playing macro, and playing smart.
Yeah, and honestly, it wasn't always like that. The early game really was fantastic from LGD, but EDG, they surprise you with the options that they have. It felt like at every point, at every step, EDG surprised them saying, no, we're going to take this skirmish, you're not going to be prepared for it. And once that happens, suddenly you have a Zed, as you mentioned, power spike after power spike with the lethality items. They couldn't stop him. He was in side waves. It just felt like at all points they weren't going for those team fights. They were just setting up Zed in a side lane and no one can touch him.
And that's the thing. This is now kind of two key series or two standout series where you point at Scout and you say, he's the guy that carried EDG over the line.
Yeah.
He's the difference that it makes between being a first place team and a second best team.
You can see the gold graph on your screen right now. LGD opened up an early advantage and were able to get themselves all the way to 3,000 gold ahead, but it's just EDG playing so aggressively.
It's the little boop of Imp and the big boop of Zed.
Yeah, that boop just kept going. Just look at the
Look at the
damage
damage.
he did. And it was all off of him fishing off his WQ. At every point, he was like, maybe I can get Karma. I chunked her down to 25% HP, and it just kept coming. No one could really stop him. There was a point where Rumble, I mean, look at him. He was massive, but he could not touch him, especially since he needed Zonias, but he was nowhere near that item point where he got solo killed.
And that is something that we didn't really get to touch on much on cast, is how difficult it is for LGD's composition to acquire vision safely when the Zed gets snowballed. Yes, Karma can walk up to a brush and she can kind of throw her Q into it to check, but you don't have that dedicated tank that can walk in first. Every single one of those members, especially because how delayed the hourglasses were, once you lost control of vision over an area and Zed was so strong, like, you can't face check into it. You'll just instantly die. And that's exactly what happened to PYL and Imp.
Yeah, and it's really scary because I do like to carry top lane in the Rumble. Of course, I wanted Funny to be able to play more tank lineups to set up his team, but that was still a fantastic composition. There was times where he couldn't keep Mouse on held under the in his lane. It was great for Mouse to be able to roam towards that mid lane when it was really looking difficult for Scout because, I mean, Oriana got that solo kill. He was looking really strong, but he was able to come in and even it out, get the kill for himself, and go straight back top lane. So Mouse has been he played phenomenally that game.
So I think something that's pretty exciting about this matchup was EDG have obviously changed a lot. LGD have obviously changed a lot. Then they came into this match, the age-old rivalry that they've been playing for years now, and EDG went right back to the exact same style with completely different players, and LGD, once again, were flustered by it.
Yeah, and I think that LGD, like, still a pat on the back to LGD that they were able to take those leads early and they were confident in their mechanical skills individually, and especially Intruder coming in for the entire series. It looked like he didn't really miss a beat. He was able to get people, especially Fire Lolly, and get the solo kills. That's great to see. Unfortunately, it's how you translate that going forward. They thought they had it when they were going towards that mid lane and being able to siege up. They just didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah. I think it's now that we kind of start the conversation of kind of the new generation of EDG. You know, when Mouse took over for Koro, everyone's like, this is an obvious downgrade.
Yeah.
And now Mouse is going like 1v3. Yeah, it's on Maokai, but he understands where his power is. He has the confidence to do that. You're looking at Firelol and you're like, where is my clear love? Like, what are they doing? And now Firelol is like getting MVPs and you're like, you know, maybe he can stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, that 1v3 was ridiculous. Like, it was like, all right, he's going to die at any moment. You know, check my fake watch that I don't have. Left it at work. But it just felt ridiculous. It was like, he's going to die at any moment. Wait a minute. He's killed that one. He's killing another. You run away.
He's still
Get
going.
out of
This
there.
guy is not dying.
Yeah.
MVP, though, no surprise, is going to go to Scout.
And then, again, Pawn and Deft leave. You're like, there's no answer. EDG are crumbling. And then Scout steps up, not only on his Rise game and the series against WE, but now again on his Zed game and his series against LGD. So it's like this new wave. It's like Degrassi 2.0. EDG, the Rise.
Oh, I love that Degrassi reference as a Canadian. I'll give you that one. But like,
I see you, Drake.
Thank you. But Scout, man, I mean, he's going to be feeling so happy. I mean, he already is happy that he's able to play
Of course he's happy.
Exactly. Like, the lethality changes mean so much to him. We saw the talent yesterday, but being able to play the Zed that he is so comfortable on, and he was able to pull it out and just whip it out in this game, it was awesome. It was fantastic.
Very, very confident performance from the two. And I love how the exciting thing is, every time I always ask, what are we looking for? What decides this match? First jungle, then bottom lane, then mid lane, then mid lane again. Like, the fact that we're seeing all of these sort of changes go around, and now you enter Mouse into the conversation in this huge Maokai. It's like, really, these teams are playing up.
That's the difference between the good teams and the elite teams in the LPL, though. You look at something like Game Talents, you know, bottom of the table. We're going to see them play next series, but you're like, who carries on that team? Gimgoon. He's the only guy that really can carry. You have a bunch of untested rookies.
There'll be times where Republic can take it, but you're talking about two individuals.
Exactly. Whereas you look at a team like WE, Chaogu, LGD, EDG, you can list multiple carries from every single position, and that's why they continue to dominate the top of the standings.
Yeah, and so that's That's a good point. It feels like whenever you come in as a unit, as a team, especially when you go into the MVP every time, you're like, I actually have no idea who's coming up because everybody played their role, everybody played their part. I guess it just depends on who they're feeling at the end of the day. And this time around, it was Scout. I mean, undeniably so. But it just comes down to everyone's playing their role as a team.
And yeah, it's about that versatility of being able to craft out. Like, you get so much more out of compositions, you get so much more out of strategies and kind of win conditions. Like, if your only viable strategy is, you know, get my top laner snowballed every single time, or you can be EDG and be like, I can put my resources bottom and Zet can carry. I can put it mid and maybe Scout pops off on Zed, or maybe even we get Mouse, the Gangplank pick that we've seen kind of peeking its head in the LPL, and he can start to carry a game.
And I feel like that really brings us to what we talked about at the top of the day, when the question was, what's really the theme going on with the LPL right now? That teamwork is greater than individual talent. Well, what happens if you also have a lot of really individually talented people and great teamwork?
Yeah, and that's the thing about EDG is that they've always come through that even at times where you're like, well, individually, or at least individually they're not there. No, actually, it's more of as a team. It's always a question mark because at times you're like questioning Firelolly as an individual player, but his teamwork is always there. EDG is always a fantastic team. Even when you question Mouse's mechanics, that's not that case anymore. Questioning Firelolly, I mean, Clear Love is there if he doesn't perform. So now we're looking into the future of EDG. What happens if they're all mechanically there and they're strong as a unit? I mean, they technically had a chance going into IEM. That didn't happen. But in the future, it's like, what happens if you send that team over? So I'm ecstatic.
Yeah.
I'm a little hyped.
I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I mean,
looking for his international events.
No, that's kind of the next kind of step and theme and motif of this this weekend across conferences. We're actually finally seeing the maturity of the LPL teams. Again, the LPL has been so far behind everyone, behind in patches, behind because of Chinese New Year. You know, everyone else is kind of weeks ahead of us. They've been playing consistently longer, and we just didn't really see any development from the LPL teams. They looked miles behind everyone in terms of vision. Suddenly, you have now 4 teams, LGD, WE, EDG, and IG, that are head and shoulders above where they were just 2 weeks ago in terms of their vision control. It's nice to see actual development and the LPL start to catch up with the global scene. They've obviously been paying attention to everyone.
Yeah, certainly a lot of practice that we've been seeing coming out of these teams moving forward. And of course, in our next matchup, we're hoping to see this sort of growth and evolution, this maturity, I suppose, continue as we start to look forward towards that. But as we're sort of wrapping this up, do you have any final thoughts on EDG versus LGD, the big clash of 2017?
It's just going to get better. That's all it really is. Like you mentioned it, this is the last time we're going to see them in cross-group play. It might not even be that because going into playoffs, that might just come through once again.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's going to be fun to see. I think that LGD, they're going to, obviously they still have a long road in terms of cross-group play. When they go in back into their group and battle their own group members, it's going to be fun to see how much they can grow because we saw a lot of strengths in their early game. If that does convert into their mid to late game, because they were quite surprised in the mid game here. They were constantly caught out by the fact that EDG were looking for those skirmishes in the top side. If they suddenly think, well, now we can do that, or we're going to be prepared for that next time, that's really scary to see.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not ready to write LGD off, even though they technically lost the series. Again, this was pretty much like snowball game 1, snowball game 2, and then a clean game from EDG that kind of definitively put them over the line, but that still to me is kind of like a best of 1 and a best of series. Yeah. If we come into playoffs, if these Titans clash again, it will be in a best of 5, and I don't think this series proves that EDG are definitively better. I think LGD have their number, and they could very easily have taken this series on a different day.
Yeah, and as we look towards the rest of this weekend, of course, the other teams that these, both EDG and LGD are playing, EDG have to play against RNG on Sunday in our match of the week. LGD, on the other hand, have to play against Game Talents, who currently are at the bottom of their standings, a single win to their name of the 5 games that they've played. Do you think there's an opportunity that LGD might, we played EDG, we've got Game Talents coming up, let's take a break, slow it down, perhaps slide back a bit?
And that's going to be dangerous, because that has been historically, LGD can fall into that trend where they're kind of lazing about, especially it comes into drafts, when it comes to their comfort picks. Their comfort picks generally doesn't fit the meta, so that's a problem with them. But Game Talents, I mean, they've been losing a lot of games. They've been far behind at 10 minutes. It's a constant time and time again it happens. Let's see if it happens in the next game.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on it. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our final match of the evening. It's RNG versus Game Talents. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our second match of the evening. We're going to see RNG take on Game Talents. Once again, my name is Dom Romer. I am pleased enough. I'm trying to come up with like a positive adjective. We've got Raz joining us once again, and Caster Hot Swap.
Yeah,
we've got Pulse coming in.
Analyst Pulse. What's going on?
I'm surprised. I'm not surprised you couldn't find that positive because wait. What are you doing here?
I know. The real analyst has arrived. Thank you very much for Frascura and for keeping the seat warm, of course. But I'm here because Rusty was feeling under the weather today. So I know you're watching at home. So feel better soon, my friend. Yeah. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
He's probably participating in chat as well. So just give him a quick kappa if you like. And keep things nice and positive. So, of course, our matchup, RNG versus Game Talents. Number 1 in their group versus 6th.
Yeah.
And okay, all right, Dom, let me tell you a tale of GT. Because I came into this week and I was just like, I was really hyped for GT. Yeah. I was just like, Raz was probably looking at me in the story meeting being like, what's this guy on? Why is he hyped for GT? They're at the bottom of the group.
I'm with you.
I felt like they were actually a really good team coming into this one just because of the performances they had against the likes of an EDG. And they had those upset wins. But then when I looked at them, it's like, oh, they got 0-2 against QG, WE, and Vici. And they got completely blasted. So the fact that they had these moments of brilliance means that we could see something today, but at the same time, you just mentioned it yourself, Dom, they're up against the top of the opposing group.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at it, Game Talents here's what's making this a little more interesting, because you look at the standings, and you can wash this one up. But Game Talents, their last set up against Newbie was fantastic, not only because they were able to take it out in a 2-0 victory, but in the style in which they were able to do that, because their early game got much better. Xiaohu, or at least Xiaoyu, is coming into his own. A lot of the times with Wushuang, even Xiaoyu, in his early portions of the game, and in his first 2 games in the split, he kind of went into the waves of being able to like gank mid, gank top, gank mid, gank top constantly. It left their bottom lane really far behind. I mean, there's no excuse for them to be losing those 2v2s, but it happened, and so now he's being able to incorporate that. In fact, now that they have Soulmate, it seems like their bottom lane synergy is there, so they're able to contest that a lot earlier.
Yeah, but while you're looking at the bottom side, you cannot not mention the top side of the map, right?
Yeah.
We're obviously looking at Gimgoon, who is the big carry of the team, and as a play-by-play, I feel like a massive fanboy just hyping up Gimgoon, but now as an analyst, I can like actually say why I think this guy's a good top laner, because he can actually drive forwards the momentum that the team has.
Yeah, what makes Gimgoon so exciting for someone like you to watch? If you've got him constantly aggressing in lanes or constantly being such a consistent carry, is there an opportunity for RNG to deliberately target him?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fear. That's the legitimate fear coming into this, is that we talked about a little earlier on too, is that if you only have 1 star in your team, maybe even half a star in the mid lane if you count Republic, then it's very easy to just focus that out. You can say, well, 2v2 will win bottom lane, and we're just going to go top side to counter gank or really just set him far behind. That's been the problem, that they keep finding themselves behind in 10 minutes into the game because that's their only hope. Now, if they are able to unlock their bottom lane and the mid lane, then suddenly that's not a problem, where Gimgoon can really rely on the rest of the map to to at least play even.
While that's true, I do feel like teams have recognized that or even respect that against GT, because I think the reason why we saw the upset with Newbie was just like, we don't really respect GT as a lineup or a team and respect their strengths, getting ahead early game and actually being able to play a really solid game when they have those advantages. So my question to RNG is, a top of the table team, do they actually respect GT enough to say, let's not get blue shelled and just win the game?
Yeah, and I think that's a real fear, simply because Game Talents, it was a combination of Game Talents improving, but definitely Newbie disrespecting them. And RNG, they are an early game team. Their early game is really clean. We see, I mean, Xiaohu has 5 MVPs. He has the highest MVPs in the split. It's simply because he's rotating early on. We're seeing, for instance, Letme's playing a lot of carry tops. They prioritize lanes, and that is very scary if you're Game Talents and you've only found 1 victory early in 10 minutes into the game. They've been losing early games consistently. They're going up against an early game team. It's bad for them.
We've especially seen how oppressive a team like RNG can be when they played against LGD and just demolished them. I mean, that was meat in a meat grinder. It was really terrible. But on the other hand, you take a look at Game Talents and you have to start to look at the growth for them. Yes, they took their first win against Newbie. They've swapped in Xiaoyu. They've got Soulmate replacing Savoki. They got their wins. How do they continue to improve from here? How do they show consistent improvement moving forward?
I mean, you're speaking specifically to Game Talents, right?
Yes.
And it just comes down to consistency. Right here, I mean, Xiaoyu, he's been playing a lot of rec side. I mean, that's a bad point because teams are going to recognize that. But regardless of that, even if he's put onto a different champion, I want to see him do the same thing, able to impact bottom side and top side, and it's all in his counter ganks. His counter ganks are really crucial, and that's something that Wushang wasn't able to get. That means that Xiaoyu is able to consistently farm up in his own jungles and just kind of respect, or at least come in to the top side of the map and bot side when he feels like he's needed, rather than pulling himself out to make plays happen. Because Wu Shuang, the biggest problem with him was that he was constantly falling behind in the experience, because there would be times if he just gets counter jungled because he would be camping out mid lane, then of course he'd be falling behind. So that's an issue he has to watch out for.
And you know, like, consistency has kind of become a buzzword of the LPL right now. It's just like, this team needs to be consistent, but it's about defining it right, as you were just talking about, Raz. And when you look at the team of GT, they have a lot of problems, because if they become consistent in their current lineup, they're very one-dimensional. You look at Gimgoon, you look at like, oh, maybe the bot lane can start rotating, maybe the jungler can do something, but then you have RNG who have many more facets. So even if you have this consistent lineup, it's too one-dimensional. You can ban out everything that makes them strong, and you still come up with a win. So we need to see not only GT become more consistent, as we keep saying, but also have another way to fire back.
Exactly, and I think RNG, they've been together far too long. Obviously, Ming and Let Me are coming in to the roster. Let Me has been with the team for, or at least with the organization for a long time, so they know how to play with each other. And Uzi is really ringing in Ming. So I just feel like right now they've had a lot of experience. They've been firing shots in their own group time and time again. Game Talents are just trying to figure it out.
So then, to bring us back to the big theme for this weekend, how teamwork is greater than individual skill. Well, what happens if you have both? With a situation like RNG, a team that we expect to be playing remarkably well together from what we've seen, and the individual talent.
I mean, then you get IG, and that's what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So you have this perfectly aligned team who just does everything right. And that's my question for RNG coming into this matchup, is can they emulate and do IG better?
You can see your rosters on your screen right now. Let Me, MLXG, Xiaohu, along with Uzi and Ming, filling out the fairly standard no changes roster so far. Their opponents on the opposite side, of course, are Game Talents. You got Gimgoon up top, Xiaoyu starting once again, along with Republic, West as the AD carry, and Savoki as his support.
That is interesting. That is interesting simply because now Savoki's coming in. He's had bad laning phases coming time and time again. With a new AD carry as well, that can change a lot. West, we have no idea who he is. That is a big question mark in and of itself. With the shoddy camera shot we've seen of him, he must be new. They must have put him into an alleyway to get a quick shot of him. So that's going to be really interesting to see, because bot lane has been a big question mark for this team, and they have been consistently losing. Now you got to have somehow form up a duo up against Uzi and Ming.
Yeah, I mean, Savoki is known for playing something like Tom Kench or Braum, however, so perhaps they take something defensive to supplement West deliberately, understanding that they are playing against Uzi, the king of the bottom lane himself.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, I feel like you may just have to sack the bot side regardless, and maybe that's what GT are thinking coming into this game, so why not just get some experience out there for a player like West. But at the same time, I came into the last time we saw GT, and I was like, why are they coming in with this rotating roster? You just had a great series against EDG in your game one. What are you doing? GT come out with a 2-0 over Newbie. So it's just like, at the same time, maybe they know something that we don't. That's optimism speaking, but who knows?
Yeah. It just comes down to what's been going on through scrims. Obviously, we don't have that information on why their bottom lane isn't working out. They bring in Soulmate. They've had success. They're bringing back Savoki, and Savoki is just a... Savoki is fantastic in the sense that he, even though his laning phase has been shoddy, his mid to late game play has been pretty good. Just bringing him up, he's been a classic support. He's been with the roster, or at least the organization, for a long time, since he's been in the league. So it's interesting giving him a second shot, because you don't want to just outright oust him with Soulmate in just a single day of play.
You can see Let Me right now giving a few words before he gets ready, of course, for this matchup. His opponent's is going to be Gimgoon.
Yeah.
So obviously going to be looking forward to that matchup. Of course, Gimgoon, one of the last holdouts of the Kled solo players.
Yeah, I just want to bring out Kled. I wonder it has gotten to the point where teams are just like, maybe we just ban it, you know? Because we've seen Kled go off. We have that big highlight, of course, we saw weeks ago where he just 1v2s under tower. He is a strong Kled player. Why not just take it away? I know he has more in his wheelhouse, like he can bring a different pick out, but why not just take him away from his comfort?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of been playing a bit of a Kali in solo queue. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen until it happens.
Hey,
right?
Exactly.
I'm talking about that Kali all day, my friend.
Yeah, but what's beautiful about this, I don't think the ban's going to come through simply because both of these players just go straight through what's strong. They're both carry players. If the counter pick is available, they'll go for it. This is what's great about two of these top laners is that usually you see, you know, tank versus tank, blind pick Maokai versus blind pick or at least like I guess the counter pick Nautilus. I feel like that's not going to happen here. Gimgoon has made a name in earlier seasons on the Maokai, but he's been firing off on the Kled picks. Jace as well. It's going to be interesting to see what he can pick up.
Yeah, as much as I like to hype up the Kled pick, I feel a lot of that came from the surprise factor.
Yeah.
We didn't know that he was able to 1v2 us with Skull coming in there, so it's difficult. I'm still going to give the series to RNG, but I think GT can take a game.
We'll certainly see if that's going to be the case as we have entered into picks and bans for game number 1 between RNG and Game Talents. Pulse, thank you so much for your analysis. He's going to join us to help break down what happened in game number 1 after we get through this. But running through the bans so far, Rise targeted at Republic and Camille banned away from Gimgoon. Don't want to let him get a strong top laner, as 2 mid lane bans are hitting up Xiaohu, that MVP man himself.
One big interesting point is that both Rengar and Graves have been left open, along with Varus. That's just one ban left, so priority is going to be interesting. If you're RNG, you have been having so much success with Varus, I wouldn't be surprised if they first pick it.
And we'll see what they go for, as it is going to be the Graves ban, so now it's Rengar, the priority jungle pick that gets through.
That's really smart from Game Talents. They recognize, they put him into that hole where they don't have a jungle option anymore. They either take the primary, the strongest jungle possible with the Rengar, or they go for the Varus,
Yeah, and the Varus is, in fact, what RNG go for, which means that the Rengar now goes through and Game Talents get an opportunity to look for yet another priority pick in one of their other lanes as well.
This is interesting for RNG because suddenly they're going to be looking towards, it has to be either Ivern or Elise. Elise is probably the easiest one because it does still do well versus the Rengar. One of the Rengar changes, of course, is that he can't, you know, I guess an Olaf ulti in a sense. He can't just dispel everything after a certain point, so that Elise could still do well. It's a pick that MLG has constantly gone towards, and it's another scary point for Game Talents where he can just, if he gets one kill, it doesn't even matter. He can just go off at that point. Strong early game impact.
The pickup is going to be Malzahar to help out Savoki in the bottom, hard engage, plus Xiaoyu on some hard engage as well. As an answer, RNG look to back themselves up a bit with Kha'Zix and Shen to help protect someone who might be out of position.
There we go. Kha'Zix is strong as well. That's going to be fine. We've seen a lot of Kha'Zix into the Rengar. Whoever gets a hit up first is going to be doing well for themselves. But Rengar is just that much more strong. And the Malzahar pickup as well. Malzahar does so well into Jhin, which makes a lot of sense that they've gone towards this. So it's time to really test out Savoki and West to see if they can play it together. That's a lot of pick that they have, a lot of control in the bottom lane. I mean, I say control, but they're going up against Varus. So if they don't get that key pick, then Varus is going to be a rough shot here.
It certainly is. As we've now entered into the next stage of bans, Misfortune going to be targeted away. Pairs so very well with that Varus. Excellent at breaking the shield of Malzahar as well, that Void Shift.
This is interesting. They might even just go towards a Zyra ban, just kind of make it easy for the Malzahar. But remember, Lulu is a strong pickup. We were seeing it a lot nowadays, so you can't just willy-nilly just ban out these supports anymore because Lulu is a strong one. Karma even works well because you get the poke. So Malzahar just doesn't have those two-pronged answers.
Rumble looks like it's going to be the next ban targeted towards Gimgoon. That Kled is still up. But Lulu is going to be another ban towards the bottom lane, towards Ming.
That's a good one. Lulu has just been getting stronger and stronger, and of course he can control the Voidlings a lot more with his auto attacks. Has a lot of strength in the lane, and you don't want Varus and Lulu in the bottom lane together going up against Jhin. Jin's gonna have such a bad time, but you really can't control that anymore. I mean, they can still pick up the Zyra, still pick up Karma, and still have that much impact. Malzahar doesn't have push priority into that, and so they're just gonna be fishing for picks in the bottom lane. So right now, RNG, they have their priorities set for them. That bottom lane is going to be incredibly strong for them. They're just banning top laners that are going to have that can deal with the Shen.
Don't let Gimgoon get off the ground. Maokai's still up though, and With Shen already locked in, there's not really an opportunity for counter picks, so instead, Game Talents are still going to save it for last.
They have
and
something.
instead go for the Corky pick for Republic.
Yeah, they have something brewing. If you're holding your top lane pick, once you know it, you're waiting for the full roster for RNG to come up. That'll be really interesting what they can go for. I mean, Shen isn't invincible. He's strong against tanks, but it's going to have some problems with certain carries. So Corky makes sense. I mean, Corky, it doesn't really matter. He's blind pickable. You can pick him into any lane, even aggressive lanes. You can go into just defensive items with Hex Drinker and just can still roam out for the rest of the team. So Republic still has some ground here.
An answer. RNG now looking for their final pick.
Yeah, it's going to be the support. So it makes, like, it has to be the Zyra. Zyra makes a lot of sense here. And so when Game Talents were just banning out supports, it just made a lot of sense for the Zyra to come through. Ming has had a lot of success on the Zyra pick, so that's all fair and done with. Right now, RNG, they have a really well-rounded composition, a lot of shields as well, so it feels like their composition is going to be really centered towards the strength that they have in the bottom lane.
They certainly have got a bit of amplification to help that happen when you've got Shen using Stand United, Kha'Zix skanking every once in a while. Could very easily see 5 members down towards that bottom lane if Xiaohu gets some push priority onto Republic. Certainly capable of keeping up with that wave clear, but an answer, the Maokai standard pickup for Gimgoon.
Yeah, they gave themselves a lot of time for that pick. They felt like that's just fair. Even though Maokai versus Shen, not so hot for Maokai. As the game goes on, he's going to give a lot of space towards Republic and West. This is great team fighting for themselves. They have their dual carriers are going to feel pretty safe behind the big tree.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope, right? We saw Mouse get explosively large, going effectively 1 versus 3 with only 2 items because he was able to keep on pace with the clock so effectively as the coaches shake hands. This is number 1 in their group versus number 6, but Game Talents are on the up and up with their first win of the split so far, just last week of play.
Yeah, and I really like RNG's compositions. They've really understood what their win conditions are, and they're playing around it. So that was a great draft from Firefox overall. Time and time again, it seems like they just understand themselves and their win conditions so well, while other teams, you know, patch to patch, they do change up their strengths a little bit, and it's good to be well-rounded. But if you're RNG and you know you have such a strong bottom lane, why not abuse it?
Firefox being the coach for RNG.
Yeah.
That is a hot pink keyboard.
Oh, that's actually, okay, that's Yahoo's keyboard. I remember a while back we got I think it was Season 2 Worlds that we got to see the keyboard of Uzi. And it was also hot pink.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Probably just trying to keep his fingers warm with some hot fire.
That's red. I mean, I was supposed to give you that.
It's close. It's a step above white, so he's getting there. He's just not made it all the way on the color spectrum.
All right, that's fair.
He wants to keep his fingers warm, not on fire, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
It's a gradual step. As with our final compositions, we prepare to load onto the Rift. Game Talents looking to show us that they've got something new, that they can continue to grow and adapt and evolve and take these wins. And with the changes in the bottom lane and Xiaoyu in the jungle, it's time to see if they can take a match against RNG.
Yeah, a lot of mixing and matching for Game Talents. Let's just see if this one has any merit. Even if they lose this game, if their 2v2 is strong enough to combat not only Uzi and Ming, but Uzi and Ming on Zyra and Varus.
Yeah.
If that's happening, then you know what? Sign them up. Give them the contracts.
You got to imagine what's going through his head right now. Being a sub on last place team in the group. Oh, you're finally going in for a game. Excellent. What team is it? RNG against Uzi. Oh boy, that's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Yeezy here doesn't have a little bit of Kanye in his ears. Listen to it. I just love the fact that his name is West. That's all I was going for. But yeah, but yeah. Granted, your point is right. It just comes down to it that his first game, he has to prove himself with not only Savoki, but you got to deal with Uzi and Ming, and that's really tough. Not only Uzi and Ming, but Xiaohu, who has been roaming so well this split. And so if MLXG and Xiaohu ever has control over this mid lane, then suddenly, you know, you write yourself off.
Xiaoyu looks like getting a bit of a leash out of Gimgoon. Getting chucked a few cats towards that Raptor camp. Of course, Rengar already very good at clearing it, so that's just going to help speed him up that much faster. As Uzi immediately steps forward along with Ming to look for some early damage. Savoki answers back with a Void Link.
Yeah, this is really crucial, but Ming and Uzi, they're just pressuring up really aggressively. They recognize that they have the lane there. If they can get level 2 quickly, I think they're confident that they can do just that. Then West and Savoki have to watch out. Ooh!
Yikes, that's a lot of harass. They traded back for some damage onto Ming, however, but West is going to use his one of several health potions.
And that's great. That's a big trend that's been happening a lot for AD carries, that they're, suddenly you can get the boots, you can get the longsword, you can have a lot more sustain for yourself, especially if you're just getting hit by arrow after arrow. You gotta have some sustain on you. So going boots and pots, sure, he doesn't have the damage to be able to go up towards Uzi, but you weren't gonna have the damage anyways. Uzi was gonna be able to run rough shots, so as long as he can farm up, maybe even dodge an arrow or two with those boots of his, then that's going to be fine. Heal up a few times, so that's good.
Fan vote heavily in favor of RNG. As
Oh.
the snare actually catches Uzi. He's down to 200 health from the Voidlings as Savoki gets some really good harass.
And that's what you got to watch out for going up against the Malzahar and the Jhin. If Malzahar ever gets you with his E, at any point, it can combo into West's W. So that's a big point in which they really work well together. As I say that, Republic, watch out.
He's eating a lot of damage here. Xiaohu doesn't have his Thunderlords off of cooldown just yet. Still sitting on about 20 seconds to go before he gets it back up. Republic will get an opportunity to heal back up, but here comes a large minion wave, and MLXG is waiting in the wing.
And that's just really difficult for Republic. Sure, he has corruption potions, so he's going to be able to just heal up quite a bit, but Xiaohu, he can, that's the beauty of Orianna, is that you don't have to use that much mana. He doesn't have much mana now, so he can conserve and just auto the wave going forward, because there's nothing really pushing back against him. So do it time and time again, and you know what? He still has a pot in his inventory, so he's gonna be set for a long time. Oh.
Yeah, continuing to harass as West takes even more damage. Burns through all 4 potions.
His pots are gone.
In 4 minutes. That's 30 seconds of potion from when minions finally clash in lane.
Big question now is, what is he going to do? Because at this point, just watching in anticipation, something's going to happen here. But at this point, you're getting hit up at time and time again. Are you going to back? If you back, you lose so much minions. So that's when your jungler has to clue into what's happening here. Maybe he comes in and ganks, because just to alleviate pressure, not to get a kill, just so Uzi and Ming have to back themselves. But he's all the way on the top side of the map. Maybe he's changed his course a little bit to maybe move towards the bot side. But if he does that, he loses his Raptors camp. So he has nothing. It's a big risk for him to start just walking towards bottom lane. So it's really tough for Xiaoyu in that instance, because his bot lane is losing out so much. So I guess the answer was that West was just going to back to base.
With that, he goes for Swifties along with a few more potions as a tear is picked up from Uzi when he completes his recall. Xiaoyu continues pressing in to Republic.
Oh!
And Micro Valkyrie, I think he didn't mean to do that.
I don't know. He's just so scared right now, and there's a good reason for him to be. Oh, that's kidding!
Flash engage onto Xiaoyu. He ghosts, but has got low mana. Here comes MLXG leaping forward, and Republic goes down. First blood, MLXG.
You didn't expect that. Xiaoyu came in there with Republic, and Republic was so confident off that point. Maybe they can get a kill on Xiaohu. Maybe Xiaohu can run away, but Xiaohu was like, you know what? I've been running with MLXG game after game. Their synergy has been on point, and then this one as well. MLXG recognized that his winning point was in the mid lane, and he was there for him.
Flash from Ming. It's going to be answered. Snare goes wide, but West just got back into lane, guys.
Yeah. And he preemptively healed too. He's like, I'm going to take the bullet, so I got to do it early.
This is his first game in the LPL, and Uzi is just being bad guy at the playground. You want to ride the tire swing? You're going to have to go through me.
And this is where the conversation starts. When do you rotate your lane towards the top side? It's still too early, but at this time, you need to get them away from this. Either you rotate towards the top side and hopefully maybe get a pick off of Let Me. I mean, Xiaoyu's already going to come in there, so West can get another back timing off, but you can't keep backing time and time again. You have to do something about it.
Level 6 and Flash Shockwave is going to be enough. Xiaohu kills Republic. In the mid lane, we're seeing a huge advantage open up for Xiaohu. In the bottom lane, Uzi is running rampant over West.
Yeah.
The only place that is safe for now is the top lane, where Gimgoon is the only member of his team to have a CS advantage.
Yeah, and that's just when individual plays really open up the map for you. Uzi and Ming were so aggressive in the bottom lane that suddenly they have to pull in Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's had to be pulled in towards the bottom lane to help push. So this play happens. That was fantastic from Xiaohu to be able to get that play going forward. As I say, that needs some help.
Yeah, and as you said, Gimgoon looking for a play, trying to get that advantage happening somewhere else. Well, stand united.
Yeah, and that was fantastic. Let Me was able to help him out. And that's what is really rough for Game Towns. Once again, they find themselves behind the mark 7 minutes into the game. There's not much they can do about it. They picked for it in the bottom lane, where sure, Jin and Malzahar, they can catch you off guard, but they're gonna passively lose the lane, and you have to be able to do something about it. If their answer is to bring Xiaoyu to the bottom lane and help shove and give them proper back timings, suddenly the entire map towards the top side is free for MLXG to just pick off after pick off. So Republic right now has to be afraid. He has to. Otherwise, he's just gonna have a bad time against MLXG.
You can see he just put a control ward in the Pixel Brush on bottom side, expecting that to be the direction that MLXG might be coming from. But you can see MLXG already top, and with another control ward placed earlier in the Pixel Bush by Game Towns, they are now going to spot MLXG up there. So Republic trying to, but now he's got to deal with the blue buff Orianna.
Yeah, this is when I start to question Republic a little bit, because that ward should be towards the top side. That's where Kha'Zix is going to have a lot of pressure in towards, because Xiaoyu has to be towards the bottom side of the map. If you can position towards the boss, I guess he's warding there so he can position there safely, but you should feel safe simply because Rengar should be there constantly. So I guess they're going to look to maybe battle for the wards, but they have no power in doing that. So there goes that control ward.
Yeah, they decide not to battle instead. Pulling back, playing safe, and letting themselves not take any risks as Mountain Dragon, the first one, very important. Why risk Mountain Dragon over a ward when you can just come back a few seconds later and place another one? You can see Uzi continuing to poke down in this bottom lane, nearly 20 CS ahead as we get closer to that 10-minute mark. And things slowing down just a touch.
Yeah, West and Savoki, they're starting to play it a little bit more support, like back here. They don't want to get hit out, so they're playing outside of Uzi's range. And all that means is now West has to use his W, has to use a lot of mana to be able to get CS under him. Right now, he's just a little bit over half, but if it keeps happening time and time again, then they can't support a fight. Then he's in a worse position. So it's the long con of, you know, suddenly you have to play towards the wave. You're going to get hit up again.
West trying to catch these minions as they come in, but he gets minions and damage.
Oh!
Flash engage onto Ming. It's now or never as they try to force the fight. They managed to get one kill, but Savoki might be traded over as MLXG shows up. It is, in fact, a 1-for-1 engage and trade. Republic heads towards the top, trying to find Let Me.
That man's safe.
He's doing what he can to walk it off. Still has flash, but whoa, they try to turn it around. Gimgoon gets forward. That man is not, in fact, safe.
Yeah,
Gimgoon gets a kill as Xiaohu tries to answer in the mid lane.
He held on to his flash quite a bit. Even if he did flash, Gimgoon was really comfortable with the range he was in. So overall, Xiaohu, all he can do at this point is just hammer in on that tower. That's going to be an investment. Let's see if it pays off for Xiaohu. But overall, that was a great play from Republic to be able to answer towards the top side when RNG committed a lot towards that bottom side.
With that over and done, it's only about a 1,500 gold difference between the two. Republic with the package gets back into the mid lane. Still looking for the Triforce first before going for the Hex Drinker Rush, which is so effective, as he's now got some vision slowly being encroached into his jungle. You can see Ming getting some deep wards to try to spot out Savoki or see Xiaoyu before Xiaoyu starts hunting around.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that they'll need to see a lot more, especially if they're pushing into this lane so often. If they can just walk into the blue side jungle, sure, you're not doing it for the camps because there are no camps available. What they're doing it for is just to catch Xiaoyu out, because Xiaoyu's just going to be coming into the lane off his ulti cooldown time and time again. You can't catch that out with wards near the lane. You have to catch him out in transition towards the lane.
Speaking of transition, Republic, nope, decides not to.
Well,
maybe I'm not sure if he just had the timer wrong or if he was just fainting.
I guess he was fainting. At the time, he just wasn't going to have that option regardless. The bottom lane of Yuzi and Ming were backing away.
Yeah, suddenly Knife Cat actually lands the snare, and he did use his flash earlier. Gimgoon's almost in range. And using the block zone, but it's still not enough. Xiaoyu, again, able to make a gank happen.
That's good. That's really good. Where Gimgoon suddenly is now 1 kill, 1 assist. He's gonna push another wave in. He's 10 CS up and counting, so that Maokai is gonna have a lot of free space on the top side. Oh, get out of there.
Wow, Xiaohu aggressively ghosts at Republic.
But him putting out a lot of pressure in the mid lane actually is going to mean a lot, where that mid lane tower was chipped time and time again. If that pressure is going to continue on forward, someone needs to do something about it. Game Talents are going to trade towers if this keeps happening.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to. MLXG on the invade, looking for Savoki and West, spotted out well in advance by a nice ward in the Pixel Bush. That means that the top tower is going to be the first to go again to Gimgoon. So despite everyone knowing that Gimgoon is really one of the better players, if not the best for Game Talents, he's still able to get up off the ground. In answer, MLXG along with Uzi and Xiaohu are going to take down this first Mountain Drake unless there's some long-range intervention.
A lot of pings are going down. Okay.
Just breaking the Void Shift as MLXG gets level 6 and leaps over the wall. Curtain Call going to launch out towards Ming. Just a couple of bullets to escort RNG on the way out. They're very aggressive in trying to force this.
Yeah, that ulti was used a little bit a while ago. They were just trying to buy as much time as possible so Xiaoyu can get there, but it was just not going to happen. The dragon was taken far too early and they moved out. So even though Jin used his ulti, it was not going to happen. The play just simply didn't have time.
As a result, that first Drake goes over to RNG. Republic gets some good damage, but runs out of mana. There's the stand united. Republic Valkyrie'd in, but Xiaohu turns it around. That's another teleport. Shockwave flings Xiaoyu forward. As Xiaohu backs up, and teleport is completed for Gimgoon. That is a teleport advantage for Let Me, however.
They recognize that Xiaohu is down with a lot of HP, so he's going to have to back. They're not going to turn that into a siege. That would take too much time, so they're just going to just get a good back timing themselves, because that was a very tension-based situation. So you know what? Just kind of take a breath, back to base, and relax.
So you can see the changes to Rengar on your screen right now from 7.1 to 7.3. Reducing 50 damage from his Q, removing the invulnerability to CC, and finally a 2 until I believe it's 6-second decrease in how much time he is stealthed when activating his On the Hunt.
Yeah, and the On the Hunt, it's still long, but being able to take that much time out of it is a great nerf to the champion, because there would be a lot of times where he would just get 3 towers simply because he would just use his ulti, walk around, and the threat of it in and of itself would be able to just take up a lot of pressure. So that means a lot. And so especially with Graves coming up, Kha'Zix was already the pick. A lot of things coming down. Calm yourselves, people. But yeah, especially with the 2 picks coming up, people are a lot more free to leave the champion open.
Gimgoon's on his way in. It looks like Game Talents are ready to fight for this, as they are trying to fight for vision around the Dragon Pit, but it's just been taken.
Yeah, it's just going to turn into vision pressure, and that's all it really is. RNG recognizes that Shen has to get that push top. Means they have to cop a lot of vision. They can't really pressure forward. If they do, suddenly Maokai's there. That's a 5v4 situation. Sure, Let Me has his TP, but that's going to take far too long.
Despite all of this, however, it ends up defusing, as you said, turning into vision pressure, which, when Game Talents recalls, RNG just claim for themselves once again, getting some more vision around the river, around that blue buff, making sure that their bottom lane is safe, especially considering they're so aggressive as Xiaoyu. Gives it a quick 1, 2, 3.
And honestly, this is good improvement, because we were trying to focus on what improvements Game Talents has made coming through, even though they have a new bottom lane altogether. Being able to see Gimgoon bleed that pressure towards the bottom side of the map, because he knew that he was a big tree. He's got a few kills on his belt, got that Sunfire Cape now. But overall, he was able to bleed in towards the bottom lane. And West and Savoki, they have a bad matchup going up against them, and they're just copping a lot of pressure. They're just moving back. They don't have to take damage. So that's great to see coming from them, is that they're recognizing where the strength of RNG lies, how much pressure they're putting towards it. Xiaohu is trying to battle for vision here, and so they see that, they back away, and they recognize that they can fight when Maokai is walking over towards the mid lane.
As it is, Gimgoon is currently keeping Let Me occupied, and Xiaoyu heads back towards the top side of the map, gets a quick forward ward, just to keep an eye on any potential Shen Stand United zones.
That's a good ward because it does catch out if MLXG ever tries to come in on Gimgoon. Even Xiaohu, honestly. So that gives Maokai a lot more safety to walk in for the second wave towards that inner tower. If he continues to do this, that's so much pressure. RNG have to do something about it. But Xiaohu might get jumped on.
Oh yeah, Xiaoyu's looking for Xiaohu. And he found him, but didn't find the kill.
That's a bit of a tongue twister between these two players here. I'm catching myself out with those.
I mean, you got it right. You
There
said
you
Xiaohu's looking for Xiaoyu.
Yeah.
But MLXG, right on top of a ward. It's a little awkward.
Yeah, get out of there. But I love to see how much pressure, or at least Xiaoyu was able to come towards that top side and give that vision, which means so much for Gimgoon. And so it was able to give him that play, make it so Gimgoon, or at least Xiaohu.
Oh,
wait a
the
minute.
snare catches Savoki at maximum range, and MLXG does not hesitate to leap onto that vulnerable Malzahar.
Oh, there we go. And he's able to deny the... Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Republic tried to save it with the smallest of margins.
I was just about to say this game is a little bit slow now, but RNG crack it wide open, taking two very quick turrets in succession in both bottom and mid.
And that was a long time coming because of how Orianna had set up so much time to just constantly auto that mid lane turret. At some point it was going to happen, and in the bottom lane they've been prepping it for a long time. So that's just a lot of money in the bank that they were just waiting to receive.
Yeah, it's now 2,500 gold advantage for RNG after taking those turrets. Republic, do it!
Oh.
Of course. I'm actually surprised he didn't take a turret shot for that.
He's going to commit a little bit more and take that turret shot. I trust. Nah, it's not going to happen.
Just go for the harass. Like, you solo killed me in mid lane. Well, I'm going to deny your recall.
I feel like that only will give him more deaths. But he'll do it.
Yeah, he'll try.
Spiteful man.
Now, Infernal Drake is up in 15 seconds, and both teams well aware, starting to set up some vision. West trying to catch that minion wave bottom, but here comes the rest of RNG. Let me, with Teleport and Stand United, can quickly group up with his team, and Gimgoon can do the same if he finds a good ward to TP to.
Game Talents want to take a little bit more time. They're sending to that Maokai towards the top side. They have a lot more room to shove if they give them that time. So we'll have to see what the Maokai can do. RNG are already setting up here, so they want to be able to do this as fast as possible. Since Let Me has set up, he's backing as well. So right now they're looking to start it up.
And they're trying to burn through its health.
I know that growl.
And immediately Xiaoyu,
there we go,
starts hunting.
That growl is so intimidating. The moment that happens, like, I guess we're not taking this dragon. Oh, here we
he's
go.
Found Xiaohu, but a plant is going to do enough to stop him, and separated from his team, he's forced to retreat. There's a teleport, but he ends up going down on the far side. Gimgoon is able to get in as Game Talent's fighting on two fronts, try to collapse onto RNG, but they flash the wall in unison. Gimgoon catches up and gets one, looks for two, makes it two, as he turns now onto Uzi, but does not have enough to get the kill onto Uzi. And now Savoki finds himself running away from the Shen with that Tiamat Nethergrasp very late. He's going to try to dodge out of this. Let Me trying to go for the three-man taunt, does not have enough. MLXG tries to get out of there. And somehow, it's only Republic and Savoki alive. And what an arrow.
That was sick. I didn't even see it.
I thought he was just trying to aggro the dragon so the dragon would kill from in the pit.
Well, I thought he was just going for the dragon. I was like, I guess let's go to the objective, guys. Let's play the smarter game. No, not going to happen. That was a great, or at least it looked like a great engage from Xiaoyu. All he saw was a juicy Orianna, but they were ready for that play to happen. Republic go in on Uzi and Ming, and this is the real interesting point, where Gimgoon is a massive tree, but they kite him back so well, and Uzi's able to survive that one simply because, of course, Maokai did use his execute ulti to be able to take down Zyra earlier on. So it's just top laners gone wild. Let Me starting to go up and try to 1v3 once again. But overall, at that point, Uzi comes in as well. This is when the fight's just cleaned up, and he's looking for that juicy kill. Get into the shot. He's gone.
As it is, Game Talents are the ones who get the Infernal Dragon on respawn. RNG instead sack it to take some pressure mid and play the game that LGD played against EDG earlier today by swinging back between mid and top to clean up that final tier 1 turret.
Yeah, so RNG just talked, we talk a lot about tempo. RNG are already at the next play where Shen is hitting up that top lane tower. That entire red side jungle has been warded up and controlled. So even though Game Talents, they got that Infernal Dragon, that should mean a lot. But now that they have to go back into these lanes that are getting shoved into them, and that means that RNG have full control of not only their own red side jungle, but of Baron area. 21 minutes into the game, you think that's a little bit too early, but time keeps ticking, and these picks will mean something.
Yeah. And that ward vision is dense. That is a lot of wards.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they just used every single ward in their possession. No, I'm sorry. Let Me still has his trinkets.
Yeah. And honestly, at this point, Gimgoon's got to be able to buy a blue trinket as well. They have 2 blue trinkets. They're both down. He needs to get one himself so they can contest this. But it looks like they're going to be contesting this tower.
Setting up a siege. West starts firing shots across the bow. And LXG eats a huge crit, and that 200 health has got to back away.
Someone body block for the man.
Yeah, does RNG have enough to continue finishing off this turret? They've done some great damage, but... Oh, Gimgoon's on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, he's just hammering at the tower. He's able to get that one, and he keeps pushing on forward. It's good that RNG, they got in and out. Sure, they weren't able to take the tower. They were just able to just chunk a little bit. And, head right back. They got to deal with the tree at some point. Man commits crime and gets away.
Ooh. He was standing right next to the red buff, and Republic was there as well. Oh. Sees the blue trinket, but does not clear it. As he's just going to back out and help gift blue buff over to Republic. Or I could be wrong, and they're all just going to recall instead.
Yeah, mass recalls here.
Yeah. Instead, the map slows down just a bit more. The play from RNG not quite successful due to the poke from West landing those bullets. He's still down almost 60 CS, 54 behind Uzi at this point in time, but still keeping pace as he's completed his 2 core lethality items and is effectively only a tier down in combat stats.
Yeah, and we're just looking at the items that they're buying because this is where Game Talents are checking out, saying, you know what, we can all back and get something here. Control ward's coming into both Malzahar. He's able to upgrade his trinket as well into a full red trinket. And then at the same time, Rengar was able to get that lethality item in the Edge of Night. So now an Edge of Night Rengar coming around. Pretty scary. He probably won't have to face that same problem he did when he went on to Xiaohu and got blown up. So he has a little bit of more breathing room going into that engage again. So that's a little scarier if you're RNG. You have to watch out for that. That's when you just press tab and you're like, all right, we need a new plan. We can't just have Orianna just catch the ulti and hope we can respond to that. He might just delete the Orianna.
Yeah, he's trying to catch that Orianna outside.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Show Xiaohu D's claws.
All right, that's too much. That's too much. Immediately too much.
He's certainly trying. 2-1-0 right now with that Warriors enchant. I'm curious to see if he will continue to go down the lethality build. Pure assassination.
I mean, at this point, you look at the rest of his team. You have Malzahar, Malzahar is not going to be the type to be looking to tank too much, obviously. He just wants to get in there for his ulti and set up the rest of the team. You have the big Maokai with that frozen heart. That's incredible, by the way. So he does have a freedom to continue to go into damage and to just try and blow up either Xiaohu, Uzi. If he can get one or the other, that does swing the team fight in favor of Game Talents. So that could be a plan. That is possible. A lot of Rengars do want to play it safe, and they go into tank at that point.
Yeah.
But we'll see if he's
that's
a
what
different
you
man.
would expect. But Xiaoyu, I'm not really certain, as he is a bit of a newer player for Game Talents. So we'll see if he shows the adaptability to do what his team needs. As we now get to the 25-minute mark, the 1-3-1 out of Game Talents is successfully defending, but RNG continue to press their vision, just waiting for someone to be out of position.
Yeah, and here's the thing about RNG. There's a lot of discipline to this team now. Of course, we have Edge of Night on Uzi. That's not a big point. He's Varus. He's going to build that anyways. But we have 3 QSSs coming on at RNG. We have it on the Kha'Zix, the Orianna, and, of course, the Zyra. Uzi doesn't have to technically build it because he does have Edge of Night. So you're looking at every single one of these members and saying, well, who is Savoki going to target? If he goes on either of them, it doesn't look like that's going to work out for him. So he can't be the one starting it, which is going to be a tough gambit for Game Talents where they're going to have to ask themselves, well, who engages on these fights? Do we want to flank at all? It looks like Gimgoon's going to be that answer, and maybe we can see Savoki using his ulti once he can catch out a few QSS timers.
I might even try to look for those cooldown windows, as you said. And of course, that QSS is also going to be quite helpful if they find themselves caught out by Gimgoon, or perhaps a snare from West at long range. So certainly a lot more flexibility. Still not seeing one from Uzi. Trusting that
oh no, there we go. Wrong. You know what? Just kidding. Edge of Night and QSS. Who's gonna catch? Who's gonna catch it?
How about that?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, looks like Xiaoyu decides to not go for the full assassination build, starting to pick up a ruby crystal and a cloth armor.
Yeah, that might turn into Dead Man's Plate at that point. Now, this is interesting because 10 seconds in, it's another Infernal Dragon. That's really interesting because Game Talents already have one. RNG have a great dragon of their own, have the Earth Dragon, but you don't want to give 2 Infernal Dragons over to Game Talents, especially since they have a really strong team fight composition.
Ooh, the Void Shift.
Yeah.
Now popped for Savoki as MLXG is going to start off on this dragon. RNG are grouped up in the pit. Ping's now going down towards the Baron as Gimgoon goes mid. Not sure about that. And Game Talents.
They got caught off guard. It happened because MLXG was able to hop over the pit, and they didn't have any wards to catch out the dragon itself. They set up a lot of wards to catch them walking through the river, but they didn't catch out the pit, so MLXG was able to start it off already at half HP, so there was no room for Game Talents to respond.
Very tight timing window from RNG by manipulating their vision to put Game Talents on the back foot. That has been a bit of a weak point for Game Talents, is maintaining consistent vision in these more patient games. We're at the 27.5-minute mark, and there has been 13 kills. Very low comparatively in the LPL. And despite Game Talents taking a few successful fights, finding a few assassinations, they haven't quite been able to do anything with it.
Yeah, and they're just trying to play the long game right now. I mean, at this point, with Republic, with having that package they're looking for a play, there's no one in the area, so not going to happen.
Yeah, but why?
But they're getting a little desperate at this point. They're 4K behind, and they're just trying to find any play possible. I mean, he got caught out by that Orianna ball, so nothing's going to happen there, but they're trying to find out any play, and it's not happening. The wards are being covered very well for RNG, and at the same time, of course, Orianna had the state of mind to be able to throw that ball into the bush, and they recognize, yeah, okay, this is happening. Let's back away from this area. So RNG, they're playing a slow, methodical game because it works in their favor, where Uzi can just walk in, constantly clear up. They have 2 dragons for themselves, and they're clearing up towards Baron. These objectives belong to them. It's up to Game Talents to look for those cute plays, to be able to get a flank, any way to get on top of Xiaoyu, Xiaohu, and Uzi.
I mean, they're certainly looking, but RNG are just so patient, they're not letting it happen. As I say this, Xiaohu gets very close to Republic.
Uh-oh. There are 2 wards in that bush. The control one is the important one, but
he's
still.
certain. He's certain. There's nobody.
Oh.
But instead, the trap turns out to be not a trap at all, as MLXG shows up and just flushes Republic out of the brush like a wild Pokemon.
Yeah, and
just get out of here. Why? What are you doing hanging out in this brush?
Yeah, you know, they say, we don't even need a ball for you. They're just throwing a rock in the bush. Just get out of here.
What is this, a safari zone?
Exactly.
RNG throws a rock. Ooh,
okay.
I like the idea of the 1-2, but West sees it coming well in advance. As a result, RNG are going to press up mid. That's the teleport along with the curtain call. It's time for Game Talents to force a fight as Gimgoon completes his teleport, and the battle lines have been redrawn.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do, especially since it's a very linear point where Rengar is coming straight through the front of the team. His ulti is down now. He's caught off on another ward, so there's no opportunity for Game Talents to get a flank here. RNG are covering their bases so well.
Yeah, they're starting to work on this tier 2 turret. They've got it down to about a quarter left. Xiaohu gets some damage. Bola dodged by Uzi as he continues to dish out these arrows and harass Game Talents.
Yeah, they're going to back away from this. Xiaohu does not have much mana under him, and at that point, the flank threat was real from Xiaoyu and Gimgoon. They're going to come back on the next wave, though. This is going to be a little bit touchy. This is because 3 members of Game Talents did go back to base, so they're able to get that, recognize that. Great on RNG to be able to do that. So, you know, okay, what happened to 3 members?
Yeah.
Where is your team? That's our tower now.
They recalled, flanked? I don't know. I mean, Gimgoon was looking for the flank on the side, and you could see Xiaoyu was desperate for it.
Yeah, Gimgoon was just trying to fake as if his team members were there, but RNG recognized.
They're trying. I mean, alrighty, here they go. Ming and Uzi making their way over there. That's the Stand United onto MLXG, but he actually just used his leap. Huge amount of damage. He's going to find Game Talents, and Uzi gets a big arrow picking off Republic. They were able to kill Ming on the far side with Gimgoon.
What is Game Talents doing?
Now he's doing what he can. That's MLXG trying to kite it out as Uzi is just doing work to Gimgoon, slowly getting through that massive Maokai health pool. That's going to be the cleanse. He used Shockwave. Was enough to kill him as Xiaoyu on cooldown. He's going to try to turn this fight back around, but Savoki too far forward will go down to Uzi, and RNG taking a huge fight here.
Nothing's gonna come of that one. I don't know what to tell you, West. What are you doing, West? All right, get out of there.
Yeah, just chucking the arrow.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really messy from Game Talents. You definitely recognize two different pages coming from the team where Gimgoon hard engaged and the rest of Game Talents were just backing away in the opposite direction. Sure, they had the range and Corky and Jin, but they were definitely surprised by it. Couldn't really do much to save it. Uzi got a fantastic Varus ulti off and was able to just completely delete Republic because the Baron damage was really starting to pile up. So overall, that was a really well played team fight from RNG. It could have been better from Game Talents had they recognized what they were doing from the very start of it.
Ming, meanwhile, stumbles upon a treasure trove of wards, clears out a good 4 consecutively. And despite this, the big question is, Game Talents, they need to show us something new. They need to show us that they can consistently win with this lineup. We're still seeing Xiaoyu attempt to make plays, and he's actually playing remarkably well for the deficit that his team is at. However, Game Talents still showing that sometimes they run into communication issues. Could it be because they've got West in the bottom lane, someone who might be a little bit new for them?
I mean, West, Savoki's also been off for a little bit too. When you just have a new team dynamic, that's a real struggle. I mean, sure you can practice it in scrims, especially since you have a solid rotating roster. You have a lot of time. The IEM break must have done a lot for this team. But then if you're constantly rebuilding the structure of your communications for your team, sure you still have Gimgoon, sure you still have Republic and Savoki in there. But if you have, like, the rest of the team with Xiaoyu, he's a new player as well. There's just a lot of differences in who takes what role and responsibility, and there was definitely a disconnect there.
Yeah. There does not seem to be a disconnect for RNG, however, as they cohesively and as a unit turn onto the Mountain Drake. Even halfway through, Ming starts heading over to the Baron just in case Game Talents want to try to trade.
Yeah, another Earth Dragon. That means a lot. 2 Earth Dragons. Baron's still up for play. Game Talents have to recognize that simply because that means a lot more time. I mean, Kha'Zix, Varus, and Zyra already do it quickly in and of itself. They don't really need the Earth Dragons. Now you add that, that means there's so much time. If RNG can control the red side jungle, suddenly Game Talents they don't have control anymore. That they can just rush the Baron, and that's a legitimate fear now.
It certainly is. I'm sure Game Talents are probably quite comfortable with that, as
are they?
At the bottom of the standings, having not taken a single win up until Newbie, in which they 2-0'd. They probably know what it's like to play from behind.
Yeah, they've definitely feel numb to the pain. I mean, not West. West is like, this is a new feeling.
Yeah, he's the new guy.
He's like, I've definitely haven't been in this, haven't felt this one before.
Perhaps that's why they're trying to bring him in. They need somebody, we're going to do it, guys. We're totally going to win. The positive mentality.
Puffing a few cigarettes saying, you haven't seen what we have.
MLXG, he's seen some stuff. Visions, malefic visions, in fact.
Yeah.
As they start burning through his health.
Okay, Republic's really out of position. He's trying to catch one person out, but he's not recognizing that the entire RNG lineup can just converge on him. Thankfully to him.
Oh, he canceled his recall.
Okay.
He's staying?
He's a sneaky man.
Wait, Uzi's staying there as well.
No, Uzi should
And
be fine.
that's exhaust immediately used. That's heal. Flash used as well. The arrow is not going to be enough. Redemption plus a quick shield and shockwave. And RNG completely and cohesively as a unit escort the president to safety. Xiaoyu is going to try to burst someone down, but will not succeed as MLXD just leaps over the wall. Let me in the front. Now dealing with Gimgoon and over the vision. Republic and Savoki have got enough. Meanwhile, Uzi trying to cut this fight out, but he's got so little health as Gimgoon continues to chase it forward onto Xiao, who flashed forward. They spent so much saving Uzi that they didn't have enough to save themselves.
And RNG thought they could continue that fight because, you know what, they took Rengar down. Maybe if they play it slow, it works in their favor. But to be able to catch MLXG off that, MLXG thought he was safe. He was over that wall. He was like, you know, they don't have vision here. I haven't seen them place before. You know what? Just kidding. They were able to catch you out. And so now this could be a legitimate Baron here. For Game Talents, they're back in the game.
Yeah, they have got Baron for themselves for another 3.5 minutes. This is huge. And here's that fight again.
And so when I said that Uzi could be safe, it's because of all of this. The shield coming from Shen ulti, the shield coming from Orianna. This looked fantastic if they walked away. If they decided, you know what, we got Uzi out of there. We saved Private Ryan. We don't need to continue this fight. But after this point, look at MLXG. He's still in sight because of the earlier point of Corky Q. So he was still in vision. I guess he just wasn't focused on his own character model, so he fell off that point. And so RNG, they felt confident that they continue the fight, even though they poured a lot of resources into saving Uzi, and they were wrong.
Yeah, Uzi got to walk away keeping his KDA, though. The most important thing for the team.
Oh, yeah, he's got that under lock.
2. Yeah. But that's MLXG dying, his first of the game, 5-1-5 now, as Gimgoon split pushing bottom. Does not have his teleport, but has got a heap in health and full of cannon minions. Ready for this tier 2 turret. They are going to knock it down as Xiaoyu, running around, did pop the ultimate. As Republic uses his package to get back to safety.
And here's what's scary right now. Game Talents, this means a lot because their team fighting composition is super strong. Gimgoon has GA along with a lot of armor, magic resist, HP. Just pour everything onto that man.
He's nearly full build.
Yeah, he's a god right now. And you look at Corki specifically, he's getting to that full build point. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to use the curtain call to force down this tier 1 turret with Republic harassing from the side. That bullet actually hit. Shockwave dodged away by a quick Valkyrie, and with MLXG dead, that's redemption being used. Let Me is still bottom, dealing with Gimgoon, so there's no tank. This poke is going to do some work as Republic continues to hammer these shots in from the side.
What is happening this game? Game Talents trying to take game 1 after that ridiculous play, and it's happening. They're just pressuring this bottom lane. Gimgoon and Republic working side by side to pressure. Suddenly, Republic working towards mid lane. They're getting so much. They're getting a lot of objectives simply because Republic is just playing in between. He's not in a lane right now.
Yeah, they're continuing to move forwards as they bring in yet another minion wave up to this now inhibitor turret. And Game Talents, despite having the Baron get almost 5,000 gold off the top of this, are still just barely 1,000 gold behind. They get an opportunity to recall and reset as Elder Dragon is up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, and they got a nice wave in the top side pushing too, so even though they have a minute left on this Baron, it's fine. They've done a lot of the hard work. They only have that inner tower in the top side. They can just send the Maokai towards that lane, and then just look towards either forcing the bottom lane tower, forcing the mid lane tower. There's a lot of options that they had off of that one mistake that happened from RNG.
Such a critical moment. They did everything they could to save Uzi that they almost forgot about themselves. And with that punishment, Game Talents are right back into this. We are right back to even. However, Elder Dragon is going to be huge. 3 Elemental Dragon buffs for RNG would be amplified quite a bit, whereas Game Talents, only their 1, but an Infernal, going to help them out even more.
What's scary here is that, I mean, if they get this Infernal, that means so much. Obviously, the Game Talents, but Republic is doing so much damage off of his ulti. He has a Void Staff, so especially since there's so many squishy champions in the line of RNG, save Let Me, any rockets he hits up is gonna chunk a member, and so they can just rely on the poke of Corki to really win that neutral game.
Yeah, it looks like RNG are going to try to trade this and inhib for the Elder Dragon. MLXG is right there, so he sees Game Talents turn onto this. It's already down to half. That's teleport on the side.
They could be looking for the
That's
fight.
the curtain call coming around. Gimgoon racing into the back. MLXG's in the pit as Elder Dragon resets at about 7,000 health. Ming eats a big arrow, but forces the disengage. Gimgoon separated from his team, stalls it out by dashing in. MLXG goes low, but a shockwave finds 2. Lemmy goes into the back to try to do what he can, but the GA is popped. Gimgoon is going to drop down in answer. Savoke. He's got to back away, but dies to Let Me as he gets back up. Gimgoon heals right back up off of Xiaohu, turns it back around and catches Xiaohu. Xiaohu is dead. Uzi is now running the wrong way to get away from this, but he's the sole survivor. With death timers upwards of 50 seconds, Game Talents could take an inhib.
Yeah, they're hard pinging that top side of the map because it is going down. That tower has no HP left. They're able to find Uzi.
Oh, recalling on a ward makes an ace for Game Talents. Almost disrespectful in the way they do it. As the tier 2 goes down with this minion wave, they look for an inhib.
Then this was a great game from RNG way back until Uzi made that error in the top side of the map. And it's going so well for Game Talents. They could very well take game 1.
MLXG has respawned just now. The inhib is dead, but it's up against 4.
They're going to go for it.
They are almost all caster minions, so MLXG is trying to clear them out nice and quick, but Game Talents block the hits. Ming is back up as well. Here's a fresh minion wave, and now Game Talents realize that maybe they're flying a bit too close to the sun. They decide to drop down to some safer altitudes.
Yeah, Xiaohu and Let Me were just about to come up Even though Uzi was still down, that's a 4v5 when Xiaoyu had no HP, West had no mana. It's a smart decision to back away. You don't want to throw it back into the opposite direction.
Just like that.
Yeah.
On
a dime.
I didn't expect to say this today. Game talents are ahead of RNG.
And I mean, that one guy who decided to go to the bathroom break missed a lot. he definitely is trying to.
One guy was like, I'm going to make some grits.
Yep.
Instant grits.
Definitely this game is flying by.
Yeah.
Looking like RNG is going to obviously take it. I mean, why would they lose the game talents?
Savoki has a Banshee's Veil along with his Void Shift.
That's true.
If he gets hit by a spell...
This man is the cheesiest human being alive. I'm going to tell you right now, every time I watch Savoki play the game, everything about him is just like, you think I only have one shield?
You've activated my trap card. Second Banshees.
I am so certain, and this is the test right now, because you never see a Malzahar with Banshee's Veil. Does it take both out, or does it just take one?
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an adventure that you and I are on.
Let's find out.
Savoki.
Okay,
oh, yeah, the Banshee's Veil first. The Void
Okay.
Stiff stays up second. Redemption is going to top RNG back up. The Elder Dragon
here we
still
go.
alive from last time, but Gimgoon again flanking from the exact same
They're
side.
buying time.
They certainly are, and that's actually Elder Dragon taken. Baron's up in 15 seconds. RNG are pinging towards it, but so too are Game Talents.
Wait, I am a...
And Uzi's in the front. Uzi should not be in the front.
What are you going to fight for? RNG have to back away from this. MLXG is still alone, but he's close enough to his teammates where he's not going to get cut off. And he has the nice little blast plant there.
Yeah, there's a massive minion wave on the top side of the map, however, and Let Me withstand United and Teleport. He's going to try to stall this out as our MLXG eats a quick hit.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Game Talents have turned onto the Baron. Here comes RNG as they're racing forward, but with the bonus damage being applied from that Elder, they're able to burn through the Baron. They're forcing it into a fight as well. MLXG leaps away. Let Me in the front, tries to buy some time. Shockwave pulls Gimgoon back. It's tank for tank, leaving it 4 versus 4.
But that doesn't mean much for RNG. Sure, that looks great since they were able to take down Gimgoon, but Baron buff and the Elder Dragon goes down to Game Talents. That is too much to give away. Game Talents right now are the favorites at this point, a clear favorites, being able to take this game. How can you defend from this point? RNG have to pull out a miracle.
They certainly do. They're going to try to defend through this. Still another 3 minutes left on that Baron. Elder with another 60 seconds of its own. Game Talents have got a huge window here to try to break another inhib of RNG and set themselves up to take this game.
What feels bad for Varus is that he can't really clear out that wave when it's Baroned up.
Immediately, no hesitation. Game Talents set up and begin firing shots across the bow. Xiaohu is going to take a few as the cannon minions plus a few auto attacks are going to start whittling down the inhib turret. It goes down. Republic and West are enough to break it down.
Yeah, and I mean, even though they have a melee jungler in Xiaoyu, they still have double rapid fire cannon. These towers are so easy to take down. And down goes 2 inhibs. This game, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, Gimgoon completes his teleport to group up with the rest of his team as Republic tries to catch the minion wave without pulling aggro, but it's Xiaoyu who's going to pull in the rest of these minions. Elder Dragon just about to wear off. It's very nearly out of time for Game Talents, but they've still got another 2 minutes of Baron.
Yeah, with Elder Dragon still going on, look at that chunk, and that's straight coming from Republic's rockets. That's all. He's just firing them off on the side. He's on that split threat. He's just saying, you know what, I'm going to push that mid lane tower. I'm going to make it a little easier so you have to deal with the creeps coming in on the mid lane. Meanwhile, I'm just going to be firing rockets. Elder Dragon did wear off, so that's fine.
Yeah, Game Talents are continuing to press down in this bottom inhibitor.
Oh,
quickly and cleanly, moving from objective to objective to objective, fighting correctly time after time again. A huge bullet forces West to flash away as MLXG leaps forward and then flashes back in answer. But the inhibitor goes down. Flash from Let Me to try to get onto the back line, but Gimgoon has found MLXG. Let Me goes down, that's the GA pop. Xiaoyu flanking, finds all the squishies, does some damage, but he's snared down. Gimgoon follows up, and Game Talents are winning the fight right now. Xiaoyu is going to stall this out and somehow survive. Let Me is going to get 1 kill in answer onto Republic or Savoki. And that is the Nexus being turned upon. Game Talents are going to take game number 1 against RNG.
What are we watching, man? What is this game? Game Talents, what are you doing, man? You got a game. I thought you were a bad team. That must hurt if you're RNG. going into game 2, you just lost the game talent, so that was really damaging, especially since RNG had control of the game for such a long time.
Yeah, they really did. And then it was just that quick turnaround, taking a fight, pushing it forward, and then moving from objective to objective to objective. Really, Game Talents was relentless once they started getting back into it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the moment they get Baron, it's an easy going from there.
Yeah.
They're a teamfight comp, and all they needed was control of the waves, and that was an easy ticket to that point. So the fact that they were able to get that control meant so much.
Look at that gold spike for Game Talents. Absolutely huge. But speaking of spikes and spiky hair, Pulse
Alyssa.
is joining us back on the desk to help us break down that
I'm
game.
just saying, what did this analyst say at the start of the game?
Oh.
GT could take a game in this series, and after that comeback, maybe they could take one more as well, because GT looked absolutely incredible, just highlighting the goal difference that happened there, the big swing in the game. GT really just pulled it out in the end, and it was really cool to see. I think it's very easy to get lost in the end of the game because of how crazy it was, but I want to take it back to the start of the game, because that's really where you would say, this game is over.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time in Europe, and I spent a lot of time as an interviewer. I sat backstage on the analyst desk with a lot of European pro players, and they would say, this game is so over, by the way.
Yep.
And they would say it constantly, and then it would be a comeback. It's like, they just threw it. And, you know, that's not how the European players speak. But you would look at the game, just write it off. It's nothing that GT can do, but they really just pulled it out in the end.
Yeah, it was incredible for Republic. He was looking for it, fishing for the one play, that one pick that he would get. And he got it off of Uzi. And I mean, RNG, they had a free ticket to walk away from that point.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work out well for them.
It's actually that point I want to jump off though, Raz, is because I think we talk about so much as analysts is just like, look at the throw that just happened, but we don't talk about teams that can catch a throw. And that is so big in the realm of League when you look at teams, and it really symbolizes what a team can do when you can catch that throw. And that's what we saw in that game. And I actually want to highlight that with the replay that we're going to see here as well, because it was that top lane. You referenced it yourself, Raz. It was this catch in the top lane onto Uzi. And while the initial play looked, this can go the other way from RNG, look at the composition. They have the Shen. There's nothing they can do about it. GT pull it out of the bag, and they still make the play work. And I've got to highlight Savoki as well. He looks at MLXG over the wall, instantly nails him down with the ultimate, and this is the turning point of the fight.
Yeah, and once you get that pick, it just feels very easy, especially since Gimgoon is not going down. He's incredibly tanky and does a lot of damage with that ulti, so just going to get the execute. Bam. just pops him. But yeah, that was it. That was an incredible moment for Game Talents, because at that point, when you have such a massive Maokai and the items are starting to come through on both Jin and Corki, the damage is coming through. The front line is already there. Now you have control of the wave. It feels very difficult for this team to be able to come back in RNG.
So I actually want to bring it back to what you were talking about a little bit earlier, in that you have to be able to catch the throw. Can we call that a throw from RNG?
Oh, yeah,
100%. Yeah, you know
Game
what,
Talents were proactively looking for these picks time and time again. We saw them when they were sitting up in Try. We saw them when he was sitting up in the bush just on that other side. He was looking for the opportunities the entire game.
The ball is not in your court. You cannot throw something. You cannot catch it if you don't have the ball, and it was clearly in their court. So
That
they
was
were
such a
ready
throw.
to receive it. Exactly. As Raz said, it's definitely a throw, but they were able to catch it, and that's what really makes GT a good team.
Yeah, so my understanding of a throw is one deliberate play or one deliberate overextension, but this is a series of bad choices by RNG.
Perhaps, but at the same time, I think it was capitalizations regardless.
Yeah.
West turning up.
Our MVP for this game, 11, 1, and 7, currently at 31% of his team's damage.
And so this is a big one. West coming in, obviously a new player, and he had such a... I mean, there is no way he was going to have a good laning phase. I mean, the Varus priority has been coming in time and time again for RNG. They get the Varus again. They get a Zyra on top of it. This man is eating so many arrows. It's like, well, who's going to save me? Xiaoyu's trying, but then we're losing for the rest of the map. But then at that point, when he's starting to get items, he just really plays it back and says, I don't need to die here, obviously. That's been happening a lot for Game Talents, where they're in a bad lane, and it just gets worse because they commit or greed out far too much and die time again. So he's able to recover quite well, and he was going off as the game went on.
Yeah, and you know, I was sat backstage and I was like, look at Gimgoon go, he's blowing up the entire lineup. But when you actually look at the rest of the map, it was like, yes, West got annihilated in lane. He had boots and nothing to like show for his name.
Yeah.
And then he comes back and still able to do so much work in the late game with those ultimates and still made it work. So props to West.
Yeah, a lot of patience out of him for the perseverance to weather the storm that was both Uzi and Ming's harass. We'll see if he can do it once again in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break and get ready. Don't go anywhere. everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between RNG versus Game Talents after, hold the phone, Game Talents took game number 1, despite being at what, an 8K, 9K deficit in the mid-game?
Yeah, that was a massive deficit. And it's just like,
Huge.
yeah, it's pretty sad. Sad for RNG.
I was like, what is this? What are you doing?
Oh, you
with
said
this?
hold the phone.
He was holding
I
the
held it.
phone. He was holding the
I
phone.
held it.
Yeah.
Put it down.
I was very confused. No, you're supposed to hold the phone. Don't put it down.
Yeah,
because
happens.
Game Talents looking good.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to look from before you start ragging on them, we saw a different facet from GT, and that's the biggest thing from me because we've only seen games where in the early game someone's gotten rolling, Republic gets rolling, we see top lane, Gimgun gets rolling, maybe even bottom lane, and then they snowball that into a lead. This time we actually saw them fall massively far behind, a very similar game to what we saw in a lot of their losses. In fact, they're 2-0s, but in the end they still found a way to come back into the game, and that's what was really impressive to me.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the old Game Talents last split where they were able to pick these mid to late game team fights and were able to win them out with smart, really slow play. There was one moment we saw from Maokai where he was coming in for a flank and he just stood there. Because he was like, I don't need to do anything. That's an Elder Dragon for free. Other teams would maybe look for maybe a desperate fight, kind of like lose their minds a little bit, but they just played it really, really slow. So if you're RNG, you're like, wait a minute. They're really smart when it comes into the mid to late game. We had such a strong early game. We need to be able to just obviously not throw, but I guess that comes back to Game Talents. That was a great pick. They were really resilient, as we mentioned, and being able to hold the fort and not let RNG snowball.
And that's with their new jungler, Xiaoyu, and of course new AD carry, West, who's just coming in out of the blue. And much like Kanye, this guy's dropping fire.
Oh, I mean, I already made that joke. Now I'm copywriting that.
We're going to keep going. This is open territory here. You can't just trademark a joke.
Well, it's already happened, so I don't know how else to make it. So, I mean, that West coming in pretty high. As you mentioned, it's great to see him be able to not only showcase strength while he's behind. So, like, be able to say, well, I'm behind. I mean, like, it's my first game. I don't need to rush any plays. He actually played it really smart in that sense.
I don't know about that, Raz. He came
Really?
in pretty cold, to be honest. He comes into laning phase and actually got blasted in the
Yeah.
bottom lane. And this is what we expected.
Yeah.
To be
Pretty
fair,
brutal.
it's an Uzi lane, right?
Yeah.
But he did get destroyed. It was the rest of the game, and I think the team that propped him up to allow him to carry. But still, he got the MVP, and rightly so.
Yeah, and so I think going back into that, I think drafting should be a question for me where this shouldn't be like Varus has been banned out pretty frequently now globally. Now that you can allow the Rengar open, you can allow prime picks open, and so if you're purple side, if you're I guess red side, depends if you're colorblind. Either way, if you're red side, blue side,
sure,
just ban Varus. You don't want to be, especially since Uzi will be looking to pick it up at any time, and so you don't want to be just looking to your bottom lane and saying we're going to be bleeding out a lot. We're going to be sending Xiaohu constantly or at least Xiaoyu constantly just to be able to shove out the wave. That is not an answer. Ban out the champion or look to try and match it in lane.
And we've seen how they constantly looked to punish that Varus on Uzi, almost as if they were like, hey, Varus got through. Great. And counterpicked it away.
Yeah, that's a really great point, Dom, because in the game, we were expecting Uzi just to pop off, and that's exactly what he did in the early game, but it was being overzealous, and I think you had that same call in the game that it was just like, I feel too powerful. I am Emperor Uzi. I can go wherever I want. I have a Shen to back me up any point in time, but it's that over-aggression that goes from happy Uzi to concerned Uzi, which we see walking back onto the stage here, and that's something that needed to look out for. I think the composition was honestly fine from RNG. It was an executional error.
And I feel like that's what we saw in that fight that you mentioned was they put everything into keeping Uzi alive. Redemption, Stand United, Command Protect, everything that they possibly could so that when they ended up taking the fight afterwards, they were all on cooldown.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just this position where RNG were safe. Even though Uzi did get caught out and they would never have recognized Republic to be there when they had 4 members strong in the top side, that's a play where Republic could get just in any other world can get just blown up. But Uzi was fine because he did have a lot of ability to just get saved with that Shen ulti. Oriano's nearby, so we saw all that occur. They can just back away, play defensively, and set up once again. They just played it a little bit too greedily when they saw the fight even out.
Yeah, and something that I actually kind of want to return to a little bit to talk a little bit more about is the definition of a throw for this. Is it this is something that I'm unfamiliar with. Of course, coming from NA, of course we have throws, but not like EU certainly. was it one? It's not that it's one specific play. It's that they have a massive lead and they should have been able to close out the game, but didn't. That's what defines.
Well, when we talk about a team having priority or having the tempo, if they have the ability, like they're carrying the ball, they're on the offense. If they ever drop it and give the lead off to the other end, that's just a throw. Like they had a massive lead. There is no situation in which they should have lost that lead if they were continuing to play in a smart way. So at any point, if you lose it in that sense, that is a throw.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, you can easily throw it back over, but that's not what happened. GT picked up the ball and he ran with it to the touchdown zone and they planted it in the floor.
Yeah.
It was nothing that RNG were going to do from that point on, and that was great.
It really felt like it wasn't so much of a run. It was like a Scion ultimate. They just
It was an
started
unstoppable onslaught
charging
for sure.
down. I mean, it was a huge play from Game Talents. And now, question is, can they do it again? Their third win in a row in terms of games, looking to turn it into their second win in terms of matches. Now we have gotten into picks and bans. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Pulse
2-0.
as we get ready.
Oh, there we go.
He's called
We got it.
2-0. I wasn't going to ask him, but he's in.
I was just waiting. I was waiting. I gave him that look.
Oh, man. Amazing. But picks and bans, Game 2, Game Talents, and RNG. Looks like Syndra and Graves are going to be the lockouts, along with Camille and Malzahar.
That was a ballsy call. I'm telling you right now. Game Talents, we're losing that game. And if you're looking at, regardless of whether it was a win or loss, obviously RNG lost that one, but that was, RNG have the easiest play in terms of the 5 to 10 minutes in between games. They say, you know what? Let's play the same composition.
Do the same thing 3 times in a row.
This time, don't mess up, Uzi.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yes, there's a lot less to fix. Game Talents need to watch out in terms of the Varus. They leave it open because they can pick it up themselves, so it'd be a good opportunity for West to pick them up. Now, the question is RNG is going to leave it open. Okay.
Yeah, looks like the Rengar gets through once again for Xiaoyu, and he locks it in.
That's a priority for Game Talents. Like that's a major difference for Game Talents and RNG, where RNG will give away the jungle. They're so confident in MLXG to be able to pick against it. He has such a massive champion pool. Meanwhile, Game Talents are like, give me Rengar. Why would we give up Rengar? There's no especially since Xiaoyu is such a power point for his team, saying, you know what? He hasn't really shown a massive champion pool. He's gone towards the Rek'Sai. I guess he showed one Vi game. That's interesting. So the Rengar pickup, that just makes sense for them. It's interesting. I would have put in the Varus, because Varus would be like empower West and Savoki to take down Uzi and Ming.
But look instead at what RNG decide to empower. Once again, put Uzi on that Varus, which is so strong in lane, but then put Xiaohu on Rise with their very first pick. He's gotten so many MVPs on that champion, and even though he ended up not having so much success in the mid to late game in the previous match, he dominated laning phase on Orianna. He's got a lot of opportunity to do it again in this game.
Yeah, and Xiaohu's been a fantastic roaming, strengthened. Like he is everything you want and more. He's winning out the mid lane, but also can look
He can cook. He takes out the laundry.
Yeah, everything. So this definitely helps him out in roaming. He can get from one side to the other side of the map. The Syndra ban makes a lot of sense because he's fantastic on Syndra. That's his champion in a sense. So it's interesting. We'll have to see what Republic will pick up against it, because Cassiopeia is a clear pick against it, but Orianna does all right as well.
Hesitates at the last second, take something just a little bit more safe with the Orianna, a little bit longer range.
And more wombo combo with Rengar as well, so that's a nice plus, I suppose.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is going to be the follow-up from RNG. MLXG going to be well aware of what the vision notifier is on his screen this time.
So this kind of leaves up a few, specifically the support for RNG. They're going to be looking to pinch that out because they have priority in what they can pick here. It could just very well be a Zyra. I mean, Ming has been fantastic on that pick. And with Malzahar down, it seems fairly clear. Game Talents might look to ban it to free that up. Or they're going to say, you know what, Game Talents, West and Savoki, you're going back into that pit again.
I mean, they've almost certainly got to ban out Misfortune at the very least. As you can see, the coach of Game Talents, very stern talking to. He bans out Maokai.
Okay.
Instead, Gimgoon going to have to take something a little bit different. I was wondering if we were going to see that picked up or snatched away from someone else, but instead, Game Talents decide to try to match RNG in these picks. Jungle, AD carry, and mid. That means that they lose that top priority for Gimgoon.
What's interesting is both of these teams still have their support and still have their top laner still left in limbo. So both of them are really just trying to inch for whatever pick's coming through. RNG have the ability to outright pick a priority, Game Talents can just pick both of them. So like they can go for top lane and support. Top lane blind pick might be what Game Talents will have to get since they banned out the Maokai and made RNG have a bit of a difficult one. Shen gets banned out, so then suddenly the tank top laners are a little bit rough. Maybe you're looking for Poppy, Gragas, I guess. Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, Gragas, a very strong choice for Let Me. Thresh is, interestingly enough, the targeted ban towards Ming with that final one. That means Misfortune is still an option. And RNG are saving that last pick for support, but now Game Talents, they've got to show both top and support.
And so this is interesting if he does lock in the Rumble, simply because Gragas, everybody's been talking him up right now, where he is a really strong top laner. He has really strong lanes. A great interaction between him and Rumble is that if he body slams Rumble, his Q, Rumble's Q is what is it called? Flamethrower, I suppose. Goes the opposite direction. He's suddenly not outputting any damage anymore towards the
turned
direction.
around, yeah.
Yeah, so that's an interesting interaction where he does have a little bit more power there. So
The Flame Spitter.
oh, there you go. I like Flamethrower better. I'm sticking to it. Rebelling.
Would you rather spit flame or throw flame? Because like throwing flame is like, yo, he threw flame. But if you're spitting flame, it's like, yo, he spit flame.
You know what? I feel like I don't know how to respond to that.
There you go, Rez. There you go. Final pickup is going to be
guess you win.
Savoki returning to that Braum, a champion that he's very well known for.
That's interesting. Blind pick Braum. I mean, they have Jin and Braum. You will never win lane. That laning phase is done in the dumps. Game Talents will have to look to try and bleed out quite a bit. I mean, try and bleed out, because otherwise they're just not gonna. This is really bad.
So explain to me what you are having difficulty elucidating. The bottom lane, Jin and Braum, is going to be harassed a lot by Varus and Karma.
That's a lot of poke.
Yes.
That's a lot of damage. Braum can't really save that at all. The only thing he can really help out is in the team fights. Rumble and Braum in tandem with each other can really work out well, especially with the zone that West and Republic on Orianna and Jin can output. So their team fighting is fairly decent. The real problem is in their laning phase. Top lane, mid lane, gonna be all right. But the bottom lane, once again, they keep picking themselves for comp, and so their lanes are just gonna lose out. So that's an interesting difference between the two teams here.
Yeah, it brings us a little bit back to what Pulse mentioned earlier in the resilience of Game Talents to come back from such a deficit in game number 1, such a hole that they found themselves in.
Yeah.
Well, now we might expecting them to be putting themselves back into the hole, at least in the terms of this bottom lane.
Yeah, they keep doing that. They never have priority towards their bottom lane and pick ban. They never pick up that Varus, even though they have the option. They never really pick up a strong support when given that option. I mean, they picked up Malzahar that time, but last time, but Malzahar isn't a strong pushing support, especially with the likes of Lulu, Zyra. There's a lot. I love that keyboard, but there are a lot of supports that can deal with it against it. So they're just trying to pick their bottom lane for team fights and hope that they don't lose the game straight through bottom lane. That's an interesting prayer.
You can see Republic getting ready to crush some nerds as he punches his fists together. Savoki already giving us some good shot calling as it appears that we are just about ready to load onto the Rift here for game number 2. Game Talents, after their 3rd consecutive win, 2-0 against Newbie, now this game against RNG.
Yeah, RNG, that was a bit of a flop last game. It was definitely, for them, it must feel embarrassing for them to lose in that fashion. They had a lot of control going into this game. It seems like they have a lot of options once again to regain that control. Their pick ban has always been phenomenal. And we're in time loop.
Yo,
Whoa.
the Sepia Zoom. All right.
Zawardo.
But conversely, on the other side, Game Talents, if they can take a second win here against RNG, if not in this game, then in the next game that they play, that would be huge. I mean, obviously, in 6th place in their group, the big concern for Game Talents was they need to look cross-group to get points, to look for an opportunity to grow and improve before they return to intergroup play. If they can take a win against the first-place team, they set themselves up for to coast the rest of the way. I mean, of course, they still have to take additional wins, but think of the confidence boost.
It is a definite confidence boost. I mean, Game Talents in their own group, it's a really difficult group. We talk about it time and time again. You're going up against the likes of Xiaogu. You're going up against the likes of EDG and WE.
EDG,
That's really difficult. So now they have to pick up wins here. If they're able to pick up a win against RNG, that's fantastic. Suddenly going up against the other likes of like Snake, for instance, once you actually go up against teams that feel like even in terms of skill, maybe even you're comfortable against them, maybe perhaps you're better than them, that's going to be fantastic for the team to be able to pick up those wins.
So we do have a quick settings bug that one of our players is taking a look at. Hopefully that'll be fixed relatively soon before we get onto the Rift into this.
There we go.
And of course, on the other hand of that coin, if RNG, ending up first in their group during intergroup play, end up dropping their first match of cross-group play against Game Talents, then that doesn't exactly set a very comfortable precedent for the rest of this cross-group play.
And remember, RNG are still fighting for place up against LGD and IG. IG are looking really good right now, picking up wins for themselves in cross-group play. And if RNG's losing games, they could actually just lose first place, and they would have no way to really stop it. No way to really go up against it, saying, you know what, we control our own fates if we go up against you.
The way that they stop it is by getting wins.
Yeah. So that's an issue for them if they do lose this in a 2-0 fashion.
Grasp with the Undying on Braum?
Oh, is that true?
I think it was.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm kind of sad that I wasn't able to catch it. The thing with Braum is that the masteries are very bad for him. He would have to go towards either, I suppose, Grasp of the Undying, or he would go Bond of Stone, because either one, he can't really use Courage of the Colossus at all. He doesn't have a reliable stun other than his Braum passive, and that's very unreliable and looking to pick
his
up.
ultimate at level 6.
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, that's just not reliable.
But then that's the entire laning phase without a mastery.
I mean, so going up against, hopefully he's just trying to get maybe an auto or two if he goes for Grasp of the Undying. I'd like to see it if that's the case. But most people have gone towards Bond of Stone.
Yeah, judging by how far back West and Savoki are playing in lane, I don't think we can expect them to be looking for any trades anytime soon. As Xiaohu looking to already take control of this mid lane against Republic and repeat his success from game number 1. Uses the early wave clear and pressure of Rise to go for a nice quick ward.
Yeah, that
appears that MLXG with a quick level 3 might be heading top.
Yeah, so the ward might not mean anything. As you mentioned, the top lane gank, it looks like it's going to be a priority. Cameraman's going to catch it at some point. Anytime now.
Oh, he actually leaps up onto Gimgoon. His health is going lower and lower. Still holding on to that flash, though.
All right.
Somehow Gimgoon is able to walk away.
All right, so Observer was kind of caught sleeping there.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate, but he has another opportunity, another chance here. But the bottom lane, there is a lot of focus here simply because Uzi and Ming trying to fight for power here means a lot. They should have a complete easy control in the bottom lane, just being able to constantly poke out. It's going to take some time because Varus does, once you put levels, sure, that's when the damage really starts to come through. And the sustain with the wards, the pots that Jin is holding onto, it's going to buy him some time. But at some point, much like last game, it's going to be hard.
Interestingly enough, West actually swapped away from the Biscuiteer mastery as he continues to take these additional shots. Just Uzi looking for a solo kill. He's a stun. Flash auto. Ming does not have enough, but Uzi's about to have his arrow on cooldown. West is already walking right back in. This is a bit of a statement setup from Game Talents as RNG going very aggressive and getting punished for it.
They were coming in too close, but here comes Xiaoyu.
Yeah, that's going to be the flash. Bola goes completely wide, but Uzi with that aggressive flash has nowhere to go. Teleport being tossed out for Let Me. He does not, in fact, tries to turn it around. Savoki leaps forward, lands the slow. He's got some help from MLXG as well. As Xiaoyu tries to catch up. The auto does not refresh the winner's fight, but Republic is heading them off at the pass. Flashes to get to the other side of his team, but does not have enough. Gimgoon, meanwhile, will get the kill onto Let Me. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 for Game Talents.
I mean, Republic came in there and he took the bullet, trying to slow them down. But overall, Game Talents able to take it. The Braum had a lot of impact there, and it was because that one small mistake that Uzi and Ming made in terms of going for that 2v2 turned into this Braum passive after Braum passive being picked up time and time again. It is really difficult going up against that. So just feel, I guess, when you get into those massive skirmishes, Braum's going to pick up the win.
Yeah. Able to get the concussive blows onto many individuals of Game Talents, or excuse me, RNG. And with that, it's a first blood onto West. Once again, he is going to pick up Swifties first off, along with a longsword, and actually opting for a potion. Not quite as much sustain as if you were to get a handful of health potions, but certainly going to be more.
He's at a good place in which he can farm out the lane passively. That's all he wants to do. If he can come out of this lane with a good amount of farm, not too far behind, that is a win for West.
He's trying to get in there, but with the pressure that Ming is putting out, it is so difficult. As you can see, Savoki is sitting in the tri-bush way in the back.
Yeah, they're setting up with
He is
Rengar.
helping Xiaoyu clear out a few camps. They're going to leap over
they
the
don't
wall
see
here
this.
as a unit. Immediately, they're spotted out by the ward, but still no flashes from this bottom lane. West has got the captive audience. If he can find one, that's the deadly flourish, and Ming is the target. Ming, another kill, fed over to West. Who needs CS when you get kill gold?
Yeah, I mean, they were pushed up in that lane so far ahead. They would never have expected Savoki and Xiaoyu to be in their own jungle. It makes no sense. But because it makes no sense, Uzi and Ming were caught off guard. Ming had no flash, no exhaust, no way to get out of there, so he was right for the picking. And of course, this is a very easy lane to gank because Savoki's Braum passive is going to mean a lot. You can proc it off with West or Xiaoyu at any point. So this is becoming really damaging. Game Talents, they could just continue to go towards this bot lane and punish it.
Yeah, very creative gank pathing, and Game Talents aren't done just yet, as Gimgoon actually, with the minion wave pressure that he was able to pick up from the early amp tome of his kill, roams down to try to find Xiaoyu out of position, but Xiaoyu is playing nice and safe. He's not going to make the mistake that his bot lane did. And suddenly, Emperor Uzi probably not going to be feeling too happy about how this game is starting off.
Yeah, and it's a real question whether or not he's going to be able to continue to bully this lane. He should be able to. He has his serrated Dirk. He's going to still have that power in his poking. But West and Savoki are doing such a great job in playing around it. They don't have to play towards the poke. Suddenly it just comes down to every time West and Savoki show their face, it's with Xiaoyu and they're just going to go for an all-in engage. So, I mean, that can't happen forever. Uzi and Ming must be able to take the 2v2 at some point without a jungler constantly being there.
As it is, Xiaoyu is now level 6, a full level ahead of MLXG.
Wow,
Doesn't even feel safe taking his own red buff the moment he sees top lane disappear and mid lane disappear as well.
Yeah, they saw Rumble coming into the jungle, great wards coming through, but regardless of the wards, they see they're getting denied.
Yeah, they're going to try to force a fight here onto Xiaohu. Cask is going to knock Gimgoon away, and Xiaohu takes the Realm Orb to safety.
So RNG are able to play this safe, but that doesn't mean anything because even though they save their own lives, they're just losing a lot of jungle farm. And Xiaoyu is able to just come in and counter jungle. MLXG is in a tough spot. He is far behind in just pure gold because of the assists that Xiaoyu is able to come out with, but also just in outright CS and outright farm. He's getting counter jungle. He's in a tough spot.
Indeed, MLXG is having some trouble. As Savoki soaks the hit to keep West safe. You can see Uzi sneaking over towards Try to get a ward down. Even going for the fairy charm, so desperate he is to look for that tier of the goddess. Goddess. Wow, that was tough.
Yeah, he's getting to that point. He just wants one more back timing so he can start to build up his tier, but that's going to take a little bit longer. He doesn't want to back now. It's not a good time for him, so he's just going to hopefully get in some skirmishes, some poke off, try and find some control in this lane. But Xiaoyu has already made so much of a name in this game that the rest of RNG, the top side, the bottom side, they have no vision of where he could be. And that in and of itself is creating a lot of pressure. He's level 7, so he still has his ulti coming up soon. And they have to back away.
Yeah, Xiaoyu just continuing to roam around and place wards, look for one member of RNG who is slightly out of position. We've seen Game Talents play from behind very resiliently. We've seen them play from ahead as MLXG eats a Shockwave and quick Thunderlords as he leaps under his turret. Here comes a roam from Xiaoyu as well, and Gimgoon is up there too. So is Savoki. They loaded up the whole family van.
Yeah, they're bringing the squad. So I thought this was great from RNG because Ming and MLXG were coming to rotate to help this out. But Game Talents doubled down and bring more people. So this is just a lane that's winning through. And Savoki is just, I mean, we haven't seen him in so long.
They've seen him.
But here we go.
And suddenly, Knife Cat from the shadows. Actually, Realmorph, they're going to try to turn this into a fight. Savoki is going to find Xiaohu on top of his face. Xiaoyu leaps over. He's got his ultimate, but he knows.
They don't see him.
They do not. He's somewhere. They know that MLXG is probably closest.
He's going to try and deny the kill.
He certainly is. He's still got to wait a few more seconds, though, as he took a hit.
Yeah, there we go.
And executed. He gets out without giving away the gold.
All right, that's just him saying, okay, that was a bad plan. Savoki talked me into it. Now, next time it's going to be a little better. That was just a bit of a misstep because they thought they would get the kill. At least they burned Flash off of Ming. That is a small prize. And maybe they can set up towards bot side once again. But overall, that just gives RNG the time, space to get this Infernal Dragon for free.
Instead, RNG are going to be the ones who look for that Infernal Dragon. Immediately turning onto it with Xiaoyu's death, and with no smite to contest it, it is easily picked up.
So there we go. That first misstep coming out of Game Towns to lose that Infernal Dragon. I mean, these picks are nice, but you got to bring in numbers as well. You can't just believe the 2v1 is going to be that that one sole pick. RNG comes in with units, so that's a lesson that Game Talents learned.
Well, from what we've seen, Game Talents roll deep. When they go places, they bring everybody.
Yeah, they're really recognizing the win condition of the composition. Savoki right now and Braum, of course, he's not going to do well in the laning phase, though they're holding up quite well to themselves. He's just going to roam towards the team, and if they can get as many skirmishes as possible, it doesn't matter how messy it is, it should be in their favor.
One would hope. Perhaps this might be the opportunity for Game Talents to show RNG what a throw looks like.
Oh,
Not very far ahead so far.
Yeah.
They're still only about 1,000 gold up, and they don't quite have the game in the bag just yet, but they are continuing to look for opportunities to expand their lead as best they can.
I like this from Game Talents. They just move towards mid lane the moment they shove this out. Uzi has no time to be able to focus in on the 2v2 if no one's in lane to contest them. They're just going straight towards this mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to get a lot of damage onto this. Xiaohu, if he can get close to the minions, he can clear them out rather quickly, but he needs to group up with his... he needs somebody to support him so that he can get close to the minions. Now, blue buff has spawned, and RNG try to rush through its health.
Oh, they're going for
That's
it.
the Deadly Flourish and the Curtain Call. I think he actually got it with the shot. The penetrating bullet was enough as MLXG eats a huge hit. Ming has got no flash, and Xiaoyu finds that. Chain of Corruption is going to find Savoki. The snare catches Xiaoyu. What a knockup, but it's not enough. That's going to be another snare follow-up, as there's no teleport from Gimgoon as it was canceled. Uzi is going to follow up with another kill of his own. Shockwave tosses Let Me out of the way as Republic flashes over the wall before taking the Dissonance to safety.
That's a nice comeback from RNG. We didn't even see Greg is coming in with the teleport. Gimgoon didn't have TP to answer to. So overall, that was just a play that RNG made to defend their blue buff. I mean, the blue buff went down, but it didn't go down. They weren't going to go for it kicking. They got it. There are a few kills here, both in Savoki and in Xiaoyu.
RNG are now trying to take down this bottom tier 1 turret as Gimgoon was unable to do the same on the opposite side of the map. So this first brick gold would be huge. As Uzi's even trying to stall the wave out. They will be successful. 300 gold to each.
Yeah, great recovery there. They finally take the gold lead in there. Just 1K, but that means a lot after Jin was able to take a lot of kills in the bottom lane and was able to hold still. So, Game Talents, sure. They're going to be happy that their bottom lane wasn't completely demolished. They came out really far ahead. That's a difference between the last game and this one. So going into the mid game, they've had such a fantastic, I guess, late game in the last set, in the last game, especially against Newbie, but against game one against RNG as well. So you have to believe that they're not going to be two-faced by losing out that team fight earlier on.
Yeah, we've seen Game Talents' resilience under pressure in that game number 1. And now they are trying to reset, slow things down once again, getting some wards on the bottom side of the map as RNG commit to the lane swap, sending Uzi top to deal with Gimgoon, lands the Chains of Corruption. And MLXG is on his way up there as well. Flash, Soul Flare gets even more damage, Exhaust, as Gimgoon is forced to burn his own flash, but he walks away with his life, and that's a lot burned by RNG.
Yeah, RNG, they still caught Game Talents by surprise. The Braum and the Jin, they were warding up in the bottom side because they expected the bottom lane of RNG to be coming towards to match them. That was not the case. They head towards the top side, so the wards that were placed in the bottom side of the jungle, useless. Doesn't mean anything because now the game is going towards the top side of the map. They did expend a lot to get the flash from Gimgoon, but that's just an investment that they're willing to take because suddenly Gimgoon, he's a lonely Rumble looking to play towards the bot side now. He seems very vulnerable for ganks here.
Yeah, doesn't have the full penetration from that Leandres just yet, sitting on the Haunting Guys and Sork Boots against a full Spirit Visage and another Null Magic Mantle as Letme is looking for those Merc Treads. Xiaohu, however, roaming towards the bottom, followed hotly by Republic, is spotted out in the river here. Xiaohu's up there as well. That's the Realm Warp. He is able to get not very far away. Great read from Republic. And Xiaohu's got a bit of a smile on his face even as he goes down. West is collapsed upon by MLXG, Uzi, and Ming. They get one, and they get two.
Yeah, there goes the kills coming there. That was a hot answer. Xiaohu was definitely caught in rotation towards the bottom side of the map. Tried to get away, but obviously that ulti didn't really land him anywhere safe. Game Talent's going skirmishing on the top side of the map, didn't have the numbers, but they're able to respond with the mid lane tower kill. That is a trade coming through these teams. Both teams feel very even out. We're going to just take a look at what happened towards the top side of the map because they thought it was going to be a 2v2. It wasn't the case. MLXG just came in with a clear-cut gank, and he had his W evolved as well, so he was able to slow both of these members. Down goes West, down goes Savoki, clean as that.
And he did the exact same thing in game number 1, going for the evolved Void Spikes.
Yeah.
I feel like this is something that, as game talents, you probably have to recognize, like, there was a Kha'Zix here not 30 seconds ago. Let's overextend.
Yep.
But instead, they end up going down, unable to take down the top tier 1 and losing it instead. Swapping back towards the bottom side of the map, knowing that Infernal Drake is up in 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
RNG right on the timer, are ready when it spawns, and Gimgoon has got his teleport. Question is, will he make it there fast enough, as it looks like they're trying to force the fight. West beginning to fire these shots across. Finds 2 and forces the disengage from RNG. They just wait out the curtain call before making their way back in.
Yeah, so there goes curtain call. It wasn't really impactful. RNG can just set up towards this dragon once again. It might just turn into a 5v5. RNG is looking for it. They have a lot more resources than Game Talents does because the Jhin ulti did have to go through. Yeah, a lot of things coming through. They're looking for it.
Oh, they're trying to force a fight. They just said, let me. Okay.
That was actually really creative.
He flanked, but
it didn't turn into much, but he was going for a flank there with Gragas. That was really creative. Sure, they didn't turn into anything, but it was worth a try.
Yeah, they've completely reset positions now. Game Talents, they see Let Me trying to look for a weakness in the defenses of Game Talents.
Yeah, but they have to pull in numbers to be able to stop this.
Yeah, finally Xiaohu's going to head towards the bottom as a lot of minions are heading towards the mid. Game Talents are turning onto it. Let Me's there. Chucks out a quick barrel. Leaps in, but that is going to be Infernal Drake tossed in. Xiaoyu eats the Chains of Corruption. That's a lot of crowd control layered on top of it. Finally, Xiaoyu goes down, but already they got the Drake. They got what they came for. Game Talents are backing away.
So Game Talents, at the very least, they're going to be thinking that, you know, he's going to save the top lane tower. That's all it really is. But at the very least, they're just thinking, you know what? We didn't give them 2 Infernal Dragons. We're able to take it, so it's evened out. If they were to lose both Infernal Dragons with RNG in the lead, that would be a major problem. With that being said, Xiaohu's got to watch out.
He does not have his Realm Warp or a Ghost.
This is going to
be
a
he
bit
does
of an
have
issue.
Flash. Gimgoon casually just walks up to the Rise, as you do.
Yep.
Republic follows up, gets an auto attack, and there's another one. Republic gets that kill, as Xiaohu's the one who overextends without vision.
And this is something that they recognized even in last game, that Republic and Gimgoon have been working well together, being able to roam towards each other quite well. Synergy's pretty down locked. So it's fun to see for them to be able to get the leads off of picks like that, where Xiaohu had no reason to be there. But he thought he was just kind of greedy, just a little bit, and he was caught out immediately.
Yeah, you can see RNG already a step ahead of this trade-off that it appears the Game Talents are making. Xiaoyu covering top, which means that the recall from West leaves mid undefended as Republic and Gimgoon try to finish off that bottom tier 1. Uzi's going to try to get some shots across. Perhaps he can answer back as the turrets are slowly but surely being equalized.
The Game Talent's really paying into this one furiously. One thing that you have to watch out if you're RNG. Oh, wait a minute!
Oh, the cask knocks Xiaoyu back. He does not have the ability to cleanse that snare and will thusly go down. With Uzi firing onto the turret, it's only a short amount of time, but MLXG is a huge 4th bullet grenade.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage.
1, 2, 3, 4!
Yeah, I mean, but even just going back, that was a great flank to be able to pick off Xiaoyu. We don't get to see a lot of those plays come out through Gragas because of how his combo isn't very comboable, I suppose.
Not very fluid yet.
Yeah, but Xiaoyu doesn't have flash. He doesn't have the time to be able to respond to that or the ability to do so. So he gets picked off, and that was just a great communication with RNG. Especially, it's really hard to siege up against DeBron because of how he's able to take up tower aggro really easily with his shield. So, but they just don't have to deal with it. They were able to get a pick off, and that's all they really wanted.
With that pick, it's still even in turrets and about 1,300 gold in favor of RNG, with Infernal Drake balanced across both teams 1-for-1. Once again, Game Talents set up a defense in the mid lane as Xiaohu's covering bottom.
Oh.
Ooh, Flash catches Savoki, in fact, as West maybe not quite trusting Savoki as much as he should be. I mean, that was a heroic save.
That was a really solid. I wouldn't trust him either, because that was so good. The timing of that, he recognized it was coming from his.
Yeah, he caught it midair.
Yeah, that was perfect. Of course, you don't want to have to blow that to begin with, so that's just West being out of position. So he catches himself out there, but it's a little worrying. That's going to open up RNG to be able to take this tower, maybe. That's a lot of wave clear. They're doing such a good job being able to hold this. I expected the tower would have been gone a while back.
Yeah, they're slowly working on it. Meanwhile, nobody from Game Talents is looking for that top tier 1, which has already been chunked so low. Instead, they're focused almost entirely on defending, as Uzi is just shoving in wave after wave, again opening up a pretty large CS lead against West and being fed the primary amount of kills on his team.
Yeah, the Rise is being pulled up to the bottom lane, so my eyes are on him because Xiaohu, he's just trying to chip down at this tower if possible. He doesn't have much HP chip down on it at all, and he doesn't have much mana either. So his decision is he can't honestly believe he's going to be able to do that. So hopefully he can look towards roaming towards that mid lane point. That's right now. It just feels like RNG are at a standstill because they don't have access to full 5 members. Realistically, all Xiaohu was going to be able to do was clear out the wave and then back. And it was just going to turn into a 4v4 or a 4v5 in Game Talent's favor in the mid lane.
And you can see how Game Talents have warded up that bottom side of the map now that Xiaohu's actually completed his recall. Every time he ducked out of vision, Gimgoon would have to go in there, perhaps with Savoki, perhaps with Xiaoyu, and try to get a work, try to get some vision. Is this Rise engaging? Yes? No? They were able to play it safe and keep themselves, keep that tier 1 turret still standing.
Yeah, and the more points in ulti for Xiaohu, the worse it gets for Game Talents, because him being in the bottom side of the map kind of reminds me of Twisted Fate, where it's just a longer range and you can really, you don't even have to leave the lane.
It's already maximized.
Yeah, so that you can just get towards that lane really easily.
So much mobility on that Rise once he gets level 11. Enables so much mobile pressure. Perhaps taking a bit of a page out of Scout's book with that sort of roaming around style, playing towards the bottom side. Then again, Xiaohu is the one with the most MVP votes in the LPL right now. So maybe Scout's taking a page out of Xiaohu's book.
Maybe.
Regardless,
Xiaohu's the Mr. Roman man.
Infernal Drake is up in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
RNG currently have priority in the mid lane, and Xiaohu's doing everything he can to maintain priority in the bottom.
So yeah, they have a lot of pressure here. A lot of the control wards are just going to be built up. RNG are just going to be either, they're just going to take the top. There we go.
Yeah, they forcibly take that mid-tier 1, and they also get some good damage onto both West and Savoki as a result.
That's what happens when a lot more objectives open up. Like, for instance, oh, wait a minute. As I say that,
Xiaohu's just over the wall. He's found Republic, and that's a late cleanse. Shockwave finds MLXG as Republic is escorted out, but Xiaohu's continuing to do damage here. The arrow finds Xiaoyu. Let Me flanking is going to do a lot. Chucks West into the turret before diving and following even further forward. Lots of flashes being blown as RNG chase this for an easy set of kills. Not quite the ace as Gimgoon joins a bit late. That's a very delayed equalizer, and he can't quite follow up onto anyone. MLXG is trying to stand off the side. Gimgoon is doing work here. He's getting one. Uzi walks him to the turret and then has to heal, but finally slowed and harassed. Gimgoon will back away.
Yeah, get out of there. You did your job. But Game Talents fell apart. They didn't recognize where Xiaohu was, and you have to be able to do that because Xiaohu is going to be the man who's rotating towards the bottom side into just Fog of War, and that's his job there. And you have to be able to take tabs on him because he was able to chunk down Republic in one swift motion of an EQ combo. And so that means a lot because then Cleanse goes through from Republic. Xiaohu holds positioning, and it just gets worse from there because Letme was able to take another flank position. And at that point, Game Talents were just in tatters.
Yeah, the Infernal Drake is finally going to be taken by RNG at the 25-minute mark. Game Talents are now pinging towards the Baron. Recall out of Xiaohu and what appears to be Letme, though he does have teleport. They're starting to set up some vision as well. Game Talents decide not to risk it.
Yeah, they're looking for the pick. They have a lot of control here towards the Baron. They might want to look to push mid a little bit more, so they're pulling out Orianna to do just that.
I think the really cool thing is how quickly they recovered from their mistake. Okay, we lost a fight, we lost the tier 2, we'll give up the Infernal. What's next? Baron. Get over there, get wards, look for a pick.
Yeah, they're 5k gold behind, but they're still being able to pressure in. And honestly, it's in part due to the fact that there is no blue trinket from Ryze, and there's no blue trinket for Gragas as well. Game Talents are going to go for it.
There they go.
MLXD
The hunt.
is out of position.
MLXD is the target. He leaves rather late. That's a redemption. It's not going to go off in time to heal him. West lands the bullet and picks it up. Yet another snare finds Xiaoyu. That he's regretting those patch changes as he goes down along with Gimgoon. Knock up on the Letme denies any chase. But Xiaohu catches them at the pass and locks them down. West is the last to fall. A huge final shot from Uzi and Ming to get that kill.
And that's all she wrote, because RNG were able to take it down. They only lost MLXG. It looked like such a great pick coming out of Game Talents, but of course, you have the run back coming from RNG to be able to continue forward. The TP coming through from Letme able to do it. Ooh, okay.
Republic playing hide and go seek, now finds Xiaoyu. He's got a shockwave as well and flings him right back. But Xiaoyu's just trying to zone Republic away from the Baron. If not solo kill him if he gets the opportunity. As he's gonna race right back around, just trying to keep Republic off of that Baron. This is a dangerous game that the two are playing, but Baron is secured by RNG. All 5 members have it.
What is Uzi looking for? I guess he's just trying to back towards it. With that being said, yeah, zone Republic away. The only opportunity for them to steal the Baron, and that's it. So here comes MLXG getting chopped down, but the TP comes in, and this is a big point, because if Game Talents are able to get out of this scenario, that's fantastic for them, but Uzi was able to land his ulti. Letme is able to get back in there. Game Talents cannot run away because Ryze just said, you know what? You have to deal with me now. Are you going to get past me? No, they just chop them up to pieces, where Game Talents have to split away from each other time and time again because there are no safe corridors of exits.
As it is with the Baron buff picked up, RNG now have got the complete control of the map. Large minion wave in the top building up that Gimgoon is trying to deal with right now, but RNG looks like they've got their eyes set on bottom, knocking down that tier 2 or potentially roaming towards the mid lane and looking for an inhibitor. Slowly but surely, they're making their way towards the base of Game Talents.
Yeah, so now the question is, how is Game Talents going to deal with it? I mean, how are you going to deal with this? Where are they? Oh, to the mid lane.
They brought the minions as well. They're actually going right onto the inhib. There's no reaction from Game Talents. They brought 2 minions, and it was enough. They took down that inhib before Game Talents even knew what was happening.
Oh, guess who watched IEM? It looks like RNG was able to.
Yeah.
So that's one of those plays where if you have Ryze, you can bring the minion wave as well, and that will shred the, I guess, the strength of the towers themselves. And they were able to just take it down so quickly. So that was a really great rotation coming in from RNG. Well then.
Things slowing down a little bit more as RNG decide to go for a recall. And just deal with that pressure that Gimgoon set up in the top lane. They've still got Baron for another 1 minute and 40 seconds. And will continue to press this advantage. They've got at least a few minion waves that they can use against Game Talents here. But Game Talents, they showed resilience in game number 1. Will they get the opportunity to once again here in game 2?
Yeah, playmaking potential is the big word of the day here. Or at least a few words, I suppose. There's not a lot of it. Their team fighting is fairly decent. If Gimgoon can get a fantastic ulti, combo it off with Republic. But RNG is going to recognize that. Letme is a beast here on the Gragas. There's no way they can get past him.
Yeah, they're just rushing right onto the tier 2, and with Letme in the front, as you said, there's no opportunity to get to the minions just behind him, let alone the squishy carries of RNG. Baron's still up for another 45 seconds. That's at least 1 more minion wave. With that cannon still firing happily away. The inhibitor is slowly falling zoning Realm Warp. Oh, he's bringing the minions from mid.
Oh my God! Someone
Oh,
stop this man.
man.
Someone stop this man.
Maybe getting a little overzealous. Here comes the next minion wave as Kurt Call is actually used. The engage is forced by Let Me, but Game Talents are going to back away. Gimgoon separated from his team, has to Zanya's early, but he flashes to escape. That's going to be the Cataclysm to try to reset the fight. But Super Baron minions with, Super minions with the Baron buff are starting to do some work as they press down mid.
Yeah, there's a lot of minions piling up. This might just be game. RNG could play this out patiently, but that hasn't been the RNG
Game
play
Talents
style.
have got their backs against the wall here. RNG are not giving them any moments of reprieve, continuing to fire shot after shot. Finally, all of the minions have been cleared as Ming eats a bit of damage. Xiao Yu pulls the trigger on the chase. Might be looking for someone to assassinate.
Doesn't feel very realistic, even with Ming fairly low, simply because Gimgoon, Republic, West, all pretty low. West has no mana, so yeah, that's just to kind of scare him away from the base. So you don't want to chase this, even though I can't realistically go in there and kill anybody. Yeah.
Now Mountain Drake is up in 2-1, has just spawned, and Game Talents, they actually have a brief window in which RNG completed their recalls, but instead they're just going to clear out that minion wave bottom and try to deal with these super minions flooding in mid and top.
That's something that Game Talents have to do because next point of focus for RNG is 100% of the bottom side of the map. As you mentioned, Earth Dragon is up and available, but also because that's just the last turret, the inhibitor turret that is available. So they're just going to go straight toward the bottom lane, simply because super minions are going to be doing that job on the top side of the map and in the middle lane. This is hard.
Yeah, Mountain Drake now locked down for RNG, their third Drake of the game, the final elemental before Elder. And now, as you said, looking for that final inhibitor, RNG. Taking it patient, not going to give any chances for Game Talents to get back into this.
And just take a look at Xiaohu. He's moving right towards that mid lane. And as I say that, Game Talents trying to get something, trying to be cheeky.
Xiaohu's right there. They're going to see him as he crests around the wall. That's Curtain Call being used as well. They've got the opportunity to flank if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to have to. This should be the last play for them.
Ooh, and MLXG is the one who face checks the brush and pays the price for it.
Technically, they don't even need MLXG. They can continue this push.
Wait, what?
They're
going back to the exact same brush.
Why not?
You can't do that, Game Talents.
They're in a great flank position, so they might just move around out of that bush to get a team fight if RNG fully commit. RNG right now, they're just sticking here because they're waiting for the waves in mid and top lane. So this fight has to start from Game Talents.
Ooh, that's a long-range equalizer. Oh, man, Ming is able to get out, but Uzi is not. He goes down along with Let Me, and Game Talents flank and take another 2 kills, but they've got to deal with their base.
They didn't expect that, but they should have. Game Talents was 100% going to pick a fight there. It was all up to RNG to be able to back away and wait for Game Talents to answer the top and middle super wave coming through. But the timing was right. Game Talents got the pick off MLXG and were able to do the same to Uzi.
Yeah, the mid inhib now also has finally respawned as well. So RNG get a brief, Game Talents get a bit of a reprieve. Baron's up in 30 seconds though, and MLXG freshly spawned. Let Me and Uzi on their way out of the base as soon as they're back up.
Take a look at this. 3-1-5. Gimgoon is still having a great game, even though it's looking pretty bad for them. That Rumble ulti was fantastic. If you can get another one like that, that could open the game for Game Talents again. And that's always a scary thing to say because of how game 1 went.
Ooh, yeah.
The comeback kids themselves.
Will RNG make yet another game-defining mistake here?
It's good that they're grouping up straight towards the top lane. I mean the mid lane.
Ooh, Realm
looks like
Warp
a fight's gonna
into the
happen.
back. They're going to try to force the fight. Let Me is delivered in. What a separation. Republic goes down. Gimgoon tries to buy some time, but he's facing the wrong direction. Xiaoyu dives the back for Uzi, but it is not enough. And RNG cleanly, how do you politely say, mop the floor with someone's face?
I'm polite. Mop the floor with someone's face, please, I suppose.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly. Our RNG do that. They demolished Game Talents in that fight, and they quite handily are taking us to a game number 3 in this series.
Let Me is fantastic on that Gragas player. Suddenly you have to really watch out for his Gragas. Time and time again, that wasn't the first time he was able to do something like that. Onto the mid lane, outer turret, and in the top lane as well. His Gragas combos have been really impactful. So that's something you have to worry about suddenly. GameTown's going into Game 3 that, you know what? They were willing to blind pick that.
Yeah.
And it worked out very well for them.
It really did. But as you can see, 37 minutes into the game, 20 kills to 10. Is going to give a lot of gold over to RNG, which is going to be quite helpful.
Yeah, definitely will be.
But joining us on the desk once again to help break down that match is Mr. Pulse.
Hello, sir. Yeah, indeed. I mean, that was just a game where RNG ran a lot tighter of a ship, just in general. Yes, they had a kind of shaky early game, but as soon as they had the advantage, they stuck with it, you know, and we had that small fumble in bottom lane, but overall, it was just creative uses of their composition and individual players popping up, such as Uzi.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi, always such a star player. Xiaohu got that rise, which he is so well known for as well. Really just impressive play from RNG overall.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to hold on to it, and we talk about it, the fact that RNG, when they get a lead, they won't lose it. They hold on pretty firmly to it, and we saw how Let Me was able to consistently look for flank plays whenever they were able to converge on mid lane tower, and they were so patient. They weren't over-pressing when they recognized a play wasn't going to happen. They were just like, okay, we'll just stick around here, maybe even back for the next play.
Sure, and like the counter-argument to that is, of course, game 1, where they had that massive lead and then threw it, but this is a better example of what RNG can do with a lead, but we also have to put some of the onus on their opponent's GT, because they had this composition which could go off when they had those 3 kills in the early game, got some of those dragons, got some of those objectives. They didn't carry it forward because they needed to be creative with their composition. It wasn't just I'm going to run at you with this massive lead and then we're going to kill you and win the game. It was, we have a Rengar who has to get into these fights, and we have a replay here to illustrate that, where Jin was setting up the play, Rengar was jumping in, and later into the game you see 5 deaths right here, and it looks great. They get the pick, but then you have to be more creative. You can't just run in from the front door. Xiaoyu gets caught out, and then that's another death on top of that, the 6th death of the game, and it was just kind of the history was written from this point on.
Yeah, they were able to get flanked in a lot of ways. I think that the best point about that, you have to realistically believe that Beerus is going to hold you still for a little bit. The TP was already coming down. They tried to get that pick, as you mentioned, but you mentioned it has to be creative, because they went so far deep to get that kill that 100% RNG was going to be able to respond.
Yeah, I think the big story, returning to the top of the show, and again, what we learned from yesterday is that teamwork trumps individual skill. We've seen it time and time again over the course of this weekend, and despite the fact that RNG are very talented and very individually skilled, they didn't have the teamwork at the end of game number 1. This time, they definitely had it in game number 2.
Yeah, and, you know, replays... Speaking of replays, here's one right now, and this is, you're talking about individual skill maybe gets trumped, of course, by team play. Well, individual skill helps when you can just throw a Gragas into the enemy team and have him just wipe the floor with the opposition, and that's what we saw here. Multiple creative ultimates coming out of Xiaohu. We saw him move minion waves from lane to lane. Even in the last replay as well, we saw him flank the team and stop them from running away, send a Gragas in there as well. Just props to Xiaohu. For me, at least, before the MVP comes up, he's my MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he tried for that play a few times too. There was one time near Dragon, sure, it didn't turn into anything because Game Towns moved towards the opposite end of that fight. So they were fishing for that. They were able to get that at one time because there's no way for Game Towns to move away from that Gragas. So that was fun that they were looking for it. They recognized that it was an option for them. And I mean, Let Me's been fantastic on grabbing it, so they were able to take it.
I feel like that replay was another excellent example of, hey, we have got the teamwork to make this play work out. Here you can see Let Me tragically is the MVP, much to Pulse's chagrin.
I mean, like, yes, he landed the barrel, but he wouldn't have gotten there in the first place if Xiaoyu didn't set him up for it. So you can say that this guy had those good playmaking moments, but when you actually look at like who was the person supporting him, it was definitely Xiaohu. So while I agree he had a great game, for me, still the MVP.
Yeah, the combo was definitely there. I did appreciate the fact that when they were stalling up towards that mid lane, Game Towns was doing a great job of being able to hold that turret down, but of course he was able to get that pick onto Rengar. There were a lot of moments where he was able to do that. So I like the Gragas play, and I do think it was worthwhile for him to give him that MVP. Yeah. And you know what? Xiaohu has gotten way too many MVPs. We need to distribute that across the rest of the team.
I guess so. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. It's just like, who do you give the MVP to, right? Because it's like when like Legolas threw Gimli and then he just murdered a bunch of orcs, you were just like, well, was it Gimli really? Because yes, he did the heavy lifting, but Legolas got him there. So I still feel like Xiaohu in the end deserved it, but yes, he has too many. So give it to someone else. Share the love.
Yeah, exactly. If you've got a 1-2 punch, is it the 1 that gets the MVP or the 2?
You
You
tell
know,
me.
if
You
you
have
just
to pick one.
you break up that Oscar and you
Break
give
up
it to
the one.
both. You
Well,
give
there
it to
you go,
both hands.
exactly.
Suddenly, you just cut it up to
No,
pieces.
that's how
how
it works,
goes.
but all right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final game of the evening. We have gone the distance, and we are doing it quite a second time now in our second match of the day, RNG versus GT, as we get ready for game number 3. Once again, joining me on the analyst desk is going to be Raz and Pulse. And gentlemen, what are we looking for to decide this match? We've seen RNG get a lead, and then Game Talents win. We've seen Game Talents get a lead, and then RNG win.
Sometimes I guess you just have to throw the early game to be able to get the win. That's what it's looking like. That's the that's
Give a
the
little
answer,
to
isn't it?
get more. Yeah, that seems to be the name of the
Yeah.
game. What we want to see from RNG is just an IG-like game, a game like Game 2, where they take control and they stick with it, and to solidify their spot at the top of their own group, because that's what we need to see from them. The fact that they already lost a game against GT, we need to see them enter in rage mode. We need to see them play like EDG played, in fact, against GT and just stomp out their opposition.
To be fair, EDG definitely lost the game in that set, so that was a full 3 games on that one. Gotta put that out there.
Exactly, but again,
it goes to the point. Just to hammer it through. Game Talents, they haven't shown us anything. They shown us resilience in game 1 to be able to take it back, but they were still losing heavily. In both games, RNG had priority. RNG was able to take it through. I mean, game 2, sure, fine. They lost a few kills early on in the game, but once they got it, they were textbook in how they held the lead.
Yeah, once they were able to actually acquire it, however. And of course, we are assuming that, or well, I guess, yeah, I can say that. I feel like we're expecting RNG to take the lead once again here in Game 3, just by the general strength of their lanes. And if they can continue to show this sort of cohesive dominance that we saw in the end of Game number 2, we're expecting a quick game.
You can expect that, but is that what's going to happen in
Right?
reality? Because in
The
Game
LPL.
2, precisely, GT rather, too long in Europe.
Yeah.
GT did actually get the advantage at 10 minutes, and I know, Raz, you were looking through replays, and it was just like, actually, only 2 games total so far in the split have they gotten a lead at 10 minutes, and that was the third one of the game. And they didn't even win that game, Raz.
What makes that sad is that it was Game Talents. It was only one game. Like, even though they, it was only one game that they were ahead at 10 minutes into the game, and it was game 2 of Newbie. So there are a lot of moments where Game Talents, they're struggling to get that lead, and thankfully they were able to get it in game 2. But yeah, as you mentioned, they lost it. So that might not even be the answer.
Yeah, it could be speaking to the growth of Game Talents, that they are actively trying new things. Of course, bringing in West, bringing in Xiaoyu, swapping Savoki out and then back in as sort of like a, hey, we need you to step up. This is a team that clearly has not given up on last place. They are definitely hunting and chasing down, and they're still one game away from beating the best team in the opposite group.
And that's what I really like about the team in general, because they are the scrappy underdogs, right? Like, they're not just a team who's sitting up at the bottom of the table and just trying to do everything like in an SKT way. We want to play the game perfectly. No, we're going to go in, we're going to try and get a few picks, we're going to try and make it scrappy, bring the good teams down to our level and see how they compete. And if we can do that, then we can maybe look at games. And that's how they took a game like game 1.
First, you make them question why you pick Braum. Suddenly, you start smacking them with the Braum with Grass and the Undying, apparently. And so that works out well. That's interesting. That's
raising a couple eyebrows there.
Yeah.
But perhaps he'll show us something new as we get ready to get into Champion Select. Pulse, final thoughts.
Yeah, you may have misheard me last time say 2-0. In fact, I did say 2-1, so I'm going to stick with my opinion and say 2-1 coming in here. GT, let's go.
All right, I see how it is.
See if we can get that on a replay to confirm.
Yeah,
But we have entered into picks and bans.
Never having him on as an analyst.
For game number 3 of RNG versus Game Talents. Jace and Malzahar are going to be the follow-up bans as RNG return to the blue side.
So once again, it seems like both teams are they're okay with what was happening in the last time. Last time around, of course, it was back to that Varus versus Rengar mentality. Game Talents just might leave it open.
Yeah, they've got that final ban once again. They are going to prioritize Graves. So Varus and Rengar.
You don't want to give MLXG Graves. A while back when he did have his hand on that champion, he was incredibly strong with it. He already has a large enough champion pool in dealing with whatever you got going up against you. Oh, really surprising that they actually gave away both Varus and Rengar.
Yeah, it really is surprising.
There's no reason to do that, but I guess they're looking for it. They must have a plan up for it. That's a lot, especially since they were able to take Ryze up. I mean, Republic, yeah, sure. Republic has played Ryze before. That's a main champion he looks towards, except for recently when he's gone towards that Corki. But it's not a major priority. Varus and Rengar giving that away makes no sense.
I like how Gimgoon waits out the entire clock and Xiaoyu just immediately, no hesitation.
I mean, it's funny too, because a lot of the time, being able to drain down the clock, whether or not you know what you're picking, like, draining it down is good because you have 30 seconds on the clock. You can start talking about what your response is if they go towards an X, Y, Z. Like, it's good to drain it down, but they're like, you know what? We don't need to talk about anything. What do we need to talk about? Lock it in.
Instead, MLXG, he takes a bit of time to think about the Kha'Zix that he's returning to, and Letme going to be taking Maokai in the top lane to try to answer Gimgoon. However, will we see that priority towards Gimgoon once again? Because there is an opportunity for RNG to try banning out his pool if they don't pick it here.
Yeah, he could, but what's really scary is the fact that RNG did not pick their AD carry in the first rotation. What we could see here from Game Talents, because right here, they might as well just go with a mid lane pick. They already know what the answer towards that Ryze can be, so they just lock in the Cassiopeia. They can just outright ban that Jhin. They can outright just ban a Caitlyn, because that's something that RNG will be looking to pick. Maybe Uzi's comfortable enough saying, I can pick Ezreal into it. That's fine. I don't really mind. Has historically been a very flexible AD carry. So there goes that Caitlyn.
Yeah, Caitlyn banned away from Uzi. Of course, many similar strong picks still available. Sivir, Ezreal, Jhin, and the likes. But we'll see what RNG decide to pressure if they go for Gimgoon's pool or Savoki's. That Tom Kench still possible for Game Talents so far.
Yeah, and so right now Game Talents have everything in their court. They have the response pick towards that Ryze in the Cassiopeia. Rengar is a fantastic champion in and of itself. They have Varus and they have support priority pick in the second phase. They have everything gifted to them. Mid lane strength, bot lane strength. They know they're going up against the top lane Maokai. I mean, the Kled was banned out, so technically, theoretically, you look at Game Talents, they can have 3 winning lanes outright on red side. That's a little. That's a bit much. That's an interesting.
The question is not only the winning lanes, but against a team like RNG, they desperately need it. We've seen West and Savoki struggle in the laning phase against Uzi and Ming, but West somehow is able to pull through all of the harassing pressure. Jin is going to be the next ban targeted toward Uzi. So the final ban for RNG. Let's see if they continue to follow up against Gimgoon.
Yeah, so you have to believe that RNG is going to be looking to pick up something like an Ezreal. There are a few picks up in the table. RNG could be picking up anything, but they need a strong bot laner that can poke and contest, but I feel like there's not really much available. Maybe Lucian? But Lucian, I mean, the lethality changes have made it so it's doable.
You just want to see a Lucian.
I just like Lucian.
You can pick Ezreal.
But you can, I mean, yeah, but I'm talking about just being able to aggress
Sivir.
within the lane. Oh, Sivir's fine too. It doesn't really, like Sivir has been a pickup against Varus, but we're just going back to the point where...
Ashe?
No, it'd probably be Sivir. Okay, I mean, he is an Ezreal player, but overall, Varus is really strong. And picking up the Shen for game talents, that's a proper pick into Maokai, so.
As it is, Ezreal is the pickup for Uzi to try to deal with that and perhaps land some additional harass onto Gimgoon. Now, Misfortune actually made it all the way through along with Zyra, and Malzahar was banned away by RNG earlier, so game talents still have got that support pool picked up. We'll see if they decide to return towards something like Braum or the like. As RNG round out their comp with a final pickup.
Yep.
Once again,
you'd have to be Karma.
Yeah, more harass.
Yeah, so Karma Ezreal is great poke for the lane. They're going up against a Varus, so you'd have to think that game talents would go towards maybe a Zyra. Misfortune could be good as well. Misfortune slow comboed up with the Varus Qs have always been a grand combination. So that's something that they have the ability to go towards a mage support anyways, simply because they have that Shen. They have a lot of space granted by Cassio as well, so they're going to go for the Misfortune. First time, you don't get to see a lot of Misfortune picks not going into Malzahar or not going into a Zyra, but a Misfortune pick outright simply because it helps out the laning phase for Varus. It's really strong. So right now, if you just take note and look towards all of these lanes, these are great lanes coming from game talents in just about every lane. The only real X factor is going to be an Uzi and Min, but they have a lot of poke, a lot of outplay potential.
I mean, we've already seen them win lane just about every single time. If they're already set up to do something similar with Xiaohu again on Ryze, MLXG again on Kha'Zix, could it perhaps be that game talents are saying, okay, we'll sack it, we'll come back?
Yeah, they're picking what's comfortable. They're picking what they feel works for them, especially going down to the line. Game 3, this could mean a lot. I mean, this does mean a lot for them. This means you can take the series or not. So this is what they want to be able to pick up going into the game. It doesn't really matter for them how the laning phase goes. Uzi's confident at the very least that he's going to be able to pick up the win in the laning phase with Ezreal and Karma.
Yeah, and again, to talk about the fact that this means so much for both of the teams, the perspectives that they have going into this, game talents, if we take this win, we beat the best team in the group.
Yeah.
Whereas RNG are saying, if we lose this game, we lost to the worst team in the league.
Yeah, the perspective definitely means a lot. A positive perspective for game talents always is helpful, especially since there's no stress on them to be able to lose this game. If they lose this game, then that's whatever. No one really expects them to be able to take this win, so that's a lot of burden lift off their shoulders. Meanwhile, you're looking at the RNG, which has a lot of expectations, especially since they're able to get to the first in their group, playing incredibly well, and on top of that, they're going up against EDG, who were able to take the win today. Sunday,
on Sunday, our game of the week.
And if they go into that losing to game talents, it's gonna feel bad.
Yeah, I can tell you what our analysis is gonna consist of.
They lost the game talents.
You see that game where they lost to game talents?
Yeah.
They just need to not do that.
Yeah.
But as the players have got their final compositions ready, it is time to see who is going to take this win. Is it going to be the underdogs climbing their way up from the depths, from the bottom of the standings, or are RNG going to cement their position at the top?
Fans going wild on that one.
Few RNG chants, I heard.
I guess he didn't see anybody with that. No, he definitely chipped Nah.
No, Uzi's
Okay.
at full health.
Okay.
He was outside of the hitbox amazingly.
All right. Well, here's the fun fact of this one is Rise and Maokai, definitely a pick that Gimgoon and Republic know well, so it's not going to be in their hands right now. But they're going to know the strengths of that, which is in team fighting. Team fighting against Rise and Maokai is always incredibly insufferable.
Certainly a lot of damage as Letme is setting up MLXG for a slightly faster clear. Still going to be a little bit challenging for Kha'Zix early on. We'll see how MLXG shoulders through that.
Yeah, Kha'Zix does really well in terms of being able to clear out the Raptor camp here. He has the Maokai to help him out. They have a lot of people here to really defend that, but that's not going to be contested at all because West and Savoki are going to be in the bottom lane looking to take priority here. So that just MLXG is going to have a great time over here. Meanwhile, Rengar is just going to be starting up in his red buff. So that's a big plus for MLXG.
Yeah, looks like West and Savoki are actually trying to take the early tempo advantage in this lane by shoving it forward, trying to get a quick level 2. MLXG invades the blue buff of Xiaoyu, well ahead of Xiaoyu. He's still got a smite.
Yeah, he was really fast to the punch here, so this is something where Xiaoyu might just take Wolf Camp. So yeah, this is something that MLXG is going to be able to do because that was just his 3rd camp. Xiaoyu was able to take his red buff, his Raptor camp, goes towards the Wolf. He's not even going to go towards the blue buff because he is a Rengar. Doesn't really necessarily need it, but the question is whether he knows that it was taken. Oh!
Ooh, Uzi gets some great damage onto Savoki and forces a very early exhaust. But cheating down towards this bottom lane is no one other than Xiaoyu himself.
Yeah.
He goes forward, he's left upon. That's the slow. Bola is ready. He's going to chuck it out. Will Ming get caught? He leaps. Yeah. Oh, Bola's late, and Ming still, however, will flash away from it.
Yeah, there was no way that Bola was going to hit. He was just going to be able to get Ming's flash. So Sums down to the bottom lane for Uzi and Ming, but Uzi was able to hold on to his flash because he does have his E.
Yeah, they saw MLXG there on his way in. They know that he's there somewhere. He's probably just assuming that now his blue buff is being taken. Might be surprised when it comes off the cooldown just a bit sooner.
Yeah, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Ooh, with that being said, Cassio was able to catch him out with the blue buff too.
And we get now to the 3.5-minute mark. MLXG, ooh, unlucky. Catches a minion wave with the blade spikes. Top lane, Gimgoon continues to catch the CS that Letme are shoving in.
And this is great for Uzi and Ming. They're able to take control of the bottom side of the map. Getting that shove in. It all came off the trade onto Savoki. Savoki had to use his exhaust to get away from it all. So Uzi and Ming, that was just that one outplay potential, and being able to take the trade got in their favor. Now, Uzi, when he does back, it's all about 1,800 gold. If you're able to get the 1,800 gold, you get the sheen on top of the tier. But you don't want to greed out for that. You just want to be able to stack your tiers, because if you hold on that much for that much gold, then that means the 20-minute max tier into Muramana will not be a thing. So.
Yeah, instead just focusing on the tier first. That's a happy Uzi. He's laughing at something.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good early game.
And now he's serious Uzi.
It was a good early game from them. And a big problem now for Uzi is he's going to come back into the lane with only building a tier. Meanwhile, West is actually not going to, he's just going to match him. He's going to go for a tier himself without actually going straight into damage. So overall, Varus does have extra range. He's not going to be coming in with much damage.
Xiaoyu's spotted on the way in. He's got a full Bola ready.
Oh.
Tries to break free as he chases forward, but the collapse from RNG is going to give first blood to Xiaoyu.
Yeah, that was really greedy because Republic wasn't going to help you out.
Oh,
Get
boy.
out of there.
Oh, no. Oh,
no.
God. Oh, boy.
What happened?
He tried to arcane shift into the Dragon Pit, and Ocean Drake, look at the smile. He's like, I messed up.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. He's going back into the lane with that now. Yeah, just to recap what happened to the earlier point, Republic wasn't going to be help out Xiaoyu. He was far too low, didn't have mana, needed the back timing. So why was Xiaoyu invading at that moment? It was just very bad timing from him. Now he's just going to head back. So you know what? I need to head back anyways, guys.
That's actually a play that's a little reminiscent of what we've seen Wu Shuang do, and which was a bit of the reason why Xiaoyu ended up working so well for the team, because he would wait for his teammates. But seems like not this time, as MLXG is going to spot Xiaoyu, place that ward, teleport from Gimgoon to get himself back into the top lane. Let Me is still holding on to his. Gimgoon is about to get level 6.
Okay, but it looks like Kha'Zix is in the area. He does get caught out by that one ward. Not going to be able to catch it. Not much is going to happen in that area. But we haven't talked about the top lane very much. I mean, Maokai's doing quite well for himself in a matchup where Shen usually has a pretty decent trade into Maokai. He trades quite well, especially since he does have Spectral's Cowl. But I guess Maokai's just constantly shoving up into him.
Able to get quite a bit of health back over time with that Spectre's Cowl. And of course, Maokai going to do the same with his Sap magic. And Republic, he's like, I just want the minions, man.
Just give them to me.
He's trying, as Let Me now going to invade the red buff on respawn of Xiaoyu.
Yeah.
No chance of a contest, and MLXG is going to be very happy about having that.
And that's what's making it worse for Republic, is that he's not able to really help contest. Rengar is down at this point. He's at the bottom side of the map, so Republic recognizes that Let Me is not in the top lane. He's had to roam out. Kha'Zix could be in the same area, so sure, red buff is gone, but he could also have his life being risked here too. So there's a lot of easy setup with Xiaohu on the rise. A lot of stuns could come through. The Republic has to watch out.
Oh, he eats some damage there. As Xiaoyu waiting in the wings does not head towards the mid lane. Xiaoyu just trading instead. Xiaohu, sorry. As blue buff is now going to be gifted over to Republic. Xiaoyu's like, this is coming up a bit sooner than I expected.
Yeah. Something happened here.
Yeah. Regardless, he thinks nothing of it as the game is off to a fairly slow start. 8 minutes in, just a single kill.
This is really hard.
As
Krugs do a lot of damage. I guess that, yeah, they're only going to take that. Maybe even the smaller Krugs here, because they do kind of walk right out of the jungle. There's no real, comeback mechanic as the big Krug does have. So, I mean, the big Krug just does a lot of damage, so they're really just trying to take as much experience as possible. Uzi and Ming, or at least Uzi does not have a lot of combat power. He just has pure mana into him. He wasn't able to get the full sheen, so he just has that one mana crystal, so he has no damage under his belt. Meanwhile, Serrated Dirk on West, so a lot of poke damage is going to be a threat onto Uzi and Ming at this point. So lane has gone into the favor of game talents.
despite that, however, they're still about 400 gold down, and Xiaoyu going to use double control wards to try to sneak forward. Ooh, did they spot him? I don't think they did. They see West now. They know.
Yeah,
Uzi knows he hit West.
They didn't spot him. They didn't see him.
Oh, Xiaoyu's right there. Chain of Corruption. Xiaoyu follows up, lands the snare with its second bola.
Wait a minute.
They end up trading 1-for-1 as Uzi gets a full combo.
That's a lot of damage.
Flash plus the Inner Flame is going to do a bit of damage.
Yeah,
but Stand United is used. Xiaohu hops away. No miasma from Republic to deny Xiaohu.
And that was a solid play from RNG. Shen had to commit the full ult.
Ooh,
get out of there.
Turned around just in time.
Yeah, Gimgoon has to have the long track top side. Meanwhile, Maokai was able to take the wave and was able to smack around that top lane tower because West had to get protected with the Shen ulti. And meanwhile, Xiaoyu took a lot of damage from Uzi's combination along with Ming. He didn't expect that. No one expected that. So down he went, has 2 deaths to his name, but that was a great play, a great setup from Game Talents. They set up 2 control wars to set that up. West even body blocked a lot of Uzi's Qs because he just wanted to let that Rengar come through without being detected. And that worked up until the trade kills happened. So,
yeah.
I mean, that was a good setup overall. The execution just didn't come through because of how much damage Xiaoyu was able to take.
Tragically, Rengar not terrifically tanky without tanky items. However, Xiaohu looking towards the mid lane, sees Xiaoyu, but still decides to force the fight. MLXG is there as well. He turns on a Republic. They leap onto Xiaohu and get the kill. It's traded 1-for-1 as Ming and Uzi collapse. Xiaoyu, procs the CC break just a bit too soon. Uzi follows up for yet another kill, but it is going to be 1-for-2 favoring RNG.
It's all about the mind games. Xiaoyu thought he was going to be there for the counter gank. He was. Republic didn't have ulti for that entire fight, but man, Rengar and Cassio are going to do a lot of damage regardless. But Uzi and Ming, where did they come from? They were able to come in there and answer the kill. So 2 deaths for Game Talents. They thought they were prepared. Not at all. So West is just going to try to take down this turret, or at least take a lot of chip on it.
And I like how they came from opposite directions as well, really catching Game Talents completely unaware. So the bait upon a bait. Top tier 1 goes down. Uzi gets a lot of that gold. West tries to answer by heading bottom. But he's going to be just a little bit later.
Making these trades are great for RNG because, of course, Uzi and Ming, they did get outscaled a little bit in the bottom lane. Now it's up to Uzi has to go for that ramp time. He had to go for Sheen. He's able to purchase it for himself. He still wants to be able to go for Trinity Force. Now is able to purchase the Sage, and he's really close to the components of it. It would have been a bad phase for him if he were to go up towards that 2v2. Sure, the trade's gone through. They'll lose the tower in the bottom lane. Maybe even, yeah, they're going to lose the dragon here as well. But that saves them from just constantly getting pressured in, and it saves them from, you know, they saves that lane for them. So that's a positive move for them, especially since Uzi's going to be scaling up quite well for himself.
Getting bigger and bigger as the course of this game goes on. We know that Emperor Uzi certainly capable of making action happen if he finds himself just a little bit ahead. And already how much RNG, well aware of this, are prone to play around it. But now it looks like Xiaohu and MLXG are also starting to get ahead. This is something that doesn't bode well for Game Talents, because now you have multiple threats from RNG. Not to mention a Maokai.
Yep. And, you know, Maokai's a threat too. We saw that in the EDG game. Mouse can 1v3 on that. So that champion is just broken, man.
He's strong.
He's real strong.
He does so much damage. Whoa, a very early cleanse from Republic. He really wanted the Petrifying Gaze.
Yeah, he really, really wanted it.
But did he really, 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 really want it?
Maybe. I'm not going into a Spice Girls thing. I'm not going to do it. I was like, not here, not on cast. I know what you're looking at me for.
Look.
I was tempted. No,
there was a moment.
Yeah. Xiaohu, yeah, definitely dodged that bullet. I did too.
I mean, that's what we got the cleanse for, right?
Mm-hmm.
If only you could cleanse like earworms. That would be so sick.
Wait a minute, cleanse earworms?
Yeah, whenever you get like a song stuck in your head.
Yeah.
And you could just cleanse and get rid of it.
That works. You really scared me with earworms. I mean, we're on Australia, man. You can't just talk about a bug. You're going to freak me out.
Yeah.
There are too many
Welcome
random.
to Australia.
Yeah.
Yo, speaking of earworms, RNG are burrowing deep into Game Talents territory. Gimgoon goes down as RNG find another kill.
Yeah, and I mean, Xiaohu was able to set that up well with his ulti. That was perfectly timed. Cassio's in the opposite side of the map, so RNG have an option to stick to this. A wave is coming through, but they're going to look to reset, send Maokai back to the top side of the tower.
Teleport being used by Let Me to catch up to that means Uzi can get some pressure mid, but Xiaoyu waiting just behind him. He's going to try to group up and clear out this minion wave, but here comes the rest of RNG. Both Ming, Xiaohu, and MLXG immediately shove that minion wave in.
That's a massive advantage, or at least chip damage that Uzi was able to set on this tower. Savoki has to use his ult.
You know what time it is?
What
It
time?
is bullet time, Savoki says.
Yep.
And he clears out that minion wave.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that could have had a better delivery.
No, I mean, I still appreciate it nonetheless. I still liked it.
I'm trying to set you up a little bit more.
Thank you.
As Uzi continues to catch these minions here. And just keep pressuring onto West. What does Uzi have against West?
Oh.
Is he just like insulted that West is alive?
I mean, he's insulted that West took his champion. Varus is supposed to be his. He was so confident he was going to pick it up. They even picked up the Rise first pick. Like, nah, this guy's not going to do it.
Yeah, same skin and everything too. He's like, oh, this guy.
He thinks he's better.
But I mean, even in game number 1, he was so aggressive.
Yeah.
Uzi's trying to make a statement.
I mean, he's just an aggressive player. I'm not gonna lie. That guy, regardless of what champion, especially Ezreal, you usually think can you play it passively until you actually have damage on your on yourself. But it doesn't matter if he has Tyr. Doesn't matter if he has Cole. I mean, he doesn't have it now. But a lot of the times he can just psych you out with when he just ease in, when he blinks in, because it's always going to be aggressively.
It's like the kill that we saw onto Xiaoyu. Just the fact that he had a Tyr, a Monocrystal, and a longsword. That was it.
Yeah.
And he was still able to burst down a full health Rengar before the Rengar could burst him down. Like, okay, all right, Uzi.
He's definitely, he knows his damages.
Mechanics. However, it looks like Republic is going to find the bottom lane temporarily undefended. Xiaohu makes his way down there to catch up with those minions and say, how do you do? Before he blasts them in the face.
And now taking a look at this, RNG are in the lead, but they're just trying to stall this one out, which is interesting to me because they recognize, I mean, just to look at their composition as the game goes on, it's really good for them. It's going to be tough for our game talents going up against a fed, or at least a very farmed Xiaohu, tanking out on Let Me and on Maokai, and of course Uzi, once he starts to get items under his belt, he already has the Trinity Force.
Yeah.
Now he's just trying to finish up. It's 4 minutes until he's probably going to be able to get his Muramana. He's been he's just stacking that up quite a bit.
He actually just saw Republic with that True Shot Barrage. There was actually a ping on top of him as well, so they know that Republic's not there. Instead, they're going to look towards what appears to be Rifty Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald, if they were to go to it, the problem with Rift Herald here is that it's going to take a chunk of their time and a chunk of one of their HP.
Seems like they just got vision on it instead.
Yeah, so they're honestly just looking for that red buff. They took the first 2 red buffs, and they're probably going to take the third one. Time and time again, they've looked towards that objective. And you know MLXG. MLXG is the type that he's so focused on the counter jungling aspect, he has that red buff time.
Of course he does. As it pulls itself out of the ground, 4 members of RNG are there. The only person who isn't is Xiaohu. Whoops, that's not embarrassing. As red buff resets, there we go. Uzi's going to pick that up. Xiaohu actually roams toward the mid lane. He's level 11 with the level 2 Realm Warp.
Yeah, what's interesting to me here is that Maokai's going to be coming towards this tower, or at least they're looking towards... Oh, actually, they're going to go straight towards the dragon.
Oh, no, they're going to walk right into a Cassiopeia. Nope, that's never mind. Republic decided to go for the Miasma instead of the Petrifying Gaze. True Shot Barrage finds only Xiaoyu.
Not a lot of damage.
Yeah, Republic kites it out and back, using that newly empowered tail technology to avoid some skill shots.
But now Savoki, he has less than half HP. RNG can look towards the dragon now. They're already doing it. He's going to be able to pick it up and reset position towards the mid lane tower. So that's actually a big win for RNG that they were able to take that chunk onto Savoki, and he had to back away entirely. He's picking up wards into the top side of the map because he has no way of contesting bot side.
Yeah, Uzi and Ming in the meanwhile were able to hold that mid lane against the grouped up 4 members of Game Talents. Gimgoon gets some pressure on the top side of the map and still has both Teleport and Stand United should a fight break out, as from the bushes comes Xiaoyu to claim what is his.
Yeah, I mean, he contested, he was able to get it. What's unfortunate about this is that, yeah, sure, he's able to take it, but the fact that MLXG was able to contest for it means that, you know what, Republic, sure, he has tier, not going to be able to utilize it, not going to be able to spam his spell, not going to be able to consistently push up against this because he's not going to get blue buff.
Ooh, Xiaohu actually lands it. That's a very late Realm Warp. Miasma stops it out. Republic looking for the plays here. That's a cleanse. Xiaohu dodges 1. Does he have enough to dodge a second? MLXG is able to sneak in. That's a late Stand United, and now they see Xiaohu coming in as well. But that means Gimgoo is shoving top pretty hard.
Yeah, so Gimgoon right here is in the bottom lane because of his ulti. So as you mentioned,
yeah,
it is
let me.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Let Me is going to be moving in onto this because they've been baiting a lot of Shen ultis throughout this game. Time and time again, they recognize, okay, Shen ulti is down. Let's back away completely. We don't need to pick this fight. Shen has no chance in this scenario. He has to move away. So I guess Savoki's going to clear out this.
Lemmy's like, guess what time it is?
Bullet time. So he's just, every time he pokes out his head, he's like, I'm not going to use this for a team fight because I don't have that
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to hold that wave. That's always fun. Yeah, I mean, RNG, once again, they recognize that they have a lead and they're constantly looking towards red buff, blue buff, red buff,
there
blue
are
buff.
so many pings right now going from game. Oh my god, they're going for the Baron. This is really greedy. Right as it spawns at the 20-minute mark. Game Talents are trying to force this. MLXG's on the opposite side of the map along with Xiaohu. Looks like they're trying to trade. They've managed to get to tier 1. Let Me is there, but MLXG is still halfway across the map. Baron's at less than half health. Let Me tries to force the fight, but Xiaoyu tries to heal up. Flash from Savoki to escape. They get the Baron, and Ozzy's trying to fight Republic here, but he has no mana. Bet you wish you had blue buff, but he does not. Let Me follows up for the kill as Shusha Barrage is going to help zone even further. MLXG gets another consolation, but that is 3 members of Game Talents with Baron.
And it all happened because MLXG was in the bot side of the map and he was seen. And you know how fast Republic can take it? He's a Cassiopeia. That is going to be an incredibly fast Baron. Sure, Xiaoyu took a lot of damage. He didn't die for it, but they recognized they're going all in for it. They were so far behind this game. It was getting ridiculous at that point. And so they recognized, okay, this is our small window in which we can get this Baron, and they're able to get it.
Amazingly, miraculously, the instantaneous shot call from Game Talents is going to get them right back into this and at least buy them some time against the consistent pressure that RNG have slowly been increasing. But even so, you said it yourself earlier, RNG, they're running a scaling team comp. I think they're okay sitting back for 3 or 4 minutes, letting the buff time itself out.
Yeah, but if it speeds up to a point, look at this, 21 minutes into the game, Uzi just finishes up or at least gets a fully stacked Merman. That's a big point. But they want a little bit more time. That's the real scare here. Game Talents gets that Baron. They're going to be just fine looking for team fights as well, though. They're going to be hoping that Savoki is going to have his ulti for that point. He does have it now. So they do have answers for that moment. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for RNG if Game Talents can use this Baron to just barrel through this mid lane. You can even see Cassio is moving towards the lane. They want to bring in 4 members strong to be able to pressure this. If they can take mid lane turret, it can just move into,
Chain of
here we
Corruption
go.
catches MLXG despite the Void Assault as Uzi's forced to arcane shift away from the poison of Republic. He's trying to clear this out as best he can, but now that's teleport being used by Let Me. He's
They're
trying to
going
get
for
into
it.
the back. He completes it and will follow up on the Xiaoyu, who is able to heal himself up with an amazing amount of health. But Uzi
Republic's
cleans
down.
up the kill onto Republic. Gimgoon in the front is going to eat a lot of damage here from both Ming and Uzi as he's just firing shot after shot. The back line was able to assassinate West. So despite the pressure and the Baron buff from Game Talents, that's still 2 for 0 RNG.
Yeah, and that's going to mean a lot because RNG were able to pick up the primary targets of Varus and Cassiopeia. Doesn't matter if you have Barons if you just lose the fight on that one. So RNG are going to be pushing forward. They're not going to be able to get this next tower because, of course, Baron's still up on Shen. But you know what? They got exactly what they wanted. Now time to head on back to base.
Yeah, he shoved down mid, got down that tier 2 turret. Here's that fight again.
That was a fantastic TP, and on top of that, look at Ryze's location, able to just ulti right in there. So Xiaoyu was the main target. He was able to get blown up just a little bit. Sure, he moves out of there. Xiaohu takes a lot of damage, but just take a look how tanky and how much space West Let Me was able to put output. Takes down West, and of course, Uzi was able to take down Republic as well. So incredible to see. Fantastic team fight. Great flanks coming from RNG.
Very good play from Game Talents to take the Baron, but immediately afterwards, RNG just force a fight that more than makes up for that Baron. However, Game Talents are back in the exact same spot.
Yep.
They just did the same thing, and now they're here.
They're confident now that there's no opportunity for a flank. The TP is down, and Ryze does not have that ulti. I mean, I guess he does have ulti. That's a lie. That's a really quick cooldown. I forgot about that. So with that being gone, I guess they're going to use it now. What are they going to go for? They're throwing the minion wave for it. That's not going to mean very much.
I think they were going to try to race towards the inhibitor, but instead they just use it as a feint instead. Send the minions forward before heading over towards that Infernal.
It's going to be Republic's first blue buff here, which is nice. But there we go. RNG's able to get Infernal Dragon because of that positioning they were able to get.
Yes.
That's nice.
So he's got that going for him.
There we go.
Next dragon looks like it is going to be yet another Ocean. We'll have one more Elemental Drake. Oh no, we won't, in fact. That is the final one.
There we go. Yeah, a lot of time. They didn't really take the first one too quickly. That's fair.
Yeah, I was doing the math in my head, but turns out not. As a result, we're going to get a few recalls, and people are heading back to base. Buy some big core items. True Shot Barrage lanced across. Looks like Uzi working towards that Last Whisper and a Lord Dominic's right afterwards. Staff of the Seraphim fully stacked up for Xiaohu. Meanwhile, Republic a few steps behind as he's only completed his Abyssal and now seems to be looking towards a Morella Namicon.
Yeah, this is a big... I mean, Game Talents in that last team fights, these items are nice, but they're going to recognize positioning play is going to mean so much. The flanks really did impact how they were able to play that on out. Republic was easy for pickings. West, of course, the moment Malkai was able to lock in on him, he didn't really have much of a say there. So if they need to be able to control flanks, but as long as Ryze exists, it's going to be really difficult. So they have to find a way to pick off the Ryze specifically. If they can do that, then that's fantastic, but that's easier said than done.
Guess what time it is? It's not bullet time. Run away.
Get out of there.
It's time to run.
Okay. And that's the fear of that. Like, Ryze can just use his ulti, not get in on it, and that's a free tower. And that's going to happen time and time again because that's a really low cooldown on the ability.
I love the immediate panic. He starts channeling and then just
No,
turns around.
run!
Guess what time? No, it's not that time. I swear. Okay.
Yeah.
We get now to the later stage of the game. Baron is up in a minute. Xiaohu's going to catch the minion wave that has been shoved bottom consistently by Republic. He's actually got to respect that Cassiopeia because he tried dueling her once. Not to much great success.
Yep. Too much strength in that, especially since there is no escape once the miasma goes down.
Yeah. So very strong. As West is dancing to the beat of his own drum.
Yep.
Or he's following a mosquito with his arrow.
Yes.
He's just swiveling around.
It's like me with a bug spray.
Yo, what?
Yep.
Remind me never to go camping with you.
Oh.
I imagine you
I'm
would
gonna
just sit there
poison
just
you.
doing a full circle
Yeah,
with these bug spray.
Yep. Every mosquito that comes my way.
There are better methods, such as nets.
Bug spray is the greatest invention known to man.
Or not camping.
That too.
But Baron is up and RNG are already set up on that side of the map. They've got Let Me. I see the Maokai. I assume it's Gimgoon, even though I know it's not.
Oh, that is a fantastic ward.
It really is, but it's been spotted now, and they're actually not able to clear it.
They should look to clear it, even though they thought that was a clear pick on Cassiopeia. If they can clear that ward, if they can control that, or no, they should just be able to clear it out with their own trinkets.
Yeah, they managed to get the full sweeper duration from MLXG.
They have a good control ward within the Baron pit, so they can take out that ward. There we go. Xiaohu takes it out. So Game Talents have to respect that.
Ooh, they're moving
okay.
as
Here we
four.
go.
Ooh, Republic gets a huge stun onto 3 and is doing a healthy amount of damage. Ming is forced to flash away. The far back redemption, and Xiaohu saves him in time to keep Ming alive. The redemption goes off, and they get the 2 kills.
That was the closest you can get in outplay. But at the end of the day, that was a fantastic play from RNG. Xiaohu and Republic's down. That's a free Baron. I think that's a free. Yeah, that's a free Baron.
I mean, it's certainly challenging. They traded a lot of health in answer, but MLXG is doing what he can. Xiaohu's trying to get over the wall, but Ryze does not have any leap without that Realm Warp. There we go. Now the tank finally shows up. Let Me makes his way up there. Baron is secured, and RNG back in the driver's seat.
There we go. Losing that Baron on the first time around was kind of a tilting experience for them, but they just kind of propped themselves back up. Were able to take the lead once again. RNG are really set up for this one.
It's just fun watching Uzi clear these out. Oh, is he gonna? Oh, why did he wait? I think he was. Oh, he was pinging Xiaohu. Like, Xiaohu, come get blue.
Yeah, there are a lot of question mark things. That's my.
It's like, how come you aren't? I love the way that he's doing it too. He's not like pinging like on my way or need it. He's question mark pinging why Xiaohu isn't already here. Just the perspective. Like, I'm wasting time because you're not here.
Sad face.
No, but Xiaohu's got this one on lock and key. Already a step ahead, this guy. See, that's why they work together.
I mean,
Uzi's so focused on the moment.
They're just so focused on these objectives. It's like they just recognize, you know what, we have 2 blue buffs at all times. Because the control of the buff for Game Talents just never had control of their own buffs yet. Even when Rengar was able to take it, they would not want blue buff on Rengar. They would rather have it on Republic.
Yeah.
Even West. But they just didn't have that option.
RNG are now moving as 5 with the Baron buff. Moving right on up to the turret. Miasma's going to slow it down just a little bit.
Where'd they go? Oh, not this play again.
The Realm Warp again.
stop these, man.
Xiaohu swaps it over onto the inhibitor turret. And again, Game Talents are left dumbfounded as the inhib is cracked.
What's sad is
That
that
is so creative.
You just can't even prepare against that. Oh, here
Oh,
we
they're
go.
forcing the engage. Savoki is going to be the one who takes the initial brunt of the damage. Chain of Corruption temporarily halts RNG's assault, but Xiaohu not going to let them off that easily. Manages to thread the needle with the skill shot as pinned against the wall. Republic tries to snake his way out of there, but he just does not have enough. RNG are just doing so much. And with 3 members dead, Gingun, excellent taunt. Tragic your team is dead.
Yep, not much you can do. Every single member is, I mean, I guess Republic is alive. He's able to see the corpses of his team right in front of him. These are fairly long death timers. RNG can actually just look to clean up the game here. Republic does not have his ulti, so I guess he's going down too.
Yeah, that is the ace picked up as MLXG gives us a few celebratory leaps. The Nexus turrets fall. And that is game number 3 going to RNG, best team in their group. Now able to successfully take a win over the worst team in the opposing group.
That was a win. That was, I mean, Game Talents at all times are trying to catch them sleeping. They did it once. They did it twice. Can't get a third time. And so Game Talents couldn't take the win. But overall, I mean, this is the first time we're getting to look at West.
Yeah.
Savoki's laning up with him. And it looked decent. It looked good. West was even able to take the MVP of one of those games.
Yeah, in game number 1, he was 11-1-7 on Jhin. Despite being down like 50 CS in lane. I mean, that guy really just having a lot of patience in this. As you can see, they're walking by shaking hands. Big smiles despite the sort of grueling nature of the match. They know they had a good time despite that sort of challenge.
Yeah, they were close to getting the win. I mean, it comes back to the fact that they were saying, okay, you know what? We had a new lineup, or at least a new bottom lane. Xiao Yu's coming into his own. We're going up against the top team of Group A. Let's see what we can do. We might not get the win, but if we can get close to it, then that's fine. They were close to it, and I guess that's okay for them.
And now joining us on the desk to help break down that match is going to be Richard Pulse Camp.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, Dom. It was just like, yes, it was a win, but it was also against the bottom team in their own respective group, being GT. That being said, though, RNG, it wasn't the cleanest of series, right? This wasn't an IG victory from what we saw yesterday. It was a very similar fashion to actually an EDG versus a GT, where they lost the game 1, and then they took it back. They did it strong, but they still dropped that game and looked shaky at times against a team of this quote-unquote caliber. But that's also to the credit of GT and what they showed us today.
Yeah, and so it comes down to it. When we see RNG, they had a lot of control, but there were just moments where you would look to MLXG, who'd be on the bot side of the map, and of course that's a moment where suddenly you lose Baron off of that. These are small misplays that turn into a massive swing. And so if Game Talents can look towards that moment and just kind of take a win off of it. I mean, they didn't take the win, but they were fairly close and looking to make it a challenge.
Win as a team, right?
Yeah, and so then you have to question how are they going? How is EDG going to go into that one?
It really seemed like we were watching RNG just prepared for all eventualities in that game 3. They took the Baron. I mean, we weren't prepared for that. But then they sieged up mid, and immediately a huge fight flanking from 2 different directions. And then you had Ming coming in from the left side as well, just collapsing into another fight. And then Game Talents, they did the exact same play not 30 seconds later.
I think it's because RNG, they definitely knew how far ahead they were, and they're very good at gauging their strength versus their opponents. They knew that we are this far ahead, we are X far ahead, meaning we can brute force this play. Like the play in top lane, for example, against Cassiopeia, instant pop the Cass, even though we know she's going to turn around and petrify and gaze us, we know we can get this pick, turn it into a Baron. So they recognize their strengths, and that's, again, credit to RNG, but there were still cracks in the armor.
Yeah, and we saw the rise focus here for RNG. We saw it in game 2, especially in game 3. They decided to pick that one up over Varus and Rengar. That was ridiculous. But we also saw its effectiveness here in the sense that we saw in game 2 where he was he allowed Gragas to do a lot, and then we saw in game 3 Maokai suddenly was doing quite well for himself.
Yeah, here comes a whole bunch of those Realm Warps that we saw.
Yeah.
They weren't even intending to siege that from the beginning. I feel like Letme and MLXG are the ones who were like,
Yeah, we need to come up for a name for that maneuver, because we're seeing it over and over again, and its relevance is just so incredibly strong. You bait someone into having to commit everyone down there because you are so far ahead, and then pull the old switcheroo.
Yeah, especially since those are baroned up creeps. That's going to happen time and time again. That's a new strength coming from Rise, because teams are starting to do that reliably, especially RNG. So if they're looking to do that and pull that play consistently when they have leads, that is a play you cannot respond to. Absolutely cannot, because you have to commit to the bottom lane, because they're bringing 4 members in a full wave in. then they can just do it on instantly, bringing it to the mid lane.
The fact that they bring the minions directly onto the turret. There's no walking. There's no travel time. You're just there. You have to see it happening. MVP for this game, he's going to go towards Ming in the bottom lane, supporting Uzi. 1, 0, and 14, involved in 94% of his team's kills.
Okay. It's hard. Yeah. It's usually hard to see like supports getting it, especially if it's a Karma player. But overall, like I mean, that he played well, and as a team, they played well overall. So it makes sense. His vision control was fairly strong as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Raz, because you look at RNG in general and how they pick up their wins. It's like, yes, Uzi does really well, but it's a lot of standout performances, but overall it's still a team game. And that's why you see so many MVPs go towards Xiaohu, because he is kind of like the fountain, the guy who a lot of those resources are funneled into. You get to those mid games, you see a mid game win. Who's the guy who's going to make this happen? Of course, the mage, who spikes at the mid game. So you could, again, give that MVP to Xiaohu, but it's worth sharing the love, you know, and giving it to someone like Ming, who 94% kill participation as a support is still mental.
Exactly. I mean, he was across the map, and it's really hard to make a visual impact if you're a Karma player, right? So it's great that they recognize that, you know, sure, you know, we saw a lot of Rise plays happening. We saw Maokai being massive here. There were a lot of individual, like, wows. You can just throw replays of, you know, every single member of the team going up. But you know what? There was a lot of setup coming from Karma.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking to RNG in general, the fact that we are seeing them continue to demonstrate success when they play at 100%, though it seems like every once in a while they need to be reminded to play at 100%. Like, so far they've dropped a single game against ONG, and then a single game against IG, and now a game against Game Talents. I feel like they shouldn't be dropping games against these teams.
Well, we saw them rising up in talent. Remember the game against OMG was in week 1 where RNG were just not playing well. So we saw them, they were definitely steadily improving to a point where now they're legitimately a top tier in their team and in the LPL. So that makes sense. They definitely did, to your point, they definitely did lose to this team, and they have lost a few times over, so that's still an issue where consistency in terms of playing, like they're able to hold on to their leads, but positioning of where your jungler is still very important, since Baron is at the end of the day, that's the end all be all. If you lose control of that, that's a problem.
Sure, there's still question marks above, I think, a lot of people's heads when they look at RNG, and it's just like, actually, how strong are they? Yes, they've picked up those wins at the end of the day, but you look at the respective teams that they are playing against on said day, and did they actually perform up to their normal standards? Yes, IMA was starting to pop off, had those couple of weeks where they were doing really well, but then you look towards a team like IG who are nipping at their heels and had a near flawless play in terms of micro and macro, something that the LPL has been lacking. So you look towards RNG, who definitely still have the micro, and they can pull the punches when they are ahead and know how to leverage that, but can they actually do that against a better team? Because they showed problems against a team like GT.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw WE playing very well in the last set too, or yesterday. So they still have to go up against W fairly soon. We'll have to see how it works out for them.
This problem is going to be coming to a head for RNG on Sunday in our match of the week when they're playing against EDG, who just defeat their opponents LGD earlier today. And of course, LGD are going to get the opportunity to play against Game Talents, so we might even get to see even more growth from Game Talents if they want to continue to try to press this sort of, I guess, newfound momentum that they've got.
Yeah, that's them going up against the mini-boss right here, because they definitely went against the raid boss at the start of the game, which was a little unfair, but now they actually get a shot at taking down something smaller, and then maybe they can actually make that work, because if they pull some of those maneuvers that we saw from them, because that's something to GT, right? They pull the trigger every single time they see an opportunity. They will go for it. They'll go for that Baron. Even though there's a Maokai near, we see the jungler bot lane. They pull that against an LGD. Maybe they'll fumble. Maybe they won't know how to react to that.
Yeah. And that's a big point. It really does come to how they feel if they're competitive in a set. And if they're going up against these lesser teams in cross groups that they really do feel like they should be able to take wins against, then they're going to pull up what they believe is the best roster, which they have been testing up until this point. For instance, if they feel like West is better than Zubin at this point, then they can pull in West. They can pull in Savoki if they think that 2v2 is great. And then, honestly, they've set themselves up for that moment where they can take points there.
So again, returning to the theme that we hit at the beginning of the day and between all the games, teamwork. We saw what happens when a team can utilize it. You can sneak a 20-minute Baron from RNG. You can take game number 1 despite being down 8,000 gold against RNG. You can take EDG to the ends of the earth and crack their bases. Are we going to continue to look for this sort of similar theme as we continue to move forward, or is it just, is this 7.3 meta?
Well, I feel like in the same way that the avatar needs to master all 4 elements, you need to both master teamwork and individual play. And that's what we saw today is you can have one or the other, but the team who actually formulates that into one cohesive unit is the team who will win out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, then we'll have to see which team is going to be the avatar. We'll actually take a look at the standings that we've got for you, and hopefully that can give us a bit of insight into who currently is in contention for that #1 spot. Once again, RNG and EDG both at 5 and 1, tops of their groups. Meanwhile, Game Talents still at 1 and 5 with LGD after their loss at 2 and 4, technically tied for 3rd, but just that one extra loss.
Yeah, something I want to highlight here, take a look at the bottom of your screen, LGD sitting in 6th. That's not really something you expect when you see Snake, IMA, and OMG above them. Okay, there is the caveat of they haven't played yet, but just feast your eyes on that image just straight there. It's just not something that you imagine, because they seem to be playing with the top, playing with an IG, an RNG. They could stand toe-to-toe with a WE and EDG.
That just comes to how tight this group is, because a lot of the reason why they are 6 is because they played that extra game where OMG is still waiting on it, even though they're still looking great. IMA still, I mean, they're looking really shaky, same as Snake. So the moment they play that extra game, of course, they might fall as well. So it is. Every game matters in Group A, where if you lose a game, where it can drastically shift you from either being 3rd or 2nd place in your group to being dead last.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of powerful shifts, some of those are going to be super important tomorrow. We're going to get to see Vici take on IMA. Both of them are currently at 2 and 3 in the standings, so a win here, super crucial. And of course, after that, we're going to have WE versus Invictus Gaming, also similarly placed in the standings at 3 and 2 each. So some very important matches coming up.
WE and IG will be a ridiculous game. That's going to be so fantastic. Like, we talk about them being the one of the top 4 teams right now in the league. That could be really hyped to watch, especially since WE, their compositions right now looking really good in terms of how it works with their style and how, of course, they're incorporating the Graves, which is fantastic in 7.3.
Not only in terms of standings, but you look at like the top of the table and how IG performed yesterday. I mean, I feel like I've harped on it so much today, but it's something we have to highlight because that's the cleanest series we've seen from IG and probably the entire league, at least in 2017. So if they can replicate that against a WE, who we have seen great things as well from, very consistent, very slow, but gets the job done, then that really sings praises about the lineup of IG.
Yeah, we're going to be looking forward to that matchup, but that's going to do it for us, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to come back tomorrow for more exciting LPL action. We'll see you soon.
Put your best shoes on, to see what it's all about. Put you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We try to win double quick, rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
7-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me. I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time.